Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, seventh.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Blue Otter League Gold Quarterfinals between SG, Annihilation, and Conduit Phoenix. I'm here, my name's Sharpie. I'm here with the legend Bully himself, and we've got a great matchup for us tonight. How are you feeling, Bully?
It's going pretty fast because the draft's already started and they're just
Oh wow,
speed
they're
running
straight
it right
into it.
now.
Yeah, they are sprinting through this draft like they've got somewhere to be, man.
Yeah, I mean, so far we see a bunch of power picks. We do see a slightly nerfed Jinx, the B1 already, but it's still a very big powerhouse in team fights, especially if he gets rolling early. He could 1v5 a team fight. But on the flip side, Conduit decides to go with the Jarvan Orianna, two solid laners. We see a ton of Orianna in Worlds right now. Very good team fight presence. So they just are looking for that team fight wombo combo almost immediately.
Yeah, the Jarvan Orianna is very popular. I'm curious if we're going to see the Rumble paired with that, as we do see the Ivern Victor locked in. So lots of scaling, wave clear, the scaling with the Ivern to support the Jinx in these team fights as games go on. So it's kind of a burst, kind of one-shot team fight comp that's kind of being built here for the side of Conduit, whereas on the flip side, they've got this scaling thing as we see the blind Ornn top lane locked in R3 for Conduit. And we're back straight into the second set of bans.
Yeah, it's quick. But so far, Camille banned out from Conduit. They don't want Annihilation to play it, especially because they did drop the Ornn R3. Sivir banned from Annihilation. It just gives you a lot of wave clear, a lot of early game pressure from that lane. But so far, it looks like Conduit's just looking to just make sure that their Ornn is not going to be heavily targeted in the top side. They don't want any of these split pushers actually getting away with just split pushing against an Ornn, especially because Ornn's mainstay is to be at team fights, and if you're at team fights, you don't want a side laner just to be taking your entire base.
Yeah, you really don't, especially when you're kind of building this team fight combination. You're playing in for objectives. You're looking to go all in for team fights, and it's never a good look when you're winning team fights with this great comp you've got, and then on the flip side, you've got like a Camille that's just taking towers on the side and running into your base at 25 minutes. So I'm curious to see what they're going to pick here. They do go with the Kai'Sa, so you've got a bit more of that pick potential. You have the CC from the Jarvan, Orianna, and Ornn to allow the Kai'Sa to hop in wherever she needs to be as these fights kind of get built farther and farther on. So it gives her the option of being able to sit, say, mid lane around an objective and make sure that they have their wave pushed, and then hop into a team fight whenever their team has it ready. So let's see what SG Annihilation comes up with to respond to that, and they've picked off right away with the Braum. And we'll have to see what they end up picking for what I'm assuming is going to be top lane.
The Conduit team, they definitely needed a damage dealer. They were showing that Orianna Jarvan combo, but then with the Ornn, so they needed something that can also act as another threat, or then the Orianna is just going to be just focused the entire game. So picking the Kai'Sa, who can do a lot of damage, especially in the back line, if you know some of these carries do get caught, Kai'Sa can look for the execution on them. But Fiora, the split pushers are alive. I expected that pick to actually come out. We see Conduit actually just heavy target the top side, but the VR is available. It does do very well into Dangs, and just naturally very strong in the 1v1.
Yeah, the Fiora is going to be a very strong side push presence, especially considering, I don't know, especially as the game goes on, if any of these champions on the side of Conduit Phoenix can really line up with her one-on-one as long as she doesn't get blown up somehow, if the Ornn doesn't get super far ahead. And even then, Fiora on 2-3 items should just win that in the side lane. Now, there is the issue of the Kai'Sa can hop in basically whenever she wants, because Ornn has multiple forms of CC, and sorry Fiora, you can't riposte them all. But so there's going to be potential, especially as Kai'Sa gets more and more points into that ultimate, to be able to hop in for the 2v1 onto Fiora basically whenever, as well as Jarvan, flag and dragging over a wall or something. But I think I like the Ivern Braum combo there with the Jinx. Get those concussive blows, get those shields, get those CC lockdowns. You got the Victor there for the wave clear as well, and the AoE damage. So there's a good 1-4 comp here built for SG Annihilation, whereas on the flip side, for Conduit Phoenix, they're all in for a fight.
Yeah, that's a big problem with the Annihilation's team, though. If they ever get ahead, first of all, they're going to be very lethal because they're a very snowbally type of comp. They don't have the engage, though, to force fights very easily, right? So they have the Braum Ivern, they have the ability for Fiora to just try to run somebody down, but they don't have that, point and go click button. On the flip side, Conduit, they do, and they have a ton of it. They have the Recon quickness, the Call of the Forge God, with Ornn, and then the Cataclysm with the Jarvan. They could have a lot of ways to engage a fight on a caught-out member very easily. If that caught-out member is a Jinx or Victor, that's going to be a very quick death. So it's going to be tough for Annihilation to look for a kill on a member that is slightly caught out. They can't really chase him down unless, that champion is overextended beyond belief.
Yeah, there's definitely, I feel like Conduit Phoenix just has the better draft here. On top of that, the Braum Ivern Jinx combo is on its own pretty solid, but I don't know how good it is into the comp that they have here. Braum Shield isn't going to do anything about an Orianna Shockwave. It's not going to do anything about a Jarvan Flag and Drag. It's not going to do anything about a Rakan jumping in with the quickness and the knockups and stuff like that. It's not going to do much against a Kai'Sa who can just ult behind you anyways. The only thing I can really see it being functional against is that Ornn ult. So it's going to be interesting to see how is Braum going to be able to really make that shield effective, make sure those concussive blows are landing when they need to, and to see can they hold on in this this expected 1-4 comp against a team fight all-in burst comp that Conduit Phoenix has built for themselves. As in the background here, we're getting into the actual picks for the client side, and we should be moving into the game in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the one big thing is in Annihilation's comp, I don't see Fiora ever leaving a side lane.
No,
I don't think there's ever used to. You don't want to look for a team fight against this Conduit team fight unless you are this comp, unless you're very far ahead, because you can do so much damage in the side lane as Fiora. You could take the towers, you could bring up so much pressure. You being a team fight won't do anything except for allowing the enemy Ornn to try to match you, and that's taking away a major ultimate, a major engage tool from Conduit. And you as a Fiora, if you get ahead in this lane and no one could actually match you. You get ahead, you're basically going to force two people to always try to stop you from split pushing and winning the game by yourself.
Yeah.
And even if that's the case, if you got ahead enough, even two people won't stop you. It would need 3, it would need maybe 4. And at the time, that's going to open up the entire map. That's going to allow this SG comp to go and start dragging or start Baron, start taking towers on the other side. Allow your Jinx, allow your Victor, allow your Ivern to all scale up to the point where they're not going to be able to one-shot your Jinx, and then Jinx can just go rampant in a team fight.
Yeah, and there's also the concern, if you're a Fiora and you're ahead now, and you're dragging 2 people from Conduit Phoenix over to deal with you, I 100% favor the jungle through bot of 4 on the side of SG Annihilation far over any 3 that Conduit Phoenix could put together. And then on top of that, I mean, take a look at you've got the Jinx and you've got the Victor. As the game progresses, that's a lot of damage from a decent range that you can put out, because what you want to be looking for is you want to be buying time for this Fiora to be split pushing, especially while Conduit Phoenix is going to be looking for objectives. And you've got short range on Kai'Sa, shorter range than Victor on Orianna. Jarvan does have that definite go button, but you want to be watching out for. But this Jinx and Victor can throw that ult over the top. Jinx can be throwing W's and Q's and ults on top of that as well. And there's a lot of damage that can go over and chip damage onto Conduit Phoenix around these objectives if SGA is feeling confident enough to step up and put that pressure down. So it's going to be, there's a lot of back and forth to watch for in this comp. I think SGA super late game potentially can really outscale pretty hard, but I definitely favor the early mid game of Conduit Phoenix here.
Yeah, we also, I don't think we actually touched upon it, but like the fact that there is a problem on the other side of an Ord. So it's gonna be very difficult to just straight up engage as the Ornn if the Braum shield is up, because it's just
Yes.
gonna get completely nullified. I do see people miss it a lot, which is absurd. It's not that hard. But it does bring another aspect to the comp of SGA. I do like the Conduit team comp a little bit more because it's a lot easier to play around in the early game. You can look for the shockwaves, you can look for the kills. It's a little bit more difficult for the SG comp. They're going to be looking for getting ahead in top lane in particular. Bot lane is going to be kind of a lull, in my opinion. Mid lane is a Orianna Victor matchup, so a lot of that pressure will have to come from top, but that means that we could see Jarvan try to relieve some of that pressure from that Fiora, or at least try to look for some plays mid or bot to get somewhere else ahead.
Yeah, but again, as you were saying at the beginning, there's just so many more go buttons for the side of Conduit here. Yeah, you've got great carries, you've got great potential, but you've got the Braum to be able to counter the Ornn, but Ornn isn't your only engage. You've got Khan, you've got Jarvan, you've got a Shockwave on any of them, and you've got Kai'Sa to come in and reposition wherever she wants to be. So there's a lot of skill, but I think Conduit, their team comp is just better. It's a lot more proactive, and given how many go buttons you have, it's just, in my opinion, a lot easier to execute.
Oh, 100%. It's just like, okay, someone else on my team decided to go in. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll go in too. And it's not that hard. Like, it's gonna be. So what happens when Victor or Jinx doesn't have flash? They are 100% just screwed because the Jarvan is gonna just like jump on top of them. They're gonna be stuck in a cataclysm, and it's the easiest shockwave you could ever hit as Orianna, unless you sombrero it, which is a non 0% chance. So
it is non-zero. It is non-zero.
It's very, as long as they know the timers and as long as they know what they have to do in team fights, it's very easy to pull off if you're Conduit. And to play these team fights, to play this early game and the mid game is a little more difficult for SG. Yes, they have some strong picks in the lanes, but it's going to be difficult without someone to start the engage off, or you're going to rely on Braum to peel while Ivern's also going to look to shield the Jinx, but there's nothing really to get on top of the Kai'Sa, get on top of the Orianna, besides the Fiora, and it's not that hard for the Kai'Sa to peel for themselves even, and the Khan peel as well. So it's just going to come down to the fact how well the SG plays these team fights, but Conduit, I would give them the level of difficulty of this comp is much easier.
Yeah, so overall, it looks like we're leaning Conduit Phoenix favored, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of skill expression that goes into this matchup. A Jinx Victor can definitely run away with this game. A Fiora can definitely run away with this game. So there's a lot to be looking for. How is the Ivern going to be able to facilitate? I believe we're going to go into a short break here as we're finishing up with the spectator delay and hopping into the match, and we will see you all very soon.
So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. We'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands.
All right, everyone, welcome to game one of this exciting quarterfinals that we have between SGA, Annihilation, and Conduit Phoenix. And we're hopping straight into this game right here, as it looks like we're not seeing any too crazy like level one things, just mostly that 5 point to make sure there's no crazy dives going in, because you've got the Braum on one side. Braum is very powerful and invade, so they're just making sure nothing too crazy goes on here.
Oh, looks like we have a small tussle in the top side as Dobbs and the Walk Warlock, aka Tommy, just decided to find each other in Tri-Bush. One thing to notice, no one's repping the NRG tag. What is this?
I mean, I'm not in the game right now, but I have the OG 2016 NRG tag on my profile right now, which I'm very proud of. It's the one where the G is pink. That's how far back this is. So I do have that going. There is energy representation in the game, and you just don't see it.
Solid, but in the top side, we see Dobbs taking a lot of damage on a small trade top, and decided he kept on going to the Tri-Bush and finding a Tommy in that bush. But as we get kicked off in this game, pretty standard runes all across the board.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. Grasp matchup top side. We've got the lethal tempo for both AD carries, which means, thankfully, Kai'Sa knows to go the AD build here. Conqueror for Jarvan is pretty expected. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here that I'm seeing. But yeah, like you were saying, that's that Fiora level 1 up there. The Ornn took a good chunk of damage.
Oh, looks like we have a level 2 gank up top side right now.
Oh, yeah.
But that's going to give a little bit more pressure back to Super Square, because they look for that red level 2 gank as the Jarvan, and it's like kind of one of the bigger cheese like strategies. You just level 2 gank somewhere, but right now Nation is on that top side, and it's going to be looking for possibly Super Square in the jungle. Oh,
Jarvan needs to be careful here. There goes.
No.
There goes the Ivern. Jarvan is looking good. Arvin's in trouble, but here comes the shield up, and Victor is roaming to Pop Blossom, or the Pop stupid plant thing is going to be blown up, so that Jarvan's in a bit of trouble here. Orianna is hiding in the bush, and here comes Fiora. The ball is going to be dropped down with the slow, and Jarvan's just going to flag and drag out of there, and we're going to be okay. Flash burned for the Jarvan, Ghost as well for the Ivern, but nobody drops here.
Yeah, big thing right there is that Nation was just a split second off of actually catching Super Square in the jungle as the level 1 Ivern. The Flash did go over the wall to secure that blue to get that level 2. Nation did flash to try to follow up with that kill, but didn't have the cooldowns to get that kill. But both soul laners roamed. Nothing major lost, but Dobbs was able to pick up some CS while Tommy did roam first.
Yeah, Itami did, I'm assuming, is Walk Warlock.
Yeah.
Fiora. Yeah. So
I don't know why he changed his name to Walk Warlock. Kind of like
well, you know, the behavior that we discover in BOL Gold is sometimes questionable, along with the gameplay.
Yeah.
You never know what they're cooking up. And I
but
know this because I am an ex-BOL Gold player. I've been one of those questionable gameplay. Nice little proposal.
Dobbs
This might be a death hit for Dobbs.
Go down
Dobbs
here.
is getting really low. Is going to dash forward. Does have the flash, but Fiora might dash forward. 100 health left on the Ornn, and rumbles his way back under tower. Is going to be forced to recall and spend that teleport. So a nice advantage over to Itami here on the Fiora early on.
Yeah, that's going to force Dobbs to TP back into the lane. It was good restraint from Itami to make sure that they didn't just blow the flash. You can see it a lot. The people will just get a little kill hungry right there, try to go for the first blood. But holding the flash to make sure they didn't give it up for nothing, because they know they're going to get targeted in this top side. They already seen it once, and it's going to happen again.
Looks like they're still trading back and forth. Walk Warlock and Dobbs are literally on site up there. And I do want to shout, oh, it's a beautiful flag and drag there onto the Ivern. The ball from Orianna is going to finish off the kill, and that is first blood. Rendell is in a lot of trouble too. He's walking, he's got 100 health, 50 health. The flag is flashed away, so Victor is going to scrape away with a sliver of health left, almost dropping a second kill over to the Jarvan there, as one kill immediately on the board, and Flash burned for this Victor. So big win over here for this Orianna lane.
Not just that, the red was transferred over to Not So Dark as well. So, as a champion, a mage champion that gets so much value out of the auto attacks, getting a red buff on top of that just provides so much lane pressure. Dark will be able to actually push us out. There's no TP on Rendell's Kitten, so they will lose a lot of these minions to the tower. And Nation has been... Oh, looks like a small advance forward from the bot side of Conduit, but Nation has been all over the map so far. Yes, they lost a couple skirmishes. They were down actually quite a bit of XP, but they were able to catch up. They got an assist for themselves. They have the Iron Spike whip, so they're sitting in a good spot right now.
Yeah, they are. I want to touch back on that red buff for the Orianna. As Orianna is a character, is one of those mage mid laners who likes to be throwing those auto attacks out. This is an exceptionally good pick here for the Orianna. As we see the level 6 come in from the Ornn. Doesn't decide for go for thing. A nice little trade up there, though. But I did want to just shout out something I'm seeing in the chat in here. No, unfortunately, this is not Worlds. But what this is, what Worlds is, rather, Worlds is Academy BOL. So we're excited to actually bring you what premier League of Legends professional gameplay looks like right here. This is not Worlds. This is better.
Yeah, and... Oh! Wait.
Oh, the Shockwave will find the Victor, but that shield from the Ivern is going to keep him alive. So, nice little chunk of health. And the Orianna is picking up a CS lead. It's going to force the Victor to pick up another wave because that Victor does not have TP. That's a kill lead over to the Orianna. She's picked up... At the end of this wave, is going to have at least a 10 CS lead. It's a big lead for this mid laner as here comes Ivern. Now bot side, Exhaust going to go down onto the Kai'Sa. 2 procs of those concussive blows, 3 procs, 4 procs. Here goes the stun, the dashing in. Let's see, is the Jinx going to be able to get anything done? Those rockets are exploding onto multiple people. Rakan going to flash out. The W from Jinx is going to land, but...
This Kitten's might go down here. Again.
Oh! The stun
so
is
close.
Just in time. Victor living there with like 30 health.
Yeah, I just to go back on that gank mid from Nation, I never knew how close the animation was for the Iron Spike whip and the Shockwave. I first thought the Shockwave came out, and then I realized it was the Iron Spike whip. I was like, wow, this active looks exactly like Shockwave.
It was an Iron Spike whip. Well, There we go. The more you know.
The more you know. The more Riot just copies and pastes their animations.
You know, sometimes when you're a small indie company, you run out of ideas and you say, what if Shockwave was an item and it didn't pull in, it just dealt damage.
Yeah, but at the state of the game right now, it's actually very solid for Conduit. Their top side is winning in like a little ahead in CS, which is a lane that you expect to be a little bit down, but that's coming part that Nation's ability to, while taking a little bit of hit of going down on XP, but able to get this pressure for mid lane, get this pressure for top lane, definitely is helping out the game state for Conduit quite a bit.
Yeah, and the game state for Conduit is very good because we're going to see them pick up a little Infernal drag for themselves, which is going to be good for their in-lane little bits of extra damage that they can put off to each other, which is going to help with the trades back and forth. But an early Infernal drag typically isn't that impactful on the game. As the next drag, I'm kind of peeking up to the corner, is going to be a Mountain Dragon. So our Soul, we've got a good chance that we have a pretty impactful Soul. I am personally hoping for a Hex one, as Fiora might be in trouble. The shield going to go out. The flash going to come out from the Ornn, and he's going to be ulting Shockwave onto Victor. Meanwhile, we got multiple fights. He flashes out of the stun. Dobbs is in trouble there as well. Here goes Walk Warlock. Is actually going to get blown up because Nation on the Jarvan came flying through, and now Jarvan is on the chase. He's got the World's Scan. It's going to flash and throw down the Cataclysm. That Q flies through, and that is another kill for this Jarvan. He's picked up a kill and 2 assists in this match. This man is literally contracts on steroids. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this Jarvan.
Yeah, if you notice mid lane, Dark is actually 3 levels ahead of the Victor right now. Rendell's Kitten has been pressured so heavily that they lost a ton of XP against Not So Dark. Not So Dark was able to pick up that solo kill, and he's looking for more as he decides to TP back to the lane, has the Lost Chapter has a Blasting Wand and a little more to go along with it. So they're looking very comfortable on this Orianna. And if you're Rendell's Kitten, they just got chunked pretty much by a QW combo for more than 1/3 of their health bar. So top lane's going well, mid lane's going well, and if you're bot lane, you know that you don't have to go super aggressive. You just have to make an even lane state, and you are in prime position to take this game on victory.
Yeah, I like what this bot side here for Conduit are doing. They're recognizing, hey, my Orion is up two and a half, 3 levels, has a big CS lead, has a kill lead. The Orin is doing just fine into the Fiora. The Jarvan has that fake shockwave, has that a kill and 2 assists. My team is winning the game already. My team has a 2,000 gold lead. I don't need to be the carry this game. I'm going to sit back, I'm going to go even, and allow my team to do the work for me. It's a great strategy as Jarvan continues to run the map here, has picked up that drag, and is now focusing down and taking a Rift Herald for Conduit here. So this Jarvan is doing fantastic stuff for Conduit Phoenix.
The funny thing is, Dobbs just missed the Bell's Breath and the Searing Charge, yet the trade was pretty much even. So if those actually connect, the trade is... Oh!
This might be a little bit of trouble. Trash Goose is going to have to jump back out. The ult from the Braum is going to throw down, but it's not going to mean too much. Kai'Sa going to take some poke for no serious reason and then use her E to jump back under tower. So quick little trade. An ultimate, it's that Glacial Fissure from the Braum is going to be used, but nothing else outside of that. So no major loss. It's not the craziest cooldown.
You could tell that Annihilation's actually feeling the pressure to get something going at this point, but the fact that they don't have something that could just immediately follow up on the hard CC of Super Square. Oh,
as here comes Jarvan, use the flag and grab into the Cataclysm where Tron is going to jump in, but it's going to miss. However, the quickness is going to land onto 2. Exhaust going out. Ivern really low is going to get final hit by Trash Pandas. Kai'Sa, the poke from Jinx, though, is going to stall the push from going any further, as this Kai'Sa is getting really low, and the Jinx does have the ultimate up. So if Kai'Sa takes very much more damage, she is going to potentially be executed by the Jinx. So you have to call off the play from going any further from there. But like, we're worried. Another kill goes over, and this time it's to the Kai'Sa. There are kills on every single player except for the support here for Conduit Phoenix. And I think it's what we were talking about here in draft. Conduit Phoenix, they have so much proactivity. They have so much ability to start fights whenever they want. Whereas SG Annihilation, they have really no go buttons at all. They're struggling, like you're saying, to try to get things to happen here. Like the Ivern looks for it, but there's no real ability to follow up any further from there.
Yep, all of the major plays were usually in bot lane. Super Square was looking to try to get kills on the Jinx, but very minimal summoners burned after each one of those ganks. And even in top lane, where they tried to get the kill onto Dobbs, Dobbs was able to survive for so long to allow Nation to be able to, counter gank this and get the kills into their own pocket. So it's getting increasingly difficult for this SG comp to actually be effective in this game, and it just might be a very one-sided affair to start off the series.
Yeah, if you're Annihilation at this point, I think you might just decide, we got to play the slow game here. We got to neutralize, we got to wait for this Fiora lane to flip, because right now, Ornn is having no troubles at all, and is in fact up almost 20 CS in that lane. The poke is starting to slowly come out from this Fiora, but trades are just still very difficult. Meanwhile, this Mountain Drag has spawned up, so Conduit Phoenix is going to be picking up that little... as we see an ultimate topside, it's going to be reposted, so the Fiora is going to be fine. But that Rift Herald is going to be dropped, and that's going to give full prio over to Conduit Phoenix to pick up their second dragon. Ivern might try to look for it. He is there, but we'll have to see if there's a fight here. The dragon's down to 3k health already. They are hovering around for it, so let's see if they might go for something. The Jinx is going to ult over the wall, but it's going to be too late. The smite from Jarvan is good, and that is 2 dragons. That is nearly a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, I guess it's a 2,500 gold lead now for Conduit. 2 dragons lead. That mid tower is standing on shambles now, and especially because the plating's gone, that mid tower, if you ever leave that alone, it'll go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's actually no reason for SG to even act like they're going to contest that dragon. Mostly because there were no way they're going to contest it. They're facing against an Orianna that had the Luden's Echo already completed. You walk in there, you're gonna die for it. So instead of just going and CSing and trying to get some advantage or farm somewhere else, they decided to like watch Conduit team just take the dragon, and then it's like, okay, I guess we're just gonna go back to farming mid lane now. So they are somewhat positioning into a way of, oh, well, we might.
Rom is in trouble. The shield's gonna go up, and since he has that ability to jump over, he's gonna be just fine. But a nice chunk of damage. Riposte is gonna stop any further damage from the Ornn. Riposte is a great fire extinguisher, it looks like, honestly.
We do see Warlock actually finish the Divine Thunder. Doesn't have anything else in the inventory, just the full completed Divine Thunder. So it does do a ton of damage, so it's gonna help tremendously in this matchup now. And we might see a solo kill if Dobbs just goes a little bit too aggressive on the Fiora.
Yeah, you don't want this Ornn to get too confident. Yeah, I like what we're seeing here. There's the roam here topside. They're looking to get this tower down. The poke from Jinx isn't doing too much, but the stun is going to land. Meanwhile, Trash Panda is just going to focus on the tower, so it looks like they were just trying to be a distraction. But here goes Kai'Sa, ulting in. Has 4 stacks, 5 stacks the plasma to get the extra pop, but it's not AP Kai'Sa, so it doesn't do that much damage. You do have the Kraken Slayer completed, but at the end of the day, you get the tower, which was what you really wanted. Orianna
Dark has to be a little bit careful as
Shockwave is gonna land, so now they're about even, but Orianna has no ult. If this Victor can get a good look here, if he can get, I think if you land an E, you flash in for the double Q ult combo, and you might execute.
Yeah, you will.
Orianna needs to be careful.
If that Shockwave whiffed, then that would have been Rendleskin's like just go button. It's like, you know what, I'm getting this small shutdown.
He's still looking for it.
Oh, there it is. Hold up.
There it is, the Q ult.
Oh,
The double flash did not get the second auto attack off. That was the difference maker, because Orianna,
it was slightly delayed. He could have got that one.
Yeah, he chose to throw down the ulti between the first and second cast of Q. So I think that was the difference maker, unfortunately.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
But yeah, this game has slowed down quite a bit. It is actually still in Conduit's favor because of it. They are going to look for Ornn items coming up soon as Dobbs has hit level 11. There are 2 dragons already in their pocket, so it's not like SG is dragon stacking it anyway. So a lot of good things going for them in this game, and it feels like SG is just slowly bleeding out.
Yep, slowly bleeding out. Another Rift Herald going down to Conduit as Ornn is looking for an ult. Is going to be flashed by Fiora, but here comes the Cataclysm yet again. But she's just going to hop, skip, and jump over that wall.
The Grand Challenge was used there, though.
It was. Grand Challenge was thrown down. Braum throwing the Q over the wall. Here comes the quickness out of the Rakan. Is going to land onto 2, but the cleanse going to come out immediately from the Jinx to keep her alive. Let's see how well they can kite it out. She's walking backwards and forwards, but there's just not enough damage on this Jinx yet. Dobbs is getting down low. The riposte is going to be perfect. Rakan is going to go down. Jarvan is going to use the Gore Drinker now. Jinx picking up a kill. Dobbs in a lot of trouble being chased off. Jinx getting another one. The Super Mega Death Rocket was thrown down to secure the kill, but the Ornn had already gone down. But that's a double kill over to the Jinx, and just like that, Jinx is in the game.
Yeah, and we seen SG play like they were like on their back foot this entire game. They're looking for very aggressive plays. Right there, it felt like Conduit thought they needed to do something. They forced that play, and they didn't get anything for it. They weren't able to get any kills, and then they allowed Darterwolf to get 2 kills on top of that. So the saving grace for SG was the fact that Conduit just went super aggressive and not play towards their strength. They knew the Call of the Forge God was not available because it was used top against the Fiora. They knew the Killer Instinct was available because it used mid lane. So they ended up playing like they needed to get the kill onto one member of SG.
Yeah, and look at how that's changing the way that Conduit is approaching these fights. Now SG Annihilation has prio onto the objective. They've stepped straight up onto this Dragon. Nation is looking for it on the Jarvan. He might look for a flag and drag over to try to pick it. He does jump in, throws on the Cataclysm. The riposte isn't going to land, and a triple quickness, and the Jinx is going to come flying down. Jinx going down after that. The Ornn ultimate isn't going to do anything as the Fiora has to run away. The Kai'Sa throwing down that killer instinct to get another kill for herself. That's 2 kills for the Kai'Sa. Dragon is secured there by Super Square though, so no soul point for Conduit, but ultimately it's going to cost him his life as his Ivern goes down. That is 4 dead on the side of SG Annihilation and none traded back. It's a 4-for-0. Baron just spawned. This could be their key to really open up this game here.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you just won the fight right before that, but in a straight 5v5, there's no way you're going to beat this Conduit team, especially when they were ahead, even though by a couple thousand gold actually. So they're going to start this Baron up. I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be contested. That's going to sway the gold even harder for Conduit. So
The
even
only
if it's
thing
one
you can
small
do is
misstep-
pray for a Jinx Rocket, which is too early.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to recap a little bit, going back to that previous fight, the one that SG Annihilation actually did end up winning. We saw Conduit go for a contest, and the one thing that went wrong, they went for that fight, but nothing landed. The Rakan, the quickness was cleansed out by the Jinx. The Jarvan went in onto one person and used that Cataclysm early onto the Fiora that she just dashed over. The Shockwave was not there because Orianna was bot lane. You had no go buttons and you used them all to try to get in and missed. And now because SG Annihilation has so much range with the Jinx, they have the Victor with the range. They have the Fiora using that riposte to stun people up and get picks with it. They were actually able to kite out a longer fight. But as we see again around that dragon, when that CC and that engage does land, these fights are over very quickly.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit overconfident. Didn't realize how many things that were actually used. And SG kind of baited themselves into going for that dragon, knowing that they're going to get contested. And what happens is they just going to get wiped and they just lose the Baron. So they actually brought Fiora to that dragon fight. So that just creates a straight 5v5. It doesn't allow you to, peel off the dragon and allow Fiora to look for some turrets in the side lane, as they don't have any turrets right now. All 3 turrets for Conduit are still up, the outer turrets.
Yeah, not a single turret has been dropped. Only one objective has even gone down. So a very dominant and controlling game, and the one dragon they did get was on a 50-50 split contest. So very dominant and controlling game 1 here for Conduit Phoenix, as we'll see if they can keep the pressure up as the Fiora is still struggling into that Ornn.
Yep, with this Baron, they're just going to take the free gold on the side wave, and this Ornn is just winning against the Fiora, which is, that's a bad sign. And with this Baron power play so far, it's about a 7k gold lead, and on top of that, we see Dobbs level 13. You're going to get extra items, ornaments coming up soon, which just adds just more value into what your comp has to offer.
Yeah, the ornament, he's already dropped in his first one there for himself, upgrading into that Primordial Dawn there for his ultimate item there, which I forget what the original name for that item is now that I'm looking at it. Radiant Virtue, that's right. So the Radiant Virtue is upgraded. Ornn does go in for a little bit of a trade-a-roo, but here comes the Ivern. Rakan and Jarvan are also rotating over. We might have a fight here. Bit of a heal's gone down, but the Ornn is going to flash over. Is going to throw down the Call of the Forge God, which is going to land, and here comes the Kai'Sa. She's going to land, and the shield is good, but eventually doesn't do enough as Ivern is going to drop. Trash Goose does flash in with the Rakan using that quickness, but it's just out of range. And so because of that, Shockwave is big, though. Riposte is also clean, but Nation just does too much damage, and that's their go button. Rakan jumping in is going to pick up the Braum as well, and with nobody dropped, it's going to be a 5v2. Jarvan with the EQ flash combo is going to land on the Darter Wolf. It's going to go down there as well, and it's just a Victor left.
I'm pretty sure that's like the second time I've seen Nation use the EQ combo, even though the knock would have hit anyway. They just decided to flash. But
you'll love to see it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's in any of these engages that Conduit makes, they just need to kill 1 or 2, and that's when they're able to get some kind of advantage to continue with the fight. If they don't get those kills, then that's where it could go wrong. But instead of just pushing up and with these semi-low health bars, they're just gonna decide to use their gold that they have in their pocket, buy up, possibly go for this third dragon, just as a consolation prize, because I don't actually think that we're gonna go to the soul. But they are currently sitting about 9.2k gold ahead of SG right now, so it looks like they're gonna make their final purchases and start looking for the base.
Yeah, it's at this point, I'd give Conduit without a major series of throws. It wouldn't even take 1/3. You'd have to do 5 or 6 at this point to realistically throw this game away. I think at this point you're doing your chores. You got to take the objectives when they're up. Wait for the next Baron, which should be up in the next minute and a half. Use that Baron to really break open the base and eventually end the game here, as Trash Goose is hopping out a little bit too far, but it's going to be just fine. Dragon going over. That is a first of their Ocean Drakes. That is Soul Point over to Conduit Phoenix.
Yep. I mean, it's just a little bit more stats, but Conduit is going to start looking just for vision to pressure into the red side jungle of SG Annihilation. Bot side is heavily under siege right now, as I think there's a dive.
Jarvan, the flash is too late. The immediate killer instinct in by Kaisa, and that Victor is blown up. Goodness.
That was definitely an overkill right there. They decided to
overkill.
use the Cataclysm Shockwave and the killer instinct to kind of secure that kill.
Yeah, they watched the Batman movie recently where the Joker said it's about sending a message, and they said, we're going to draw inspiration from that. We're going to go overkill and give these guys one bad day. So, Victor down for another 15 seconds. Mid tower has dropped. Inner tower, and the bot lane I expect to drop here on this next wave as well. But Baron is spawning up here in about 5 seconds, so I expect them to take the gold they have, reset, and really set up for this Baron to end the game here.
Shockwave is actually 5 seconds out, so they do have some power tools to use right now. Cataclysm is actually back up as well, so they could always look for a cheese fight right now if they wish to, but they're gonna decide to play it safe, take the Baron. They don't want to throw this game because a bad fight right here gives the Baron 2 Annihilation. But
it does.
They're going to reset, take it, and it should be an easy way just to start escorting your minions into their base, as, the first Baron they were using to knock out the rest of the outer turrets. They were able to get some inner ones, but this one should be the key to the Annihilation base and probably the Nexus.
Ornn is upgrading more abilities, items, by the way. Luden's upgraded into that Eye of Luden. Navori Quick Blades upgraded for the Kaisa into what is called Flicker. Lots of power on the 2 carries, both of them deathless, by the way. A great performance out of Not So Dark and Trash Panda. Trash Panda not playing trash at all.
Yeah.
Although I'm assuming that's a reference to raccoons. But
yes. So a big part of this game was taking out the fact that there's a Victor in the game. And that's a big part from Nation. This continuous gank helping Dark just to continuously push out Rendell's kin to recall, take a base, lose XP. They were down so much in XP, specifically in this game, that they weren't able to have a major effect in any one of these team fights. And yes, they only have 2 deaths, but it feels like it could have been 2 deaths or 20 deaths. It just didn't matter.
Yeah, it was a great play as they step in. The Cataclysm goes down, lands on the 2. Shockwave is massive. It's going to execute the Ivern, but Kaisa has gone a little bit too far forward and it's going to drop. Fiora is in a little bit of trouble. Is dashing around, has thrown down the Grand Challenge on Baron minions, but there's not enough damage. You've taken way too much from those minions. Ornn has 3 items, has a Thorn Mail, so you're just dead. Another flash EQ from Jarvan is going to land onto this Jinx, and she is going to drop. The quickness from Rakan is going to he used to get him back to the inhibitor, as Victor is going to drop as well. Inhibitor has gone down. Another inhibitor is going to drop here as well. And I don't know, Bully, they might just end the game right here.
I will say this, that flash was necessary that time from Nation, so can't flame him for that one, but the Q has been used. The inhibitors have been broken. Only 1 inhibitor remains. The next turn is next, but Dobbs might have been caught out right here. Walk Warlock might chase down this kill.
I think Fiora does chase this one down, and you're just going to hope the Ivern doesn't steal it on accident somehow.
Yeah, that's a 6 trickle shutdown. I mean, it's something. Money is money at this point. You need everything you could get. We see Darwolf. I actually put up the GG before the game even ended, so I think they expected the game to end right there. But looks like Conduit needs to take another back, and I might be wrong, as we might see the soul come up as Conduit is just waiting at the Dragon Pit for it.
Yep, it's up in about 35 seconds. That one contest, because that Ornn is just so tanky, it ends up costing them one of their Nexus turrets, and their other Nexus tower is at half health, under half health, it's at around a quarter of its health. So really dire situations for the base of SG Annihilation as they're just pushing in. They still got that Baron up for a little bit. They might just look to end it right here.
Yep, thank God.
Ornn does have the teleport as well.
Make me right.
Ornn's up in 3 seconds. He's gonna teleport straight onto the wave. In comes the Jarvan. Cataclysm, Shockwave onto 3. Jinx is gonna drop. Quickness is gonna be thrown down. It looks like, as well as that Killer Racing goes straight to the back by Kaisa, but so much happens so instantly. Triple kill for Trash Panda. End the game just like that. Beautiful, clean, controlled game here from Conduit. The Orianna just dominating mid lane and allowing Nation on the Jarvan to be all over the map, Bully. Jarvan, 22 out of the 23 kills Jarvan was involved in.
Oh yeah, they were a big part of this early game, big part of the middle game, big part of the late game. They were able to get those engages, basically bring their team, or lead their team into team fights in which Annihilation had no idea what to do. Like I said, that team comp for Annihilation is extremely hard to pull off, and it's all about their positioning in this early game, making sure they didn't get caught off, and they just fell way too far behind. Their top side went poor, their mid side went poor, their bot side was even for the most part until Trash Panda got a kill in their pocket, and it felt like it was impossible for this Annihilation comp to do anything in this game. Next game I hope to see them draft a little bit more engaged or something to play off of, because they're playing like they're trying to peel, and also had another idea of having a split pusher, which it did not work out too well.
Yeah, and when you have an Ivern that goes 0-7, it's just difficult to get this comp off the ground. Ivern, it felt like, just wasn't effective in this game at all. And like what you're talking about as well, the Victor just being bossed out every single time that the Victor stepped up to the lane by this Orianna, constantly having to recall, at one point down 3 levels, ends the game level 14 with the Orianna at level 16, almost level 17. It was just a massive mid gap. And the Jarvan as well, just being able to play off of that. The Fiora just could not get off the ground against this Ornn, despite multiple attempts to make it happen. When those fights just turned around, Ornn staying alive long enough to allow Nation to get there in the early game, there was just nothing the Fiora could do.
Yeah, I kind of wish that Annihilation decided to draft an engaged type of support instead of the Braum, because it might have given them a little bit more to work with. They ended up drafting the Braum, for more of like a peel shield, basically stick on Jinx kind of champion. But in reality, they need something to be in there and try to make the plays for the team to kind of capitalize on some of the plays that Super Square made in the early game with the Ivern. There's nothing just to lock down the Trash Goose or Trash Panda in the spot side, and a lot of those gangs just went, maybe they got a flash for flash, but nothing to give the bot lane an advantage.
Yeah, ultimately this scaling 4-1 comp from SG Annihilation just straight up did not work out. So it's going to be interesting to see how they pivot going into game 2. Personally, I don't want to see this Fiora split pushing comp again. Just didn't work out. It was good to try it, because if it does work out for you, you have a huge kind of mental edge going into the future matches. But it just didn't pan out here today for them.
It definitely didn't pan out. If they want something like this to work, they need to make sure that they're able to get the resources into Fiora fast early on, or it's just going to be kind of like what happened in this game, where it felt like Nation was just controlling the entire jungle on both sides, and it didn't feel like there was enough area for Fiora to move around. Plus, if it comes to the point where your Fiora feels like they need to be in a team fight against that Conduit comp, then something's an issue, because there's no way Fiora should ever be in that kind of team fight. They should just be in the side wave.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. All right. Looking over a few other numbers here. Is there anything that stands out? I did want to touch on that what you're talking about with the Braum. I feel like instead of the Braum, which is a defensive peel support, if they had gone for something a bit more aggressive, maybe they take the Rakan away themselves. Maybe they take some sort of other aggressive support that has ability to make plays for themselves to allow them to be self-sufficient as a group of four and allow the Fjord to be a bit more on herself. Maybe it could have turned out a bit better, but they just have no playmaking ability at all with their four group. Just nothing at all.
Yeah, and that's what I was afraid of in the game or before the game, and I feel like it kind of played into their own demise. I don't think that was the only issue. I think they had a lot more issues with the comp as a whole. They gave up the Jarvan Orianna first two as pretty big power picks that just to give up. They didn't ban it. They decided to go with some of the other jungle bans and Tristana ban. SGA, I want to see them try to, if they decide to take blue side, let's see what they decide. They actually decided to take red side, so they're going to possibly give up one of these picks again, unless they try to handshake one of them, or ban them. So I want to see what kind of changes SGA makes with their draft and what they want to go into the game two, because whatever they did game one, it obviously didn't work. They need to look for a different strategy, a different way of playing game two.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw flashes of brilliance out of these players. Like in that one team fight right after Herald, we saw that these players have the skill, they have the talent to win fights, to play well, to take even at a game state where they're down 3,000 gold and find 3 kills for themselves. But I want to see them put themselves in a team comp where they can just facilitate that better and get themselves into a position where they can go into those same situations. Instead of being down 4,000 gold, maybe they're even, maybe they're up some gold instead.
Yep. And with that, I think we're gonna take a short break. Let's see, maybe like a couple minute break right before draft, because it looks like the teams are getting in. We might be ready within a few minutes, but just to give some kind of breathing for us, we will be back in a couple minutes with game two.
See you then.
You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our madness. For every soul they took away, we are and take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. To the edge of death and back again. You've seen the walls come down.
All right. We are in for the draft for game 2, and it's going to be very exciting to see how things pivot. The Jarvan Orianna was a problem. Orianna, though, right up to bat, has been banned. Talia, Thresh banned from Conduit Phoenix. Maokai is going to be the second ban over for SG Annihilation. It looks like they are hovering it, though. It hasn't been locked in yet. But welcome back to game 2.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think they're debating if they want to ban a Jarvan, but it looks like the Maokai's gonna get banned. If they don't ban a Jarvan for Subatomic, I think Conduit just first picks it. It worked very well in game 1, so I don't see why you change that up.
Yeah, I think you just first pick the Jarvan if it's up. Like you were saying, it's just, I mean, we saw 3 flag and drag flash combos that landed. He was 100%. The Jarvan was 100%, but they say no more of that. Jarvan is going to be knocked off the table. So let's see what Conduit Phoenix is going to be first picking here on blue side this time.
Yep, and the Jinx is gonna be first pick, not taking it away, but you know, I think Subatomic knew what was gonna happen. The fact that they were like, okay, so they're gonna end up taking Jinx or Jarvan. We're kind of in a dead spot. They could have tried to handshake those picks. You know that Conduit would take the Jarvan and Subatomic could take the Jinx, but we saw what happened in game 1. Is it felt like Jinx can't do anything. The Cataclysm was just way too much. It felt like there's no room to run.
Yeah.
If you're ADC without a dash or anything of that nature.
Blitzcrank is going to be locked in. It was really late though, so I'm curious if anything's going to pop in here in chat just to say, hey, wrong pick, but I'm not seeing anything. So it looks like we've got Blitzcrank locked in.
I'm pretty sure. I heard from the grapevine that they are without a coach now.
You know, I did hear something to that effect.
Something about Twitch chat, but yeah, I don't think SG actually has a coach anymore. So these comps might go kind of crazy. They might look for something spicy. The Blitzcrank does make that spiciness factor into some kind of blazing wing from Buffalo Wild Wings, and then the Moo. We do see finally some engage coming out from this subatomic comp, and it's not just the Blitzcrank, it's the Moo as well. So a lot of playmaking ability that we were desperately missing in game 1.
Yeah, SGA, this is your time to show. If you win this game too, you can literally go into all chat afterwards and say, by the way, Coach Diff, we're just built different. So yeah, we do see the nice engage come out this time to Silas though to respond. Silas is a great pick into the Amumu. It's also the Blitzcrank ult is a great ult to steal because of that huge AoE burst, and they're going to third pick the Rakan. So they've got a Jinx Rakan bot lane and the Silas mid that can theoretically flex into the jungle or even top role. And Samira, interestingly enough, being hovered here, but might be the Alawi, which did get banned in game 1.
Yeah, it got banned in the second phase. So instead of, you know, playing, basically getting forced to possibly, oh, well, never mind.
But it is the Samira, so we've got a banger in the bot lane. Samira Blitzcrank into a Jinx Rakan is a really fun and aggressive matchup to see. If this Samira Blitzcrank get ahead, it's just over.
And you know, all that it takes is just 2 hooks. One to blow the flash, another one to grab the Jinx again. And that will be a kill onto the Jinx. Honestly, I like the fact that they picked Blitzcrank. They need something to just turn it around from game 1. I'm not being biased because like 95% of my ranked games were Blitzcrank games. But it does heavily, if you're on and your Blitzcrank can hit their hooks, it feels like another demon to play in the bot lane because you will fall severely behind if Jinx gets hooked 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and your Samira gets a bunch of these kills. It feels like now this ADC is super fed, they could just 1v9 a game.
Yeah, the Samira can absolutely 1v9 this game. You want to be careful about the Rakan because, you know, that quickness can do some stuff, but I want to shout out the Poppy ban, really smart into an Amumu and into a Samira to make sure that they can get into fights whenever they want to. Ornn ban, not too surprising considering how good it was in game 1. It was a rock in the top lane, just unkillable, and then allowed those ornaments to come flying through as well as the later game progressed to really secure extra gold advantages for them. So we'll have to see what they pick here. They're going to have to either pick into this Silas with the mid lane or blind pick a top lane is most likely going to be what's going to happen here. But we'll have to see what they go with.
Here. Yeah, an Ahri pick might be actually decent here. And
there you go.
What it is. So the Ari it does work well into Silas. It does give a lot more follow up that you need with this kind of comp, and
Mhm.
I know Sox plays Ari quite a bit. Very safe laner. And you could kind of play to make sure that you don't just screw yourself over with a Silas flex into another lane and you just get hard countered. But I like the pick here. I think the comp is working very nicely, a little bit better than game one. But the top
Ooh.
Kench, and that's probably gonna go to top lane. Free
Yeah,
Tommy,
I think
or
it
not
is.
Tommy.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, yeah.
We are
Tops.
unloading the Toad into
Yeah.
the top lane. It looks like, unless it's the Silas jungle, which either way, it'd still be top lane. Unless we're really going old school and this is like 2019 and it's Recon mid, but I would not expect that at all.
Nope. It would
Ooh,
be
the
the Syndra.
Syndra pivot. So it's going to be
Yep.
a Silas jungle with the Syndra counter into the Ari. So we will have to see what Warlock, the Warlock of Cooking in a Wok, what can he come up with in this last R5 counter pick into the TK?
So this like mid lane matchup is kind of 50-50, I believe. It's a very big skill matchup. If the Syndra could hit the Scour of the Week. Yeah, it's actually, the win rate is slightly favored to Ari, 50.57%. But it's basically if Syndra could hit the Scour of the Week, or if Ari hits Charm first to get the trade before the other can trade back. But obviously, I think it's much harder to hit Scour of the Week because it's very telegraphed. The charm is a little bit easier to hit. Plus, you could layer a ton of your damage on top of it.
Yep, it's going to be very much a skill matchup. I like that they're throwing down that skill matchup. Meanwhile, what are your thoughts on this Aatrox Tom Kench matchup? I don't know too much about it. I feel like it could go easily either way.
I mean, a good Aatrox can win any matchup, which
True.
it's a very good champion right now. I think it's a lot better than the Fiora pick that they had last game. I think it provides a lot of, it's hard. It's crazy to say this, but it's like it's an Aatrox that's a bruiser, but a bruiser that will never die and can also one-shot your enemy ADC. So it can play very well with the Mumu. It can play very well with the Blitzcrank. It provides another layer of damage for this comp, so it does take away a lot of the pressure off of Samira, a lot of pressure off of Ari, and it just gives this comp a little bit more damage that I think they actually needed to finish off these kills.
Yep, it's going to be really fun to see how this SG Annihilation comp does play out. Like, you're saying the Samira executing people, the Aatrox. If the Aatrox plays well, can body this frog and skewer the frog, and then I know it's not the right type of walk, but I said it and I'm sticking to it. Can fry up the frog in the walk. So excited to see how this one plays out. In the background, we are doing our draft, doing all our bans and stuff like that, getting things loaded up into the Rift. Anything else we want to talk about here? The Silas flex into the jungle is interesting, but we've been seeing it on and off over the years. Yeah, I don't know what else to really cover on here. It's pretty straightforward. Comps on both sides. Both teams are just going to be running straight face first into each other, I think, and just seeing who comes out alive on the other end.
Yep. And I think it's going to be a lot better game than we saw in game one.
Yes.
So I'm excited for this one, but I guess without further ado, we can just go into a break, as we did talk a lot for the game one and into this game two draft. So I would say don't go anywhere. This game is definitely not going to be as one-sided, hopefully, as game one.
All right, we'll see you after the break.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat. It's all you've ever known, a single state of mind. But you won't ever let it go. When you had the answer, when you were there alone, you left the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2 of our quarterfinals here between SG Annihilation and Conduit Phoenix. Game 1 was a banger, a one-sided banger, however. Between games, Twitch chat, banger. We had a coach decide he's over it. So we've got the coachless SGA now picking the Samira, picking the Blitzcrank, picking the Amumu jungle. We'll have to see how this draft strategy pivots, as I'm peeking into this the mini-map, and they've gone for a full invade onto the blue. And we've got one more banger to tell you guys about. Off the cast is Bully, and joining me this time on the cast for the rest of the games tonight, we've got Dory K.
And just like SG's coach, the Bully is heading off on an early vacation. I'm going to join you guys for the rest of the match tonight. Who is ready for some League of Legends? I'm ready for some League of Legends. This is looking like a much more SG-style draft, so I actually am kind of personally a fan of what I'm seeing from these guys, and I'm really happy to see them making these proactive early vision plays to know exactly where Nation is going to be pathing to. Granted, Silas does like to make that standard red side into like 3 camp into gank clear because Silas's clear is so unhealthy. But you just need to know what's happening, right? You don't want anything weird to happen. You want to stabilize the game state and make sure that SG has a smooth transition into making the early plays they're looking for around their highly volatile side lanes.
Don't think I can add anything more to that. That's just a great analysis here from Dory K, hopping straight into the cast and straight into it. But yeah, how you doing, man? As the hook goes just to the right.
Doing great, you know. I really appreciate everybody for being so cool about the little hiccup I had running the production and the color casting today. Somebody's server went down. They didn't think that turning on power over Ethernet was a good idea, so Dory had to go there in person, you know?
Well, Dory's just him. So we need you. We need you here. We need you there. But now you are here where you need to be most. And we've got the king of the tongue up there in the top lane on Dobbs. As a nice little stun comes out. Here comes the Amumu though. The chain is going to be flashed though, and the charm is going to be sidestepped as well. So nice little fancy feat. I guess you can't call it fancy feat though because Syndra hovers. Blitzcrank is posturing for a hook, but it's not going to land.
Yeah, and honestly, this is good play from Eviscerai to get set up in this like area of no return. It's allowing Samira the opportunity to get a full engage if something happens. And honestly, I'm not super familiar with Samira matchups nowadays. I just know Jinx is kind of like the OP as Nation goes for a play here.
Yep, here comes the Amumu is going to flash over. The second Q going to come in. The stun is going to land, but First Blood is going to go over to this Silence. Nation in a lot of trouble. Tries to dash over the wall. Doesn't make it. Walk Warlock picking up a kill there for the Aatrox. The Charm is going to land onto the Frog, and he's going to go down as well. It's a 1-for-2 so far. The chain from the Aatrox is going to pull the Syndra back. That last auto attack is going to land. Syndra is going to drop as well. 2 kills over to this Aatrox. 3.5 minutes into the game, and we've got a 1,000 gold lead.
That is quite the gold lead. SG managing to turn things around from what I hear was a pretty one-sided game one, and honestly, having explosive compositions like this, granted, alright, Conduit has a pretty standard face of the meta kind of comp right now, but seeing the necessity for these soul laners to be explosive and to get a good early game, and as Nation goes for a play.
But it's going to miss. The knockback is actually going to help the Ahri get away, as the Charm is going to make sure that no further engage goes down, but she drops down to around 300 health. So this Silence is doing nice little things to try to get the team back in, but still, it's a great level 3 trade that went super in favor of the side of SGA. So this could be what they need to get back on their feet in the series.
And I'm looking to see how these guys prioritize objectives in the early game, given that their comp has given that SG's composition has so much early power and good skirmishing power in the river. I'm excited to see if they're going to opt for less dragon control in the early game, try to get that early Rift Herald, and then create pressure in the top lane and keep Tahm Kench from creating problems as he gets tanky. The shred options from the side of SG aren't amazing, so if Tahm Kench can get really fat, it might be difficult for them in the mid to late game to actually shred through him. So,
True.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great start for Aatrox. I think Aatrox is in a position to run away with the lane if he can get to his Gore Drinker before Tahm Kench can hit Heartsteel and become problematic and unkillable. But at the same time, we see, Trash Panda, not quite gonna get caught by the hook. But the Blitzcrank being a playmaker like that, playing for pick control, means that SG needs to play with this lane priority, get those skirmishes in the river, and play for the early objectives. Because in a scaling fight, I feel like it's going to be slightly Conduit favored. I'm not sure how you feel.
I tend to agree purely because of the Tahm Kench issue. Aatrox does good in lane against the tank, but as the game progresses, it's just becomes more and more difficult for Aatrox to really cut through a tank because he's more of a bruiser. Ahri is not really a tank shredder. Amumu is not a tank shredder. Samira is not a tank shredder. So Tahm Kench is going to be a problem as the game progresses. But with how far ahead the Aatrox is, if the Aatrox can use this lead that he's got to effectively neutralize the Tahm Kench. As a nice little hook is going to land into the Rakan, but it's a Rakan, so he can just use that little W and jump straight back to his Jinx. The charm is going to be just too short. Syndra doesn't want any love tonight.
Yeah, and we did see Syndra get her flash blown here. Super Square is going to try to get a playoff, like, desperately before this flash comes up. Although, if he's channeling his base, maybe he thinks he doesn't have it.
I guess not. The charm is nice, so we're getting some trading back and forth. We saw a lot of lane trading between Not So Dark and Rendell's Kitten last game, and last game it was just heavily in favor of Not So Dark on that Orianna, but this game, it seems to be, similarly in favor of Not So Dark. He's up, Syndra is up 10 CS, but the Ahri has to kill and assist because of that roam. So, and these charms, are landing pretty well. It's actually a health lead for the Ahri here in this lane.
Yeah, and I feel like given the current state of the game, you've seen a lot of Ahri priority go down from previous patches. I know it's a specialization for Rendell's Kitten, that's socks and thighs, right?
Maybe.
One of these twos is who we know as socks and thighs. I don't remember if somebody in Twitch chat could remind me if that is in fact socks, one of them. If the Ahri is socks, it's definitely a sock special as he goes for the... Okay.
I went for the ult and immediately that knockback from the Syndra. Okay, so Sox is kidding, but here comes Silas. Silas is dashing in. The chains are going to land. Flash ult by the Syndra to make sure that Ahri's health goes to 0. And Rendell's Kitten has their socks knocked off as they're sent to gray screen.
Absolutely, and I was trying to get into that point when I went off on my tangent figuring out who it was. It is a sock special, but part of why Ahri priority has fallen so far down is because she's unable to get the same kind of leads and advantages against what is powerful, the Syndra, the Orianna, even Azir having his insane range. Spirit Rush is good into specifically Azir, but again, as you get that like mage rotation in the mid lane meta, you start to have trouble. Syndra is going to be able to outrange Ahri very heavily. Yes, Ahri can dodge out the E, but it makes it so that Syndra is hard to punish as an Ahri, and you need to have a jungle mid duo, or you have to have a jungle duo with you that creates more advantages.
We've got a bit of a fight here. Aatrox is going to dash in. The chance is going to lane. The ultimate out of the Amumu does stall the death a little bit, blows the flash, but Aatrox is going to flash as well. Actually, that was a stolen ultimate by the Silas, rather. So Silas does pick up that Rift Herald, but does trade his life for it, as the charm from Sox is going to miss just to the side there again.
Yeah, and I appreciate that Super Square is continually going for these plays mid. It's definitely what has made them so successful this season, but Conduit right now is in a situation where they're going to be able to slow the game down, and they need to utilize more of this early game lead. I'd like to see the priority that Sox is getting and use that to impact the side lanes, because Ahri and Amumu as a duo are incredibly potent in these side lanes.
Rakan is having a little fun dancing around there with the Amumu, but the flash from the Blitzcrank into the ult, into the hook, is going to make sure this Samira is on the board. And meanwhile, the Rakan is actually going to pick off a little kill there onto the Amumu, who hung around in that river for just too long. But Samira has that serrated dirk, has the pickaxe, and now has a 10 CS lead and a kill in their pocket.
And I'm excited to see what comes of that, because while the Amumu did trade a kill towards the mid-jungle duo, we saw the bot lane manage to get this 2v2, and Eviscerai utilizing that flash to take advantage of the Jinx's early lack of mobility, or I guess total lack of mobility. And this could be problematic if the Samira is able to snowball fast enough.
Tom Kench has said Aatrox sounds tasty for lunch and has pulled him underneath the tower. Tower plate is going to go over, and Aatrox is down to half health. Silas is there, but meanwhile, Blitzcrank has come in. Is going to look for the hook, and it's going to land. The charm follow-up is going to be good there, as well as one more ult from this Ahri. One last basic attack is going to land and secure the kill. Meanwhile, the Frog is going to shut down Aatrox, so that's 300 gold over to TK up there with the tongue. As Silas is going to help balance that lane.
So many plays happening in so many places on the map, and honestly, this is getting to a point where the gold lead has neutralized, but we want to take a quick glance at where the gold has accumulated. The Aatrox still managed to keep a lead, but the Tom Kench being able to stabilize that at nearly 4,000 gold means that he's most likely going to be sitting on Heartsteel very soon, if that's what he's in fact still going to go, which I believe Giant Spell builds Heartsteel. I don't remember. I think so.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what this Frog is going for, because he's got the boots, he's got the Bramble Vest. There's all sorts of weird things, as the Jinx ult is just too early. Almost a steal there from Trash Panda, off by maybe half a second. So a nice attempt. But yeah, kills all over the place. We do have the Collector there on the Samira, so she is very strong. And Blitzcrank is looking in for a hook, which is going to go wide, but Blitzcrank is here. The quickness, though, is going to get this Rakan out with that flash. So a great play to neutralize this Amumu's roam. Blitzcrank uses the flash in that trade as well. Does have Hex Flash, so he's going to be fine overall, but a nice little counterplay from Trash Goose. Very well played. Goose is as I'm not going to try to pronounce that, but yes, Goose is nutty.
Goose is nutty. Yeah, and I mean, oh, we have some movement, some schmovement.
We do have the Schmoovin. Blitzcrank ult has been stolen. The Samira is going to wind wall it, so I think that's going to be them out as well. Samira does use the flash and cleanse and is going to live. Aatrox is having a good time though, as the Frog is going to eat up this Aatrox to use the dash, and he's under towered. The basic attack is going to land. Aatrox is going to be forced to pop that World Ender and is looking to trade back in, but with only a few hundred stacks of health left, Jinx is going to shoot out the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it does not get the kill. Meanwhile, Herald is dropped though, so regardless of that kill going down, they're going to take first tower bot side. And we've got 1,000 gold lead. More kills
Not
going
so
on, more action though. They are not stopping. Sox went in for the ult, blowing the flash from the Syndrome because Amumu popped out of the bush and said, hello, what's up? I'm not hiding on bush anymore. Looking for another trade, but immediately knocked back. This Amumu does go in there. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to land, and Syndra has dropped on the re-engage. It was a beautiful set of patience to hold off on using that Spirit Rush. You've got those multiple stacks, so in and out action. Great patience out of this mid-jungle duo here for SGA, and they pick up another kill.
Yeah, and I feel like Super Square might have like a personal vendetta against Not So Dark, because the guy is just planting himself there. I don't think Syndra has had flash for more than 2 minutes this entire game at this point. It is getting burned on cooldown.
Yeah, Amumu is setting up not just a camp. Amumu has set up a trailer in those side bushes there in the mid lane. We'll have to see if he upgrades it into a whole civilization, a whole town. Maybe he starts developing his own language and farming practices in those bushes. We'll have to figure out if he can cultivate those grass into wheat. You never know what's going to happen here in this. It's League of Legends. It's an indie game. You could have a bug like that happening realistically. Let's be real.
Yeah, I think the Raptors are just going to get mind controlled into hanging out in the bushes with him. It's going to become the most efficient thing. He's literally Mr. Universe. Rendell's Kitten managing to get the rotation off to the mid lane. It's good to see that first tower rotation.
Blitzcrank comes in with the flash, and it's going to land onto the Jinx, who immediately gets popped off. The Samira is going to pick up a kill as Amumu goes back in, but it's a little bit too aggressive, but a collector little chunk of gold. I heard the little ka-ching, ka-ching sound effect for this Samira, so she gets an extra little burst of gold. She gets the kill. Samira is just 2-0 now, and this Jinx is 0-2. Charm is going to land onto the Cinder, going to force her back. The EQ combo doesn't even land, so, you know, win for Sox down there. But we've got, this is a action-packed game. The hook is going to massively land onto that caster minion.
Absolutely. And since we are seeing Samira going for the standard build, you get the collector early. You will probably see an LDR at some point because it's going to be absolutely necessary this game. And we see the Ahri going for Leandri's Torment, which I think is a good adaptation to Conduit's comp here. And I think Conduit's comp, though, is in a state where, yes, you do have the Jinx and the Syndra going down kills, but they are farming sufficiently. They've hit their first items, and they're going to be able to hit that scaling curve.
Absolutely, as in goes the Spirit Rush again. A little bit impatient, but you've got Leandri, so that might just be enough as Amumu is going to have the ult stolen away. Ahri does get the kill there with the Ignite. Samira is going to be using that Inferno trigger ultimate to get 2 kills for herself. That's a double kill. Silas going in with EQ Smite combo to execute Eviscerate, or I guess Eviscerate on the Blitzcrank. So that's a trade kill back for Silas, who has that Night Harvester. So he's got a lot of damage on his end, and it's a trade kill back. Samira, though, 4-0 now on this hyper-scaling, hyper-aggressive, snowball-y AD carry.
Absolutely. And honestly, this is going to be the make or break time. I want to see what gets done with this gold on Samira, and I want to see plays start happening on other parts of the map. Yes, Dragon is about to come up, but I do think that SG needs to make an effort to start taking down towers so that they can create picks in the other lanes. Their composition is like chaos, the composition right now. If they can make picks before every objective, then they don't have to worry about the superior scaling and teamfight potential of the enemy squad, or the tankiness of Tahm Kench if his team is getting picked out constantly.
You know, I have to agree, and either way though, I do like that they've elected to go for the second dragon here, get the dragon, you know, get the dragon count scaling. You've got Rendell's Kitten there, who's 3-1 as the hook is going to land. The charm follow-up is going to be perfect. The ultimate from Blitzcrank, and here comes the Spirit Rush on this Ari to get yet another kill. That's 4 now for Rendell's Kitten, wearing the socks in this relationship, getting another kill for herself in the bot lane as the Dragon goes down. The Rift Herald, though, is also going to go down for Nation on the Sylas. So, and this time he does for it. So, you know, good on you, Sylas.
Yeah, this is actually fantastic for them. I like the Blitzcrank movement this game. I think that just saying screw it, throwing caution to the wind and going for this kind of Blitzcrank pick is just been doing wonders for them. I think that even though some of the picks are less conventional, I think that's exactly what these guys need, because they're definitely playing more confident around their comfort picks.
Yeah, I like the confidence. And in game 1, SGA just had no proactivity at all in their comp, and it showed. They just couldn't do anything. But here in game 2, with this Amumu constantly looking for plays, this Ari, it feels like using that ultimate on cooldown, Eviscerate throwing out hooks left and right, and has landed quite a few of them. I like this different look here, as Aatrox might be in a bit of trouble. The tongue, it's a big tongue, man, but it doesn't land. But
yeah, and it's only a matter of time as the play comes down in the mid lane.
yeah, the play comes down, and immediately Samira is going to pick up a kill, get 6 stacks, get the ultimate. Rendell's Kitten might be dashing in. Do you go for it? I guess not. But that is a very quick execution. The quickness just wasn't enough, and Samira, I mean, used the flash and cleanse to get rid of that quickness, but picks up another kill. Amumu gets a kill on the board as well. Has completed that demonic embrace, so has a good amount of tankiness and damage here early on into the game. Mid tower does drop, I believe. Oh, they already have taken bot tower, but I believe these are their first towers of the entire series. And
yeah,
the Warlock of Walk is topside as well, actually starting to really do some damage to this Aatrox. I mean, to this Tahm Kench tower, as Tahm Kench has picked up, as you predicted, the Heartsteel.
there we go. And I really appreciate this too. I haven't gotten much time to talk about it yet, but what's great about SG's composition right now in this exact period of time is that they function incredibly well on only one item across the board. Aside from maybe Ari, but even Ari's first item is good against the amount of HP stacking on Conduit's side. So this is their opportunity to take advantage of this stuff, as I don't think we're going to get kill threat up here. I think we're just going to like toy around with the idea of lethal so I can keep talking a little bit. But Super Square's item, super cheap, super easy to play around. Eviscerate doesn't even need an item. Darter Wolf's item is super cheap as he misses a hook there. But this is their opportunity to take advantage of their cheaper and much more impactful one-item power spikes. So that's kind of why I've been trying to pressure them into impacting the map faster. We see the Blitzcrank starting to rotate into this topside river as he starts to restrict vision from entrances coming out of Trash Goose here contesting. If Eviscerate can get control of this river, then they kill anybody that walks into this river. And this is going to be how they snowball and balloon this lead that they've accumulated for themselves. It's gone up to 3,000 gold. I want to see it balloon even more, get up to maybe 5, 6, and that's how they can start to threaten the end before the gold lead stops mattering as much.
Yeah. I like the play I'm seeing out of them, though. They're making sure that they're getting their battle line set, they're pushing their lanes forward. And as this map opens up, like you were saying, that Blitzcrank just becomes more and more powerful. You've got more and more bushes to play around and less safety for these players on the side of Conduit Phoenix to be able to get back to their towers with their health bars intact, as that Samira damage is kind of nasty. Might go down, though. Does dash in, but no. That Jinx got really low, but the smite from the Sylas combined with just that absurd amount of damage that he's got does execute that Samira, who was sitting on 2 items, has the IE completed, but just not enough damage to make an execute and reset. So Samira does go down and give over a nice 650 gold shutdown to Trash Panda's Jinx.
Yeah, and this is the point where Jinx could start to be impactful in the game. Jinx and Samira are both on 2 items, and while Samira's 2 items have a ton of burst damage, Jinx has that safety. And if Samira doesn't play out the fights properly, she could be bursted just like that. Granted, that was a pick, but in a team fight, it's totally possible. So I'm wanting to see SG get onto the map faster or realize that they do not have control of the map right now because they don't have priority in mid or top, and they're not playing for this around this bot prio because Syndra's going to address it. It's going to even out. Blue side getting in first, coming out together, but if blue team can get control of the river here, then it becomes a lot harder for SG to use their lead here.
I like the patience that SGA is playing with here, allowing the Aatrox, but no, here comes the teleport, so they might be looking for a play right here. Amumu has gone in onto Dobbs with the Tom Kench, who is down, getting slowly lower and lower in health. That tankiness is there, but it's not enough as the Blitzcrank hook is going to land, and the Amumu is going to get a kill there onto the Tom Kench as the fight continues forward. The World Ender has been popped by the Aatrox who's looking in. They're going to continue to push forward. It's 5v4. The Syndra, though, is trying to get that poke down as the Charm is going to land by the Ahri, and D dashes in. In goes Darter Wolf on the Syndra, but he might have gone too far, and it's going to drop. 3-man ultimate, though, by the Amumu is going to turn the fight back around. Rampage, double kill for Rendell's Kitten. The hook, another hook lands onto this Jinx, who is going to get shut down, but not before Jinx actually does end up picking up a kill for herself. But what a crazy fight back and forth by these two teams.
And this back and forth is still fantastic. We still have a 3,000 gold lead and control of the river for the side of SG. They've got the death timer on Darter Wolf just a little bit shorter than Trash Panda. Except Trash Goose and Nation are both going to be back up. Super Square going to be a little bit late onto the map, but I don't know as though that's going to be hugely problematic as long as Rendell's Kitten, Socks and Thighs is able to maintain control here and threaten them out of this river entrance. So you see the lane popping in. We're going to see Syndra push the lane and start to rotate into the river, but TP is going to actually split them up here.
And you know what this means, Dory? There's going to be the Charm. I think that's just going to be an execute. No, it's flashed away, but the Spirit Rush is going to take the kill here ultimately. Oh no,
okay,
there it is. There it is. But that might stifle it. But I was going to say, because the objective ultimately didn't go down, and they still might contest for this, we get to see it all again here as Blitzcrank is hovering up. We're going to probably have another little fight here. Knowing how Nation played game one, he's stolen the Amumu ult, which is a very big one, and they are grouped up. So if Jinx and Rakan and this Amumu stolen ultimate from Nation, they might look for it. The ult from the Jinx does come flying out. Ahri is going to stick around to make sure the dragon goes down, but this is a red team stomp, though Darter Wolf is going to get to that S rank, but dies first. So Amumu goes in, landing those chains, and Tom Kench is going to drop. So it's a 2-for-1 trade, but Dragon secured for SGA. Only at the cost of your Samira. As another Charm Hook combo is going to land, and that's going to be Trash Goose down. That's probably... No, I don't think so, because you got the Jinx to clear the waves, but this Jinx is actually doing a lot of damage.
And this is a great opportunity for SG. Granted, people have talked about Chemtech Soul not being the most potent since its release, even after some changes, but specifically for this comp, like, Aatrox and Samira function incredibly well with the Chemtech Soul. And any soul realistically does put a little bit of pressure on you. So putting themselves on Soul Point and ballooning that gold lead to nearly a 5k gold lead now, this is SG's game to take, and I'm expecting to see a closeout in like the next 5-6 minutes, hopefully. Like, it's entirely possible they can make a pick here, but at the same time we're seeing flashes of brilliance from Conduit. They're able to make these return plays, and even though they're on the back foot, they are making good rotations into the river, securing vision carefully without being picked off too often. The issue is the one time they get picked, it spells doom. So I'm looking to see Viserai. I want to keep my eyes on him, and I want to keep my eyes on the duo of Not So Dark and Trash Panda. If either of these guys get hooked or get caught out of position, then it spells doom for them. If Super Square lands a good Curse of the Sad Mummy, it spells doom for them. But if the game can stall out and Jinx can free fire while her team doesn't die too fast, then that's their win condition. And we've seen Jinx show these, like, glimpses of it. We've almost got it, and they're even getting Prio on the Baron here.
Yeah, I think they decided, screw it, we're going to go for a Baron, even though Jinx doesn't even have her flash back up. It'll be up here in a few seconds. We'll have to see what they're going for. They might just be playing to try to get this Aatrox TP, and there it is, and I presume that'll be them heading out as the Charm does land onto Not So Dark. This is going to be a lost fight. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes flying in. The World Ender has been popped. Samira has 2 kills. She's going back in. has popped that ultimate. It's a triple kill. That's the quadra kill. Where is the Silas? Do you get the penta? Does go dashing over the wall. They know where the Silas is now, but they're not going to go for anything further. So either way, a massive quadra kill for this Samira on Darter Wolf himself. They're looking over just to make sure that Silas can't go in and steal anything away and push those waves out. Ari is shoving out a mid lane there as well, but this is going to be a Baron over to Conduit, sorry, not to Conduit, to SG Annihilation. A fantastic turn there on the play.
Yeah, and SG Annihilation saying, Coach, what coach? We don't need one of those. We've got this figured out, guys. We just need to play aggressive, we need to play confident, and we need to make sure that we reach our team's win condition, which they have been doing brilliantly so far this game. We see the Ari picking up the death cap. It's going to be huge. 3 items on the Samira. That Tahm Kench is problematic at a certain point, but I don't think that point has happened yet. And I think that the residual tank shred coming out from the Abyssal Mask plus Leandri's Torment duo with Amumu and Ari is enough to make Tahm Kench not as much of a problem as I thought initially at the beginning of the game. So I do think that they have a little bit more options in the mid game, and because of their lead, they actually will be okay until Jinx hits that 4th item. Right now, Jinx can do damage, but her team is dying so fast, and her positioning options are so few and far between that she's not able to effectively auto. During these team fights, you want to take a look at Jinx, see how often she's autoing, how effectively she can spread damage.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, I mean, your Syndra's 0-7. It all comes down to this Jinx getting some more items. The problem is, SGA is on Soul Point, and that Soul is 1 minute away. They've got Baron pushing in. They've got nearly a 9k gold lead. They're sitting on around 8,500 gold lead, and that's only going to get bigger as they push in more of these towers and get more objectives. It all comes down, like you're saying, to this Jinx. Can this Jinx hyper carry it out? As we look for a bit of a trade, the hook is going to get flashed away by the Syndra. So again, for this dragon, Syndra loses her flash.
Yeah, Syndra not having flash, either of these carries not having access to flash when a fight starts, means that they're the main target for Tahm Kench's consume. Dobbs is going to be doing double duty this every single team fight, trying to reposition his carries, but honestly, that's part of what makes Tahm so strong. He's so strong in lane right now, he scales incredibly well, he is awesome at frontlining, his item builds are really efficient, he doesn't really lose many matchups that are in the meta right now, and he's incredibly useful in team fights. The champ just kind of does a little bit of everything right now, as a dive is about to happen.
Yeah, Ari might be in a bit of trouble here, but Tahm Kench might want to be even more careful. The exhaust is going to land the quickness into the ult, and that's going to be a kill over to the Jinx. So a bit more gold into that champion. However, that's quickness burned. No Rakan ultimate for this dragon as Jinx throws out the ult, but it is way too early. 6,000 health still on the dragon.
And that just means we're going to see an uncontested Hextech Soul. Nasian might try to jump over. He goes for the flash, but it's a little too late. He goes in for it blind, and the Zonia is just going to get burned. Not much to say about that besides him getting himself killed, and this is the point of no return. Dragon Soul is down. That means that is a 6-minute timer that says game can end on Elder. If you cannot end the game with Elder, then I don't know what to say. So SG, you guys have control. This is your game to lose. It's also your game to win. Let's go. Let's see how you do with it. How do we use this lead?
And I like the pivot here. I want to shout this out really quick. The pivot that the Samira has done to pick up a Hex Drinker. You've got that CC and so much like AP and CC coming out of this Syndra is AP. This Rakan is AP with a lot of crowd control. This Silas is AP with crowd control. The Tahm Kench does primarily AP damage with that tongue with crowd control. This Maw of Mob Mortis now completed as well with those Merc Treads is going to be very effective in these team fights to keep that Samira alive a little bit longer, hopefully enough to get her to that Inferno trigger with the ultimate.
Yeah, and with the amount of shred options that they have access to, even Tahm Kench sitting on a Thornmail isn't going to be the most effective way at mitigating this damage because you have access to the Black Cleaver, because you have access to that armor shred, and Thornmail is much more efficient of an item when stacked with additional armor options. So Tahm Kench sitting on a ton of HP, he's having to itemize duel because he's facing an Ari. So honestly, he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Tahm Kench in a bit of a tricky situation, but he does just choose to jump back in. as that all Amumu is just going to get a second chain there. Double kill for the Samira. Has popped the Inferno trigger. Triple kill. That's just game right there. There's nothing I can say. And another quadra kill over to Darter Wolf on the Samira. That happened so fast. Just back and forth. Nothing they could do about that anymore. They're going to use the TP to hold on to that cannon minion a little bit longer, keep it alive, to end the game here. What a turnaround from game one. It's a tale of two different matches here. Complete team wipe here for SG Annihilation as they will bring us to a game three.
And this is a series we've got, Sharpie. This is not
do.
going to be a very simple game, and Bully even said it before he went off the air for the night. This is going to be an exciting match. Although, I don't know, what do you think their options are after seeing that dominant gameplay from SG?
It's hard to tell. I mean, the Amumu was very effective, but I don't know if it's because it's Amumu or it's because Super Square was just on a very proactive jungler this time. Maybe you get rid of the Samira, although it was usually the Blitzcrank facilitating it. Rendell's Kitten, aka Socks, was very nice on the Ahri as well. So it's hard to tell what to do here. I mean, you've been banning the same stuff out every single time. Maybe you do pivot to ban one of these things. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Blitzcrank ban, though. But we'll have to see what they do to choose to do, because it was kind of wins all across the board here for SGA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely the playmaking opportunities that were created by the nature of their draft. I like that they play around having lane priority and they play for these river plays. There was one situation where Super Square got a little caught out by like some miscommunication in the early game with bot lane. Bot lane went for the 2v1 kill on Jinx, and Super Square just kind of died in the river as the result. I think if they clean up little plays like that, that's pretty much the only real criticism I saw from their gameplay. Primarily speaking, they were able to just like acquire leads in all three lanes with the help of Super Square, and through setting up that trailer in the mid lane, as you said.
Yeah, the camp from that early camp from the Samumu was impeccable to see. I loved seeing how he just made sure whenever that Syndra had flash, Amumu was like locked in on it on sight. That flash is going on cooldown, and it paid dividends.
Absolutely. I think if they're going to make any kind of adjustments, Conduit needs to give themselves the ability to skirmish in the early game. They need to give themselves the ability to prevent this pressure from SG, or at the very least, they need to identify when plays are possible and when they're not, when they're under threat and what they could trade for if they're going to continue playing these kinds of standard compositions that require 2-item spikes to become effective.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate and very smart call for pivot for them to make. That they're skirmishing. I mean, you've got the Silas, who has a lot of early burst at level 3 or so, but the Tom Kent just is not going to stand up to the Aatrox, and the amount of CC that this Amumu and Ahri can chain into each other, you just can't beat that. So I would, like you're saying, I would love to see them to be able to skirmish a bit more in the early game. Look to have a bit more dragon control, look to have a bit more herald control, but it's ultimately up to them. We'll have to see if their coach was paying attention and watching this, because they still do have a coach.
Yes, they do. And that could end up being the make or break for them. So, very clearly, SG functions a little bit better without one. Or at the very least, they're able to become more less predictable. We're going to see if they can continue to get away with these kind of things, because the draft itself, like on paper, shouldn't have been that fantastic. But they did reach the composition's win condition, which is very potent if they can do it. But at the same time, these standard drafts from the side of Conduit can be successful if they can control a game and slow a game down. So I'm looking to see much more drawn out games. I'm expecting you and I to be up very late if this series is going to go back and forth. Or SG's just going to get into their mojo and make it 3-1. That's honestly the kind of situation I think we're looking at this point.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes out, but we've got a long night ahead of ourselves. I'm excited for more games because, listen, let's be real. Worlds is basically, as we said before, Worlds is Academy BOL, and this is where the premier gameplay comes from. We've got a lot more coming up ahead of us tonight. With that, I think I'm going to set us to a short little break as we get ready for match 2, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, we are back and we are straight into the draft. We'll have to see if any pivots happen. So far, the Jarvan off the table. Once again, we saw that being a huge problem for Nation on Conduit Phoenix. But on the flip side, still the Talia and Thresh off the table. Orianna looks like it's going to be the third ban as well because Orianna was also a major problem. We'll have to see if they pivot here, and they do end up getting rid of the Blitzcrank. So we'll have to see what Subatomic A do pick up for themselves, aka SGA, aka SG Annihilation. What's going to be their B1 here?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the Syndra priority from Conduit is definitely up there, so they're not really, but they clearly have what they believe to be an answer to it, and I think that the Amumu flex that they're hovering right now is pretty standard for SG. It's a super square special, and I do believe the support plays it as well. But I mean, they're at the point where they know that Amumu offers so much to so many compositions in this elo especially, becomes more effective the lower we go. It's very popular with us down in IBS as well. It's there's not much to say about Amumu aside from we know what Amumu does, and it's very hard to counter in this division, and a lot of the junglers that are powerful are able to abuse it, but it needs to be in the hands of somebody that can do that. So I'm looking to see some jungle adaptations as the Xayah gets locked in, which I do think Featherstorm is effective in dealing with the Amumu,
Agreed.
as long as you don't get hit by the initial bandage toss and the CC layered.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Kind of surprised not to see the Rakan immediately paired with it, because that means SG Annihilation can elect to take away the lovers duo from Xayah Rakan, but it's going to be the Zac picked up, another green boy for the jungle, just to kind of match up against this unloved Amumu.
Yeah, and this seems to be a pretty standard pickup. Now, that does leave to question what is going to be the answer for the bot lane. Do we see a strong duo? Do we see the Rakan getting taken away here, like you said? Kai'Sa Rakan is a strong duo. Xayah Rakan obviously is the duo, but if they don't take Rakan away here, then R3 Rakan into 2 situational composition counters, such as like if they play a Poppy, getting rid of a Poppy, getting rid of like maybe not a Malphite, but yeah. So we're gonna see Rakan. The best option probably at this point, if he plays it, is going to be something like a Rel or I mean, I guess Nautilus is fine here. The matchup is what it is. Rakan is good. Nautilus is able to pick him out of it. But champions like Rel and Renata Glask are both incredibly powerful counter picks, and having access to those red side bans is very good here as well.
Another, like, I like the Rel in this situation. I like the Renata Glass. Another kind of more niche one recently would be the Milio, but it looks like they're going to elect to go for the Nautilus here.
Yeah, actually,
is
I
going
like
to be
Milio too.
the Anchorman bot side to pair with that Xayah. So it's a good combo. They can get some good little, picks with each other where the Nautilus can hook and lock somebody down long enough for the Xayah to get that Q and a couple auto attacks and pull the root collar back through to get a little bit more of an extended trade going for themselves. So it's a decent lane for themselves, but we'll have to see how effective it is as second round of bans are coming through, and that's Alawi right off the table.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good answer. It looks like they're playing this game of chicken now. It looks like the plan is to blind top here from Conduit and then give counter pick to the mid laner, Not So Dark, because it looks like they're getting rid of very strong individual champions that are played from the top side here. So I'm guessing that the Ornn ban answer makes sense. Getting rid of Nico as a response. I guess we're planning on playing something that won't be responded to with an Ahri this time. I mean, I don't think 1v1, the Syndra versus Ahri, was problematic. I think Sox got an advantage from Super Square pitching a tent mid.
Yeah, Super Square was insanely aggressive in that mid lane, so you want to make sure you have a good matchup for yourself to deal with this Amumu, but it looks like they're just going to go for the blind pick Ahri and save counter pick for this top side. Let's see what they come up with, but Ahri's a fine mid lane pick, but they're hovering the Corki here into it, which has been a little bit weaker lately, but I can still see it doing some work. Although the problem is, if you want this to be a poke composition, you've got 4 AP now, and that's a little problematic.
Yeah, Corki going for that is problematic. The AP damage can be amplified a little bit by Super Square's, I forget the name of it, Crying on Them. The Crying on Them functions similarly to Abyssal Mask, and then this Amumu has proven that he's willing to go Abyssal Mask third. So, like, it's possible. I think Kai'Sa is capable of doing an AD style build, but Kai'Sa's Tank Shred build, which is desperately needed against this composition, is going to be either an AP or a Ginsu style build. So yeah, I fully agree. I think we're going triple AP at this point with Set as our primary. This one's okay. I think dunking I think dunking Zac or Nautilus on the enemy team, and I think the displacement to prevent the dive is good here. I don't know
like
how I
it.
feel about blinding it, but
I don't know, but the thing is, like, Set is still just relatively pretty strong in lane, regardless of what you put into it, except for maybe something like a Vayne or a Quinn. But yeah, but who's who's unstable enough to pick that in comp? I really like it though into the Zac, particularly because that Zac wants to jump in and be wreaking havoc, but Set can just say no. So it's a great pick. Renekton is going to be the R5 counter into it. I don't know too much about the Renekton Set matchup, but I feel like it's Renekton favored as long as this Crocodile can dodge that true damage from the Haymaker.
yeah, Renekton, definitely after the change that made the empowered slice, not slice and dice, his W. The change that made his empowered W break shields makes it a little bit harder to function as a set because yes, you can build up your grit and use the Haymaker there to continue to fight.
That's right.
But if that's broken immediately, so Renekton can create this engage, he can slice in, you don't use your power, your rage until you dice with the E, you can go in and you can trade on top of Set and wait for Set to take the damage because you can auto trade with Conqueror with him and match sustain. And Set is forced to use Haymaker throughout the trade. If Renekton's able to hold Slice and Dice or build up the Rage or just use Dominus, then he's able to continually get it that way. And it makes it so Set functionally can't fight during Dominus cooldown. So that's like the main reason Renekton's able to get push priority. He's able to match sustain, and he has a much more capable wave clear that's not cooldown gated as much as Set's Haymaker is.
Very
that
true.
being said, Set does have outplay potential, so I do think like it's definitely like an even matchup, and I think that Zac and Amumu are going to have to be influential on this top lane matchup because it is volatile. It's very volatile.
Absolutely. And then you've got the worry of, the Amumu coming in. Renekton can slice and dice to dodge it. But as the things progresses, Renekton, if this Crocodile does get a bit of a lead, will definitely be very strong in mid-game team fights. But I think I favor later game this set, especially if he goes that tanky build, to just neutralize the Zac and turn it back onto them to say, hey, you got this tank, I'm going to drop it straight back onto your heads and do 1,000,000 damage with it. And then you got the poke from the Corki, the double CC engage from Rakan and Amumu, and then the Kai'Sa over the top, shredding through their damage. But it all comes down to, will these charms continue to land like they did in game 2? And I mean, the matchup this time, it looks like, is flipped. So it's gonna be Ahri this time picked up for can't remember the name now. Who's their mid laner?
Not So Dark.
Blanking on it. Not So Dark. Ahri's gonna be on Not So Dark this time. So we'll have to see how Not So Dark can land these charms, because the charms out of Rendell's Kitten, aka Socks, were fantastic.
Yeah, and Corki is definitely like another one of those Sock specials. At this point, I've just assumed that he's not going to play what's meta. He's just going to play whatever he thinks is cool.
You love to see it.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the bright side for Conduit is that Valkyrie cannot be used quite the same as like Tristana's Rocket Jump to buffer out of a lot of these spells. So Conduit does have more opportunities to lock down the Corki if they want, and Zac is going to be incredibly potent as follow-up engage to a charm. Zac should be channeling his Elastic Slingshot as Chari postures for that charm. But again, it's telegraphed. Ahri steps outside of the wave and like, oh. So I'm looking to see how Not So Dark plays this lane and how he positions in the lane early on in order to create these gank opportunities for Zac that he so desperately needed in the Syndra game last game.
Yeah, it's good to see the Zac, which just has that gank pressure as well. But what I want to talk about here really quickly that I think is just the most exciting. Game 1, we saw the Fiora with the 1-4 split push style gameplay. It didn't work out. It was very one-sided, and it wasn't exactly the most fun thing to watch. Game 2, they threw down. You saw tons of action. It was a banger. And Game 3, guess what? They're all in again. We've got the Zac to dive in, the Nautilus going in, the Ahri wants to go in, Renekton wants to go in, Amumu, Kai'Sa, Rakan, Set, they all want to be scrapping and brawling and throwing punches back and forth. So we've got another team fight comp versus team fight comp, which means we get a lot of action. That means we have a great game ahead of us.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a banger. Normally at lower levels, I get a little concerned seeing Kaisa into some of these beefy comps because she's so low range and she's like played right on the edge. But in this situation, I'm actually kind of cool with it. Like, Amumu and Set create so much space, Rakan offers so much safety, and Corki as a secondary threat from such long range means that no other carry in the game actually can match his range. Xayah is also like a mid-range carry. Ahri has movement opportunities, but her effective damage is still centered around herself when she's using Spirit Rush, and it's not super long range. So Corki being the longest range option in the game means that SG has opportunities to snowball again, and I think after level 6, Corki is able to secure priority, and I'm going to start seeing Socks rotating into the river off of push.
Yeah, a lot to be watching for, a lot of, skill expression and showing that we're going to see. Excited to see how the set pans out for them, as well as the Zac on the flip side. Can they keep up with the pressure from the Amumu that we saw in game 2? A lot to look forward to in this game 2 as we're waiting for spectator to delay. I'm going to call for a quick 2-minute break. 2 to 3 minute break as we get loaded into this next game, get our timer synced up, and we'll be back in a few.
See you soon.
right, everyone. We are now live for Game 3. This is a very important match as we're moving in through this series. Correct. Check me on this. As we see an immediate flash trade from the Corki and Nautilus, some very aggressive looks here, level 1. Check me on this, Dory. To let everyone know, is this a best? Is this just a best of 3?
This is a best of 5, everybody. We are in
Exactly.
playoffs, League of Legends. We're going to be up for a little while if this game goes to a full 5, and I've got Silver Scrapes loaded up on my dock.
As we see a little all chat from a Mumu saying, "Quit camping our mid laner." I love it. But yeah, we're seeing a little bit of vision pop down there from the Xayah as the lovers duo have a little bit of a domestic there in the blue side lower jungle, slapping each other back and forth a little bit. You love to see it, I guess. But yeah, we've got a great series on our hand. It's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. We're tied up 1-1, which means this next match sets match point for whoever is going to have an advantage. Whoever wins this one, the next team needs to win 2 in a row to keep moving forward in the playoffs here. Otherwise, I believe you're done for the season.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. No double elimination here in the Blue Otter League.
Nope.
One and done. If you lose, you're out. And we even had a tragic one on the stream last week. Shout out to our boy GVG #1. The guy is a fantastic player, and that entire team. Oh wait, no. So GVG won. It was I'm trying to think of the top laner that lost on stream last week, but he tried so hard to carry his team. I'll have to get reminded by somebody in chat, but it was an awesome match last week. Even though it was 3-0, it was like the closest 3-0 I've ever seen in BOL. But as we have this game of League of Legends, we've got Super Square doing his standard path yet again, going for full blue to bot side clear, hoping to get a bounce off of the Kai'Sa Rakan lane, which it looks like Trash Panda and Trash Goose have actually put the lane in a place that makes it very difficult for a Mumu. So maybe Not So Dark can be in trouble here as long as Sox doesn't take too much damage.
Now the problem is, that Ahri just has a big advantage from level 1 because, that flash was blown by the Corki there right at the beginning, around 30 seconds into the match, as a nice little combo there from this set does for the most part land. The W is a little bit wide. Are there any set connoisseurs who can tell me what that W is called? Is that one the Haymaker or is that the ultimate?
The W is Haymaker.
The ultimate. Okay, the ultimate is Showstopper. That's right.
That is
nice little damage. Corki, it looks like the regank, the charm does go wide though. Is it going to be enough? The auto attack does come out. First blood over to Nations Zachary. Being able to follow up on that blown flash to get a kill. The Corki is going to respawn though in time to catch that wave with the teleport, so not much XP going down, but a little bit of trading going on to the bot side as well as Trash Panda throws down some auto attacks there onto Viscerai's Rakan, and a little charm is going to land there as well. So Not So Dark is looking pretty good spot here on this Ahri early on.
Yeah, and
the hook is going to land. The W forward from the Rakan is going to flash out Ignite. It has been popped, but these basic attacks are going out. Rakan down to 100 health. Amumu is going to throw the Q in. The stun from the Nautilus is going to slow down the Amumu a little bit. The feathers, whatever you call that, pull through is going to be able to secure a kill because of the damage onto the Amumu. Trading back, and now Nautilus, there's 2 low health members. Can you get a thump onto Darterwolf? You're so close, man. Reach around there. Can you grab it? 100 health left. She uses the E to get forward. That heal up from the Rakan is going to keep him alive, and that's a trade kill back to Darterwolf. So Darterwolf is going to pick up a second kill for this Kai'Sa.
And that was such a well-played gank from the side of SG. Granted, it is a little unfortunate that Xayah got the return kill, and he's actually not even going to miss out on too much CS, but the amount of gold that gets dropped onto Kai'Sa just from this alone makes the gold advantage nearly, saying double this early.
Zachary's looking. And he's jumping in. The stun from the Renekton is going to land. The double Q pulling the set back. Set as that Haymaker is going to throw out a bit of damage, but that shield is ticking down. And as we pan away, Renekton is going to use probably that Q to pick up the kill. And that is a kill onto the Crocodile.
We're over here getting trolled by spectator, or by directed cam, but we know what's going on. Cool guys
Hey,
don't look
look
at
at the
explosions, and
Renekton.
Super Square doesn't.
Goodbye, Renekton. Let's see if this Amumu can finish the kill. Well, does use the chains onto a minion, but it doesn't matter. Those tears are enough to make a grown man cry, and they're enough to make a grown croc die. Back to the gray screen.
Now, the gold lead from bot side as a result of this means that getting boot 2 already out of the way for Darterwolf means that between having boot 2 and cleanse, he's pretty much immune to anything Nautilus can do for like before 6 right now.
Absolutely.
This is
And
a
those
pretty
hooks,
good situation.
those hooks are going to be harder to land too. You know,
Oh,
those
yeah,
hooks are just going to be
100%.
harder to land with the boots.
Yeah, it's 100% more difficult at this point for him to play the game. And then the Renekton lane was starting to look a little rough from a CS perspective, just because Walk Warlock is controlling the wave pretty well, as Dobbs does manage to actually get one of those. But I'd like to see him abuse the advantage a little bit better, but it looks like Walk might understand the matchup slightly better. But it doesn't really matter if Nasian is just like ganking like a madman so far. I think Nasian's impact on the game has been awesome so far.
Yeah, Nasian and Trash Goose have both had great impact. If we see another little fight in the bot lane, here comes Nation though, jumping in, it's going to land onto the Amumu, but the double Q is going to pull the Amumu and Rakan together. Both low health bars on everybody, but Trash Panda has been isolated. Let's see if they can get the kill. There's 3 stacks of plasma, 4. There's the 5th one, down to about 50 health left, throwing those Qs back and forth. Now Amumu's, sorry, not Amumu, the Nautilus is going to get really low and it's going to drop, and the Zac is going to get out of dodge just in time to avoid that Corki. So a nice little kill. A 3rd one now for Darterwolf's Kaisa.
And this is worst case scenario. If you are Nation and Trash Goose, Kaisa being so elusive and being able to get to her items early is going to be incredibly annoying. That being said, we still aren't like 100% certain what build she's going because the double longsword. Oh, there's the Noon Quiver. So I'm excited to see which Noon Quiver item this Kaisa opts for. There's a lot of dispute, I guess, in the Kaisa main community about what build to go and when you go what build. I think at this point, if you go for the Noon Quiver, you're probably gonna want to go for the Kraken.
I would expect Kraken. You've got the Renekton, the Zac, and the Nautilus, so Kraken's going to be really good here. But yeah, there's a lot of item disparity and item different build paths you can have for the Xayah. I'm just glad that we're not approaching the forbidden Katarina build potential stuff where it's just you can throw whatever you want on that champion, and it is. And same with Ezreal. You know, you get your 2 items or whatever, 2-3 items. Anything you build after that, it does not matter.
Yeah,
You can just do whatever you want.
We're not so far detached from a meta where Ezreal would just go like Essence Reaver and Muramana and then figure out the mythic from there. Like he doesn't even know until 3rd item.
We see some trades going back and forth. The ult is going to be popped there from Not So Dark as Corki goes down to 200 health and has to reset. Meanwhile, Set could be in a little bit of trouble here again. Amumu is here to respawn, but Renekton has popped that ultimate. Zac going to pick up a first one. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is good, but Zac is gooder. Is going to use that less bounce paired with the dominance from Renekton to pick up a double kill for this green globby guy. And the top side.
And this could be problematic for this first dragon that still hasn't been taken. Dragon priority has gone down quite a lot in the most recent meta, to the point that we're looking at 10 minutes and nobody's even taken I'm dumb. Taken a glance at this dragon. Honestly, it's pretty common, and when you're not seeing like a very powerful solo dragon, at least in the early game, then the early game comp doesn't really prioritize it, and the comp that's not winning is like afraid of touching dragon because dragons are beefy and not really worth it. So you're looking at like a hard scaling solo dragon like Infernal, and nobody wants to touch it. People are ganking bot, like this gank that's coming
There's
off
the
on
quickness. Quickness does land onto Trash Goose with the Nautilus. They're pushing to go forward. The Ignite does come out from the Rakan rather, and that is a rampage for this Kaisa. Big problems going on bot side. 4 kills on this girl from the Void.
Yeah, and
as
finally
they're still
somebody is strong
punching.
enough to justify it, because you have this trade coming down top, and I don't know. Surely this doesn't actually turn into a kill, right? Oh my god.
We'll have to
it
see
is.
as Ari is roaming up and Zach is here. Set doesn't know. So Set's actually going to run forward. We'll have to see. The ult is going to come out. The Renekton is going to get showstoppered, but here comes the Corki flying up with the package. Kill does go over to the Ari, though, popping that Spirit Rush, uses all of the stacks on it, though, and Corki gonna flash away from the slice and dice, get away with the life, and be able to pick up that lost wave. But it's a kill over to the Ari, so the roam there from this Vestayan Fox does work out.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many Vestayan champions in this game. Oh my god.
You know, there are.
Set, Ari, both the lovers duo. It's crazy.
We've got 4 Vestayans in this game.
We got 3 bird people and a fox. But Super Square has chosen bot lane to be the lane that he puts the metaphorical camp intent down on this game. As he comes in for
And
yet
the
another game.
Amumu's looping around. The knockup is going to land. The Q into Curse of the Sad Mummy is good onto the Xayah. Could not figure out how to press that Featherstorm R key and does get sent to Grey Scream. So that is a successful gank for this Amumu.
Yep, and unfortunately, it does look like Trash Panda will be saving all of those high impact cooldowns for the next gank or the next game. But, you know, we're in a situation where they don't really get anything out of it, but they do deny some farm. So this is turning into a much more dire situation for bot lane than you would typically want.
Nautilus is holding the wave, though, so that's good to see.
Oh, that's good. And at the same
So
time,
the Xayah is going to be okay.
at the same time, like, a lot of the gold advantages being created as we slide on over to this view, a lot of the gold advantages being created for the side of okay.
Little flash there out of Trash Goose. Stay alive.
Yeah,
Nautilus is going to be just fine. Hops into the water where, you know, it's Nautilus. That's where he likes to be. He says, I'm from the deep sea. I'm hopping in the river. This is my space.
Yeah.
So
The major gold advantages being generated for the side of Conduit are this top side, and one of them is this Zac. Granted, Super Square is keeping up as the fight goes down. Warlock gonna get the showstopper, but not really gonna get anything out of it. We're just gonna have this trade of HP back and forth.
yep.
The gold advantage is very heavily in Renekton's favor. It's very somewhat in Zac's favor. Super Square is staying even due to this CS differential, and Not So Dark has been impacting the map pretty heavily and is keeping even despite being slightly down in CS on Rendell's Kitten. But both these side lanes having massive impact, I'm curious to see which can be much more which can pose a bigger threat to Third Dragon. Basically, I'm looking at Third Dragon as being this pivot point, and I want to see what happens after the first tower goes down.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these play out because, you know, especially as Corki as level 10 is very close to level 11, those that missile barrage, those rockets continuing to fire out as that cooldown gets lower and that damage gets higher. Around those dragons, if you don't rush it down, the poke from the Kaisa W, the poke from those rockets out of Corki are just going to slowly shred you apart. So you have to be very intentional about how you're playing around these objectives if you're Conduit Phoenix, as we see a little bit of a death brush there from that Kaisa Rakan bot side, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and Darterwolf having the opportunity to look absolutely massive this game, he must be on a bed of confidence right now after getting 2 quadra kills last game.
Ooh. I still jump in, but the charm is going to go just west, I'm going to call that. Here goes Rakan, has jumped in, has not elected to use the quickness yet for some reason. Still there, eventually it's going to pop, it looks like, or maybe just because the cooldown was funky. But the Featherstorm is finally going to go out. The Ignite used for Rakan, the Flash and Cleanse for the Kaisa because the Nautilus ultimate ran down, and only Cleanse for this Kaisa was popped. So I think overall it's a favorable trade for Conduit Phoenix when it comes to summoner spells, although they do get pushed off the wave.
Yeah, they
will
are.
get the
Oh,
kitchen.
okay. They're going to be given the wave. It looks like they're going to go for a handshake of a reset here. So
That dragon has spawned, so they're probably just respawning. SG Annihilation does have the tempo on it a little bit, simply because of the rotation. And Corky, I believe, is sitting around to grab that package. Looks like, yep, has just picked up the package and is teleporting mid lane. So I'd expect this dragon to go over to SG Annihilation unless something goes funky.
yeah, and even if they opt in for a fight, which realistically Conduit shouldn't. That flash. Okay, he was looking for a showstopper into his own tower, it looks like.
Oh, but that's going to be a nice burn of the Valkyrie. So well played by Nation. So that's a little bit of power gone, and maybe that's contestable again. Because, you know, with that Corky ultimate, I mean, that Corky Valkyrie, it's too late. Amumu's already taken it, so never mind.
Yeah.
Dragon gone.
They were just a little too slow getting on display. They probably were trying to make a decision around the fact that Dobbs didn't have TP, but Warlock does. And as a pause goes down. We're going to go ahead and switch over to us. So, honestly, we're at this state of the game where SG is continually getting rotated onto these objectives first, and I think that Conduit might be having a little bit of a lapse of communication on whether or not they want to pull the trigger on these map plays. Because, again, the lead has been associated to Dobbs, and as we get on pause, we're going to get loaded back in soon. There's just a little bug we want to avoid while the two of us get synced up on our timers here. Go ahead. And go back. It looks good, so let's head back. Looks good. 4-4. Cool. As soon as I switch back to us, it does the pause bug.
Oh, yeah, we've got the pause bug. Bless.
Yep. It should come undone, and I'll...
There we go.
There we go. I'll sync up with Sharpie when... It actually sounds like the two of us got it perfectly aligned, so we'll probably be fine, guys. But I'm
gonna give you a brief little, because this Amumu is not gonna land it. So here's how we do it on production. We pause the game and we count down to start, and I'll say my timer. I'm at 06, 07, 08. Are we good?
Perfect. It's exactly.
And then we count ourselves into the stream at the beginning. So we usually will pause the game at around 5 seconds to make sure everybody's timers are synced up, make sure we don't have any loading in bugs and stuff like that, to make sure our cast is perfectly set up as the Zachary is saying hello to Set, but gonna drop that Eye of the Herald, but I think that's just gonna be Set getting out of there, especially with the Amumu rotating up.
For sure. Oh, actually, he might have been overextending. Oh, never mind. The bandage toss missed, but it does look like the tower is going to go down, so Nasion's going to be forced to use his ultimate to get out of there.
Yeah, the Let's Bounce is going to keep the Zachary just fine, making sure there's no further follow-up. The Set didn't have the ult, but here they come jumping back in.
Super square! Object permanence, buddy! He's still there!
Here comes Rakan is going to completely miss the W jump in, so that means this fight is literally just done. Unless Dobbs decides to overextend under the tower. But yeah, there was no reason to stick around there, Set. I mean, the play's over. Just sit back, collect your wave under the tower, and count your losses. You lost the tower. They spent their Herald for it, so it's fine. The Herald was gone. Just take a chill pill, man. But no. They elect to hop back in. Zach comes in, shuts down the Set for the 4th time, and bot lane tower has gone down as well. So it's a 2-tower lead over to Conduit Phoenix, who are starting to take a bit of a nice little 2k gold lead despite being down 2 dragons. So it's nice play from the Zach.
Yeah, and as we've seen, 2 pretty one-sided affairs from each team now, we're seeing a much more even game here. Yes, the gold lead on paper is a 2,000 flat gold lead for the side of Conduit. They did get first tower there, but you want to keep a scope on where these gold leads are being accumulated, because if this Kaisa is given the opportunity to fight into Conduit's team, then she has the opportunity to create something. She, again, has a very cheap first item. Rendell's Kitten has a cheap first item, and it looks like he's opting in for the Ludens. So if Trash Panda can't distribute damage effectively, being down a BF sword at this point, then it might
Yeah.
be an opportunity for Kaisa to hard carry these fights. That being said,
Agree.
we're at a point where a 2,000 gold lead, from an item perspective, has not quite become massive, aside from this Zac. Look at the Zac's
Ooh,
items. This
what
is
a
broken
nice
down.
jump there to cancel the Valkyrie from the Corki. Corki is going to get caught. I thought I heard a ghost summoner, but maybe that was just like the Ari ult on that skin. But yeah, Ari is going to pick up a kill for herself. That's a second kill. Corki gone down yet again for the second time this game. A nice gank from Nation.
Yeah, and we're in a world where Ari is like the most contested mid laner and definitely showing up the most in this series so far. Ari has been insanely impactful, and obviously Orianna's not going to be allowed again after game 1. But
No,
so
definitely not.
So I think this Ari priority has been working out for both teams incredibly well. And Not So Dark and Rendell's Kitten are both proving very proficient at creating plays for their jungler, because we can't understate how helpful Nation and Super Square have been at making these plays. Both junglers performing admirably.
Oh, there's a pick onto Eviscerate. Eviscerate is going to be completely... Oh, it's going to be able to flash out and actually stay alive. As here comes a massive four-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Featherstorm is popped. Zac, though, is going to get a kill onto the Rakan, who's super low. Ari going to be dashing in with that Spirit Rush to get a kill. Nation has gone a little bit too far, and the Zac is down to about 500 health. Darterwolf is chasing down with that last auto attack. Isn't going to quite land it, but here comes Corki with the teleport, and Valkyrie is going to be able to slide through. Zac has been forced into the passive, and Renekton is going to go down. Zac be able to stay back alive. Zac might be looking for it and jumps back in. Just going to make Darterwolf and is shut down. Another 700 gold shut down over to this Kaisa, and that is a 2-for-2 trade, but it felt like way more than that.
Yeah, that was such an explosive team fight, and honestly, Darterwolf is playing out these fights exactly how you would hope. Starting off with such a huge pick onto Eviscerai, you would think that the fight was already over, but the damage was done. He was able to get the quickness out to do a little bit of crowd control initially, and then the package Valkyrie from Rendell's Kitten created so much space that Darterwolf was able to systematically pick them off.
Rendell's Kitten forced to flash there because nice little blade collar, I think it's called. Which
Yeah,
is that
blade collar,
pullback from the blade collar there from the Xayah does lock him down. So that's flash down for Corki right as this dragon has respawned. So flash down, Corki has to reset. No teleport, no empowered Valkyrie. We'll have to see. I think this might be dragging over to Conduit. They've got the gold lead, and they're going to stop, hopefully it looks like, that gold stacking, that dragon stacking, as the Amumu ult is, the Nautilus ult is going to go down to try to force Super Square off, but Super Square is going to be back in range. Can he get in there? No, he will not. A nice little Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to land as the quickness. There's just so much going on back and forth. The big dive in from Nation on the Zac, but it's going to go down. The hook is going to land and pull the set in so that Haymaker will land and execute the Nautilus. Featherstorm is going to go out, double kill for the Kaisa, and they're still pushing forward. It's only Renekton left. Renekton, though, is going to be able to walk out and lick up his wounds, but a great fight back. Double kill for the Ari, but also another 2 kills for Darterwolf. 7-0-3 on this Kaisa now.
And I love team fight fiestas. Sharpie, this is a fantastic game so far. Over a kill a minute. These guys are just... the constant fist fighting is so much fun to watch as a caster. Hard for you as the play-by-play, I know, but...
Yeah, they're engaging back and forth onto each other like they don't know what's going on, and making me a little confused, honestly, when you see... You've got a Mumu diving in. You have so many team fight impactful ultimates with that Curse of the Sad Mummy. You know, you've got that Showstopper. You've got the quickness. You've got, Zac jumping in, the Dominus. You've got the Featherstorm. Ari dashing all over the place with Spirit Rush. There's so many things to keep track of, and they're all so team fight impactful. It's really hard to keep track of it, but I love how aggressively they're using them, and it is a joy to watch. And sometimes it's hard to not just sit back and appreciate that this is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from BOL Gold.
Absolutely, and there is nowhere else to watch it but here at the Blue Water League. Make sure to follow us and sub. Yeah, I'm gonna chill in the middle of the game. I'm gonna
There
do
you
it.
go.
Make sure to follow the channel if you want to watch. We have streams almost every day of the week at this point. We got IBS tomorrow. We got Diamond on the weekends, and we got Masters. Masters is over. Masters is over as of last week. But you know what? We got so much League of Legends for everybody, for every elo, and it's super fun to watch as these guys get into it. We got 2 items for the Zac, really powerful 2 items, and Amumu being able to stabilize just a little bit is able to get on his second major item. So
Yep, Amumu is up to 2 items now. Yep.
yeah, he's in a
Sorry,
good,
go ahead.
Yeah, he's in a good position. Because of the way that Rendell's getting his building, going for the Tiamat, it's going to make it so that we have another fight going top lane.
Nice little back and forth, but
skirmish. Okay, cool. I can keep going.
yeah, I mean,
okay.
you've got the Gore Drinker on Renekton, you've got the Bork on this set, so no one's really gonna die up there. Let's be real.
Yeah, so at this point, the gold lead, again, just like every time it looks like one team is going to start to break away, something happens. The dragon goes down for the side of Conduit, and then Super Square initiates this play that snowballs into a win for SG. So at this point, we're looking at a 2-tower advantage for the side of Conduit. They need to utilize that tower advantage, and I'm more interested in seeing what Trash Goose can do to start choking out Vision. Nation is already well under his way doing it as the Flash
Flash?
goes out.
Oh, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy is finally Featherstorm by Trash Panda brilliantly. Super Square has to go back in, but the Featherstorm, or the Blade Caller is huge. The pullback, though, is so big. Valkyrie out of the Corki with that teleport. Kaisa is legendary. Nation has to jump out of there. Corki is going to be able to send Zac into the passive. Set is here as well with the Renekton. I think that passive is not going to keep Nation alive. No, it will not. Nation sent to Gray Screen as well. That's a 5-for-3 lead. Baron is up, but they're pushing forward for this tower. But here comes Ari with that Spirit Rush. Randall's kitten is so low. Is the Leoni's going to be enough? It is, as the massive dominance is popped. Set is going to pull Warlock back out of the fight. Not So Dark is getting really low. Is shut down. As Renekton is going to trade another one back onto the Amumu. Eviscerate is so low. Corki going to get... has already been shut down, rather. That is the set that dropped. So it is an insanely well-played fight to keep themselves alive. It was a 3v5 fight right there, and they pull out getting 3 kills.
Yeah, it's still even. It's still 15-15. It is a tower advantage for the side of Conduit, though. They're able to create these tower plays, or they're able to create objective takes off of these plays. Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds, and they're going to be able to get back onto the map. However, I don't know how I feel about the tower take because of the fact that Trash Panda has to get out. So they're going to be a little bit late, but the bright side is that SG also isn't able to get on the map quickly, so he still has time to complete this back and get here. That being said,
And you've got the Hex Gates. You've got the Hex Gates as well, so the rotations aren't that long. As we see, Warlock has teleported into the bot side. Might be looking for... We just had a fight, and I think we might be looking for another one. Ari has teleported into the bot tower as well. Here comes the push. Amumu has stepped up onto the objective, whereas the side of Conduit Phoenix, they're kind of posturing around looking for it as well. The blue ward is going to pop into that bush to see if they can spot him out, but they immediately clear that out. Nautilus has used the Hex Gate to get behind them, so that's going to push... SG Annihilation, whereas Set has also looped behind and is looking for a flank ankle. Dragon has reset, so for now, there's a bit of a lull in the action, but this could blow up any moment.
this is such a tense situation, Sharpie. I don't know what to expect here, but the posturing from these guys, the vision denial coming out of Conduit.
They see Nautilus. Dragon is going to get super low. Let's see how they go for it. The Charm's going to land. And Xayah is going to secure the Dragon. The Dominus is going to be sent in. Trash Goose is wreaking havoc, but the Set lands a massive play, and it's going to get shredding through their health bars before Set does go down, and here comes the damage follow-up. Kaisa is legendary, picks up a double kill. Xayah does get one traded back for herself, but here comes the Rakan is going to jump in. That's going to be Dobbs drop down to the Corki. Just one left here for the Xayah, but I believe that's going to be a triple kill for this Kaisa, and Ace And that is, despite the Dragon going down, a massive team fight win. And I got to give that all to that set, jumping in with that showstopper and the haymaker slicing through, I believe it was 3 of the carries of Conduit Phoenix to set up Kaisa to clean up that fight brilliantly.
And now we finally have, nope, never mind. We don't have separation. We have a 1-team fight, and now the gold is finally going to get taken off the map. SG has so much standing gold in the form of towers that they can start to take with this lead. They're going to start being able to shred as Kaisa hits 4 items before Trash Panda is able to even hit 3. At this point, Kaisa has all of the tools in her toolkit that she needs to absolutely run away with this game. Even though Rendel's Kitten isn't necessarily at that item breakpoint, Ari hasn't either. Ari is still trying to get the death cap. Nasian is going to get a little bit out-damaged by the Kaisa's build, even though she opted in for the AD build because of the aforementioned heavy AP. She's still going to be able to shred. She's got Lord Dominic's regard. She still has access to her passive. It does scale with AP, but I mean, it's still going to do something. And the Renekton is at a point where playing against multiple ranged options that are hard for him to stick to, he's becoming less and less effective without creating proper flanks, but SG is just preventing those flanks from happening.
Yeah, and that Corki has hit level 16, so those rockets are really starting to hurt pretty hard, and they're coming back up again and again and again, being able, that recharge just being lower and lower, and the cooldown between each rocket just being so incredibly quick now with that full maxed out ultimate. It's just hard for this team to do anything, and yeah, the Zac had a big lead early on, but it just didn't translate over to gold onto this Ahri and to this Xayah. Didn't translate enough. Like, yeah, sure, Xayah just completed her 3rd item, but like you were saying, this Kaisa's up to 4. Corki just finished the Ravenous Hydra, has that Luden's Tempest finished there as well. So this Corki is going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights. This Kaisa rather has that 4 items, has 80% crit, has a stopwatch on inventory too. I don't see her going down. Got stopwatch, got cleanse, flashes up in a few seconds. She's going to be all over the place in this upcoming fight, which I expect to be around this Baron in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, and as all of these cooldowns come down, we see SG getting finally first onto an objective. This is going to be advantageous for them. They were losing a little bit of that momentum on the dragon stacking, but now they have control of the river for this Baron. Dobbs is going to get a little bit babysat as he tries to help control the vision in the river as he gets top priority, but keep your eyes on what mid lane's doing here with Trash Panda, and keep your eyes on the opposite side of the map as Ahri and Corki both have teleport, and they're going to be posturing for control of this wave.
Yeah, there's teleports are up all across the board, so I expect to try to see players looking for some macro, looking for some side lane plays, looking to see if you can force onto Baron somewhat to get a teleport off, to get a TP advantage for your team. We'll have to see how these teams play it out, as it looks like for now, Ahri's just kind of camping out in that bush to see if you can get a pick. You do get the charms. That's a nice little chunk of damage. You might actually be able to get the execute here, as that's a lot of damage out of that Corki, but it's just not quite enough. Shutdown, gold, solo kill to Not So Dark. That was a nice, patient play there in that bush.
And as I was talking about it, they've managed to slow the game down just enough from the side of Conduit to get Not So Dark onto that death cap spike. This is a huge item spike for them, and it gives them control of this Baron again. And just as we see SG win a fight and get what we thought was solid control of this game, Conduit just makes another solid play on the opposite side of the map of Kaisa and levels it out.
But here comes the set ultimate. The Rakan's gonna be jumping in. The Featherstorm has been popped, and now Xayah has to sit back by herself. The Darter Wolf does come flying into the backline, but gets stunned up. Xayah is down, but so is this Kaisa. It's a very close fight here. Corki is up in about 8 seconds to teleport into the fight. Here comes Walk Warlock on that set, who did get the kill there onto the Xayah, who did not have Featherstorm because she had to use it so early. So ultimately, it's a 1-for-1 trade as both 80 carries go down. And guess what? Hex Soul is up. So players are going to be teleporting in, and we might have another fight here, although it looks like Super Square just has the tempo, and they're going to be getting onto it unless Zachary is just that guy. But I don't think he will be.
I don't think Zach is him. So it is a favorable play for SG there. It is 1-for-1. The only downside I can really see is who did the shutdown go to for Kaisa? That was a 1,000 gold shutdown.
Let me find out here. Kaisa shutdown went to Renekton.
All right, so Renekton gonna be able to get that side lane presence again. That being said, Walk Warlock is playing this set incredibly well in these fights, despite having a rough early game. Like, the same lead that applies to Kaisa is applying to Renekton. He's at 4 items. One of those items is a Guardian Angel, and he's going to be incredibly hard to take down in the side lane as he already gets positioned on the opposite side of the map in order to do that. So the Renekton made that play happen and got on top of the Kaisa and made it so Kaisa was forced to use all of her cooldown. She didn't even... Wait, she still has Flash and Cleanse. And Stopwatch.
Yeah, I mean, what it was ultimately, it was just the Kaisa running him down, as the Baron is going to get actually secured by this Amumu and Set. Again, that's twice now that Set has ran down the Xayah, so that's quite a play there. I'm a little distracted right now. I randomly got a bloody nose. It's been a dry air day, and I think just from all this aggressive breathing in and out as all this excitement's going down, my nose said I can't handle all this pressure and decided to say we're bleeding out, guys. So
you want to deal with
I was
that?
a little distracted there for
that
fight. I'm good. I think I have tissues right here, so I can just stuff something up in there to keep going, because I don't want to miss this peak League of Legends action here that we've got going. But I'll probably be turning off my camera. Well, I don't think y'all want to see the TP in the nose.
Sharpie is the hero that we need, but not the hero we deserve, as Eviscerai is going to get credit for the last hit onto Trash Goose. And Trash Panda coming back up, I'm looking to see him have some more of the play that was making them incredibly efficient in Game 1. I think Trash Panda is capable of it, but I do think that this team needs to get a little bit more gold onto this bot side and try to slow down this Baron push here, as they're not able to accomplish too much of anything with it. Honestly, there's going to come a point where Xayah can do stuff. Yeah, Corki's going to get that top tower. Probably.
Yeah, Corki is going to get that gold. Zac is looking for an engage, though. Amumu does jump in, but here comes Zachary. He's going to land. The stun does land onto Darterwolf. Is forced to use that stopwatch, which is actually a Zonius at this point. Dobbs is going in there. Can you get onto this Kaisa? No, you can't. The Nation is also not quite enough, but here comes Xayah on that. Uses the feathers to try to get some damage on, but the haymaker from the Set is massive, but it's not massive enough. Shut down. Also, Renekton going to be able to hop back in and shut down the Kaisa as well. That's another 700 gold shutdown going over to this Renekton, and 150 gold shutdown going to the Xayah. That's 4 down. They might have actually won the game there, unless this unless the Corki has enough wave clear, which, to be fair, it's a Corki, so he might. But we'll have to see.
This is such a back and forth game. Sharpie, my God, is it close? But finally, a little bit of space
close
gets
on that hook
as the mid tower goes down, and my client's doing something silly. No, it's not. We're good. We're good. We're good. Client's fine. No technical difficulties in this dojo. As I was saying, yes, they managed to make this play, but now Conduit is on a 1-minute timer. SG is able to get priority back. They might even be able to give this dragon because they're not giving up soul, but at this point they're on soul point, so they're forced to go over there and deal with it. You've got Baron not up for another 3 minutes. So again, this could be another explosive team fight that at this point could go either way. Kaisa's got Killer Instinct and Cleanse still available. She does not have Stopwatch, but that Zonia's will be back soon. The Zonia's completed, and that's going to be triple balls for Kaisa.
Yeah, Zhonya is completed, so she's got all the attack speed, the damage, and the AP she needs. Because, well, does she? Because the Zhonya's only gives 80 AP.
Actually. Yep,
unless it's in runes or something, but I don't think she's got enough.
That's right. I am used to going. I like to go Ginsu's.
Technically, you could get that blue pot though.
Yeah, I guess blue pot would give it, but she went for red pot. It looks like.
Little charm is gonna land there onto Walk Warlock and bring him down to 1,000 health. That Leandres is really doing a lot of damage to that tankiness of the Set that's starting to come in now. Although I guess it is more of a bruiser Set, but
And as we
They're-
get into a poke war, Rendell's Kitten actually is going to have the advantage in a poke war here. They don't have any natural passive sustain on the side of Conduit, so whatever happens to them is forced to stick at this point as they get shoved out of the river, actually, completely.
The set is going to pull the Renekton back over. The charm onto this Corki is going to land, but that's a massive rocket there out of the Corki, going to chunk a ton of health off the Ahri as they're still trading their top laners, but in goes Nation. The Renekton has up, but that's a 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to kill that Xayah off. Corki is still following up. Rendell is getting chunky more damage. Nation is going to get really low, picks up a ton of damage, but Renekton has been shut down. Kai's gonna get the kill. Trash Goose is just a waiting bounty of gold. Double kill over to the Corki. A beautiful engage on a Super Square, getting that 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. And I think that ultimate out of the Amumu's, they say, who cares about Dragon? We're gonna end the game and send this match to, or send this game to match point. I don't think there's much that Zach can do here. They've got a decent wave. Let's see if Zach can hold it. Zach's looking, he's jumping in. See, but the tower has gone down, so I think at this point it's just pleasantries. Goodbye to the set. Game over flashed from SG Annihilation, and that is the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point.
The game, SG Annihilation going on to match point, and I'm going to get you a nice photo replacement until you're ready, Sharpie. But for now, because of the wonder that is Riot Indie Game League of Legends client, I am unfortunately able to fix it. I've got it. Okay, we got the post-game screen.
Amen. Let's go.
We got the post-game screen. So,
love us some Riot games.
Kaisa having an absolutely killer showing this
Agreed.
game. Kaisa getting the kind of attention that he absolutely needs. Super Square, though, creating these advantages. Keep in mind that last game, Rendell's Kitten got this massive lead in the Ahri versus Syndra matchup, and a lot of it came off the back of Super Square pitching a tent. Same thing happens bot lane this game, and because of a little bit of, I don't know if it's tilt, just some misplaying from the bot side here, making it so that Trash Panda is not quite able to translate any of the items into effective DPS. Granted, he's playing from behind the entire game, so honestly, at this point, I think as long as SG can kind of shore up those disadvantages that were created in the top side, or like in the top half of the map this game, they can run away with a third game the same way. But again, if Conduit can plug all the holes, because it looks like we were talking last game about it being in the mid lane, being a camp in the mid lane, being a camp in one of the highly volatile solo lanes. Which hole do you have to plug so that you don't have to come over here and plug another hole, and then another hole in the boat? You got to keep the ship from stinking so that you can reach mid game with a significant enough even state for all of your lanes to translate into team fight wins. Does it mean taking a Mumu off the board?
You know, it might. A Mumu has been a problem for 2 games now. You ban the Blitzcrank out because, I mean, that Blitzcrank Samira lane was massive, but maybe you have to ban the Blitzcrank and the Mumu because you don't want to give over that that Blitzcrank Samira lane, which was such a massive win and lane down there for Darterwolf and Eviscerate. So we'll have to see what Conduit Phoenix does cook up for themselves here in the BOL Gold quarterfinals as we're moving into match 4 very soon. Any thoughts? Any final thoughts before we get into the break for game 4 here?
I'm expecting to see Conduit try to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks at this point. I don't want to see them go for more of the same. It looks like they started to. They didn't go for a more traditional just front-to-back teamfight comp this time. They tried to create flanks, and they tried to use the heavy skirmishing power of Ahri and Renekton. But I think you need to take SG off of comfort, and you need to put them in a position where they do not know how to end a game, where they don't know how to translate into mid-game. So I do want to see some changes to draft from Conduit, and I want to see them pick one place to absolutely smash the game and then have that lead matter. Have that lead become impactful enough to close a game out, because Renekton's lead was just crushed, whereas Kaisa's was ballooned to the point of no return.
Yeah, a lot to be looking for in this upcoming game. And you, as the viewers, the BOL fans, you can hop in on the action as well. We've put up a little prediction there in the chat. Will SG Annihilation end the series in our very next game? Wager every single point you've got and prove the doubters wrong that whichever team you're voting for, that your prediction, that your knowledge is just better. So throw your points down in the chat right now. Throw them down in the prediction. And with that, figure out who you're going to root for, support your team, and with that, we're going to hop into a quick break. I'm going to get this bloody nose situation handled, and we'll be back in a few. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 4 of this matchup. A very exciting one. We'll have to see how the pivots are, and right off the bat, we see an Amumu ban. And I think that's a great call right there. On the flip side, though, Jarvan is still going to be knocked off the table. Are they going to pivot away from the Orianna and get rid of the Xayah? I mean, to be fair, they do have first pick, so they could look to first pick this Orianna if they do choose to go for that. And yeah, Xayah is going to be the takeaway. So Orianna, if it's not banned away by Conduit, could be first pick here. And that's going to be the Blitzcrank. So I'm expecting to see an Orianna first picked right here. And sure enough, it is. Now on the flip side, maybe Ahri is the response because Ahri has been so dominant for this series so far. But I've been talking a lot here to get off the bat. How are we feeling, Dory, for Game 4?
I wholeheartedly agree with everything you've just said. I think that sending the bans the way that Conduit have, it takes a lot of the firepower away from SG. However, getting obviously the blind pick Orianna is incredibly powerful. Getting the Ashe onto Trash Panda may be something that is a little bit more comfort for him. And something that creates plays regardless of gold or game state. It also says, SG, we dare you to pick Kai'Sa, right? Like, you can't really pick the Kai'Sa well, I mean, you can. Obviously, ADC matchup, not nearly as, like, prominent as the support
There's
matchup.
the Nico. Nico has been banned, and so that's Nico for Conduit.
Yeah, we actually didn't really... It's usually been a round 2 ban, right? Like, they've saved mid for later, so... There's definitely a chance that that's not so Dark's Nico. There's also a chance that that belongs to Trash Goose. I don't know if Trash Goose plays it, but I mean, it would pair up with Ashe pretty well with CC layering. You get that instant burst combo. It's not Zyra tier, but I mean, it's good. And I think Samira, though...
It could be the Samira Alistair, though. Or it could be Kalista Alistair. It's going to be Samira Alistair. That's the boosting bot lane strat where you play this hyper aggressive bot lane. So it's going to be really cool. We saw what Darter Wolf can do on Samira in game 2. And Darter Wolf says, I can carry on in game 2, and I'm going to send my team straight to the next round of playoffs here with my Samira yet again. So that's going to be a pivotal thing to watch. You've got the Samira and the Orianna and the Alistair. You've got an insane burst go button.
Now, we're at a situation where we can get disengage out of it. Yes, Renata Glask is a good option here. So long as we can burn Samira's W, Renata can rain terror on this team. She counters the Alistar, she's good into Samira, and it kind of makes up for the absolute thrashing that Ashe would otherwise take to this lane, basically at level 3. If Ashe doesn't have complete control of the lane at level 3, Samira and Alistar have insane kill threat, but Renata basically nullifies all of that. So I like that pick. I was talking about Renata Glask in Game 2 draft. Yeah, Game 2 draft. Game 3 draft. I wasn't here for Game 2 draft. I was still bully. Game 3 draft, I was talking about Renata as an option, and somebody at Conduit must have been listening to the stream because... Good pick. Not very common right now. As we see 4 top lane bans coming out in the second rotation, going for the Alawi, Aatrox, Ornn, and Mordekaiser. What do we think is the thought with that?
Poppy is a good pick into the Samira and the Alistair. Poppy, I think that one might have flown under the radar a little bit. I think you would rather ban the Poppy than the Mordekaiser. So I think that's a bit of a draft mistake there, but you can't blame them. They don't have a coach. So, but Poppy nonetheless is going to be the pick, which is technically a flex because Poppy can go jungle or support. I guess not because there's a Renata. Poppy can go jungle or top lane, but there's the Garen, potentially blind picked topside for SG Annihilation.
And at this point, they have pick of the litter for junglers. What do they do to deal with this? I mean, the obvious answer is Juggernauts, and we're starting to see that with Trundle going for a Juggernaut-style pick. Garen as a Juggernaut into Poppy, they're basically saying, we don't care where Poppy's going to go, we're going to counter for both of them, and then just, I guess, suck it up based on whichever you decide to counter at this point. But either way, Poppy is not going to have a favorable matchup wherever she goes. The only great side is a good Poppy, I guess, can use E into Trundle.
Ooh, the Camille.
All right, so
Interesting.
Camille top. It looks like we're going Camille into the Garen, and then we're going to opt into a less favorable jungle matchup, which I personally am a fan of. I think that the jungle matchup being so negative can kind of be played around at our elo because our level of optimization isn't so high. But a impossible top lane matchup truly feels impossible.
Yes, agree.
So
So I agree. Yeah, like the thing that makes jungle, mismatches like you see here, the thing that make them so prominent is typically your ability to play around your laners and actually invade to take an advantage of that. And Camille should have a solid lane against the Garen, and Nico's going to be just fine into the Orianna. You've got great wave clear, you've got great ability to lock down your lane and push and hold whatever you need them to do. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Trundle, especially because of how they set their lanes up. It's going to be not the easiest way for Trundle to be able to take advantage of the mismatch. Because, yeah, Trundle should just stomp the Poppy.
yeah, so I think if SG is able to get the same types of advantages that they've gotten in their lanes these games, I think Super Square is incredibly talented at identifying who to camp in these games, what lanes need to be put ahead, and how to extend advantages that can be created on their own naturally, or maybe flip a matchup that is super volatile. So I want to keep an eye on how Super Square utilizes the Trundle, because we've seen him on a Mumu, and we know what a Mumu does. A Mumu does account for some problems that some junglers have, in terms of like creating plays and not forcing them, like the double bandage toss and Curse of the Sad Mummy kind of make it so your gank doesn't have to be optimal. But like Super Square is identifying good ganks. Like I don't necessarily think the champion is causing it. So I do want to see how he uses Trundle and if he's able to properly find the same ganks he was finding. But if he can, my god, pretty much every lane has some kind of opportunity. Mid lane a little bit less than he's had throughout the series. And Nico is pretty elusive, so I'm looking to see the long lane get impacted. I'm looking to see top lane get impacted, and I'm looking to see bot lane get impacted this game.
And I think a lot of it's going to play around how does this Garen play the matchup into the Camille. If you're looking to have a Trundle gank your lane, you want to make sure Camille uses that engage tool with that E. With I don't want to know what it's called. I think it's hook shot.
I think so. Yeah,
we're going to go with hook shot, unless I'm corrected. The hook shot, you want to make sure that she uses that as like an aggressive tool. So you want, if you're the Garen, you want to be baiting this Camille into using that tool aggressively, and then the Trundle can drop a pillar behind you and just run you down. So it's going to go, I think it's going to be very much on how can Garen play this lane, and on top of that, how can this Samira Alistar play into the Ashe Renata? Because Ashe Renata, late as the game gets later, especially with Renata, you see that's basically 5 melee characters. I'm going to call Orianna a melee character, even though she's not, because most of her utility goes around playing around a melee character that she has the ball placed on. So it's basically 5 melee characters, and then you got a Renata, and if you have the most godly ultimate, you can straight up win a fight, because imagine the damage a Samira and a Trundle can do to their own team.
Yeah, I think that you have this explosive play around choke points from Conduit's composition. I think that both teams have finally detached from just like a straight up like run at you 5v5 team fight style draft, and both teams have done a little bit of creative adaptation. You do still have like the wombo combo potential from the side of Subatomic, and you still have this front to back style possibility from the side of Conduit, but you still have like side lane pressure that can be applied. You can play little mind games with Nico and adventure into the side lanes. You can pair up with Poppy very well and use terrain to your advantage. You can make picks with Ashe ultimate. So both compositions have now versatile ways to play out the game. So I think that the kill score might be a little bit less high than
the past 2 games.
Yeah.
Agree.
And I think that pick potential is definitely huge here. I want to see Conduit if they want to send this to a Game 5, they need to mitigate advantages created by Super Square, and they need to track Super Square properly, because most of these leads that SG have been getting have not been created by laning advantages. They've been created by good combination play with their jungler.
Absolutely. Couldn't say it better myself. So we'll have to see how they decide to play around it. I'm going to hop us into a short little break just because I want to make sure that nothing else is going to go on funky with my nose. Oh, you got something more to add?
One thing.
Let's
We
hear it.
have sponsors. Yeah.
Let's do a sponsor call. Let's do it.
Sorry, everybody from the SEP. Coffee Salesman's not here to sell coffee today. I'm here to sell Glitch Energy as well as Coachify.gg. Glitch Energy is a sponsor for Blue Water League this season. We've got a link. I need to find the link, but they offer a tasty drink beverage. I don't actually have my shaker. I have a Glitch Energy shaker, and I love the electric green apple. It is the electric green apple.
Oh, yeah.
Very tasty. So yeah, if you want to get some, make sure to use Blue Water League's link. We'll make sure to get it linked for you in the Twitch chat. And then obviously Coachify.gg is coming to you this season over at Blue Water League. You want to get some commission-free coaching from some fantastic coaches. Use !Coachify. I believe it's !Coachify.
I think so.
Coachify.
We'll find out.
It
there
sure
you go.
is. Use !Coachify in the chat in order to get 0 commission coaching opportunities from some of the best coaches in the community. You want to up your game with Blue Water League and Coachify.gg. And now you can take us away, Sharpie.
We'll see you in a few.
My bad.
All right, everybody, welcome to Game 4 of the BOL Gold Quarterfinals between SG Annihilation on our blue side, Conduit Phoenix on red side. We've got a critical Game 4 right here as Trundle is complaining about wrong skin, but unfortunately we don't care. You know, it's a client skill issue, I guess. You got out macroed by your own client. But it's what it is. It's an exciting match here. A lot to look forward to. We've got a bunch of new picks that we haven't seen before in this best of 5 as Garen throws the sword down and Camille throws the legs down. Nothing too much, just a little bit of funky little trades top lane, just like we've seen in other games. The cow is throwing down the cowbell. It's League of Legends, and we're here for a good time.
Now, you can definitely tell that Trundle has not shown his face in the meta for a while. You're not really sure what's going on, so Nasian is just going to have that ward placed on the red to play defensively to know what Trundle's going to do. Trundle actually opts to do the blue start for a top to blue side, or a top to bot side clear. Definitely focusing that bot and mid lane yet again. Again, I don't know as though a level 3 Nico is super gankable early against by Trundle Orianna, so I feel like the priority is going to be that level 3 spike from Samira Alistar.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. He's got that that tether range for the camps down. Good job.
Yeah, it's well played. Yeah, and the poke is landing pretty well from Rendell's kitten, aka Socks. So good little trading back and forth, but you know it's an Orianna Nico lane. They're going to be poking back and forth quite a bit, and so it's going to be fun to watch.
I expect that mid lane to be boring by the nature of the matchup, but like knowing these two, I feel like they're going to trade constantly. So we actually see Walk Warlock and Dobbs. I think Walk Warlock and Dobbs has been probably the most interesting matchup in the series, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, I think both junglers have been highly impactful. I think they're awesome. But I think from like a matchup perspective, these top laners have, like, I never know who's going to win a trade. It's so scary.
Yeah, and just the way that they play it, they're never, it seems, afraid to just throw it down and just say, you know what? I'm bored. It's top lane. Top lane doesn't matter anyways. Let's just fight and see what happens. And they do, and it's great. You love to see it. So yeah, they've been really fun to watch. And now we've got the Garen and the Camille. Garen has his ult up every, what is it up? Garen has his ult up at every 120 seconds, and Camille has that ult up every about 8 seconds on her Q. But nice little,
yeah, nothing like having
timing
Garen ult on your Q. That's
you know, that's what it is. You know, that's Riot Games, and you know they know what they're doing. They say so. We trust the process because we're all addicted and we can't get away from it. But it's League of Legends, everyone, and it's Game 4 of BOL Gold playoffs.
Yeah, are we going to see a Game 5? We're going to have to find out because we have Nasian completing his full clear. Going to head towards that
Here comes
scuttle
Trundle.
Super Square going for the game.
Alistair looking for, the flash knock-up, the flash pulverize is just a little bit too late. Trash Panda, good awareness to be watching for that play. Burns their own flash, though, so it's a little bit more susceptible. I mean, at the end of the day, Alistair has that Hex Flash, so can just go for that play again in the future. What a nice trade.
And honestly, I feel like emotional support Declo came in, said, hey, Trash Panda, don't worry about it. Just remember to use your summoners, buddy. Take some glitch energy, and you'll have the awareness.
Yeah, but it looks like Renata is going to be in a lot of trouble. Has to flash over that beautiful pillar, but unfortunately that pillar also means Samira is stuck behind it. The Ignite does go out from the Alistar, but Trash Goose's Renata Glask survives, and they even push them back a little bit. So that's a double gank from the Trundle. I mean, Trundle can afford to do it. He's got such quick clear, and none of his camps are up just yet. They're just now starting to respawn back on the top side. So he's going to go for a little recall, but it's not going to be too much of a loss of tempo there in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, long gone are the days that Trundle had the fastest clear in the game, back when single target clears were like the way to go. But I mean, Tiamat being way more expensive and the build being a little more funky than it used to be, but he's kind of back to being able to clear pretty quickly after the changes this season that gave you the like pseudo AoE clear from the little Pokemon that you get. So like,
Yeah.
I don't think Trundle's necessarily awful. I haven't seen him in a while, but I think that he suits this comp very well. It's definitely the best option into the Poppy, since like some more traditional strong junglers that you would think would punish Poppy for like clearing slower.
I'm gonna laugh really hard. I'm gonna laugh really hard if we see some accidental anti-synergy where he puts up a pillar and accidentally gets one of his teammates, you know, knocked right into it and stunned. That'd be great. I have seen plays like that before, and you know, where an Alistar, you know, headbutts somebody out of an Orianna Shockwave, for example. That's another thing we could accidentally see, where you just miss the headbutt pulverize and waste your Shockwave. It's a nice little pillar. Is going to be just too short to get Dobbs out. The ult is going to get thrown down because it ignores that shield, but Camille going to walk away pretty uncomfortably close to death with about 100 health.
Yeah, that Demacian Justice just like not doing itself, and I was gonna make a pun. Screw it.
Go for it.
Alex,
You got time.
Dobbs survives without using any summoner spells. This is absolutely an okay situation for him, and with the lane slow pushing into Garen trying to force, no longer trying to force
But Poppy's here. Here comes the hook shot. They're going to land it onto the Camille, and there goes that Hextech ultimatum, and the Poppy come running over the wall. First blood to this Yordle in the jungle. The Poppy flex. We thought it was going to be you know, it traditionally is an advantage over to the Trundle and to the Poppy, but Poppy comes along and says, you've done 3 ganks. I'm 1 for 1. First blood to the Poppy.
Poppy over here having a positive impact. Yes, he's down 1 camp, and Super Square is like managing to balance clearing and ganking very well, but you cannot understate the impact of creating an actual kill out of your first gank, especially because Trundle did try to make himself present and wasn't able to quite get the kill. The fact that Dobbs was able to hold on to both of his summoner spells in that gank is actually pretty huge here.
I agree. I like the patience and the, you know, the diligence to not, you know, panic use. I mean, I guess you have to panic use your ignite or something to try to, you know, maybe dissuade them off of the dive, but it was played calm, cool, and collected by Dobbs, and it results in the kill. Although the kill does go over to Poppy, which probably isn't the best thing. You'd rather have it be on the Camille. At the end of the day, you know, a lead's a lead, so you'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, the Poppy does decide to go for like the standard current Poppy build and go for that Sheen, probably going to become a Divine Sunder, which is going to be positive against the Trundle. Trundle's ultimate obviously taking away all those resistances, so it's pretty good to HP stack instead and go for more offensive combat stats. As the Trundle's forced to do is there.
Yep.
Well, he's gonna try to do something still. He's walking around. He's not.
He's fully on vision down there with the pink horn. He's gonna find that out on the mini map right now. There it is. Yep.
There we go. Just clear out the pink and head on your way, Mr. Trundle. You can't really do anything here. Anyways, I do appreciate that he continues to try to float to this bot lane, even if they're not getting any kills out of it. Just look at that gold lead accumulated from farm.
Yeah, that is almost like that's around a 30 CS lead. I think it's partially at least and due to that pressure from the Trundle, you know, blowing all the summoners so early. But yeah, that's a 500 gold lead to the Samira here. You know, 9 minutes into the game with no kills, purely off of CS. And Trundle's taking the dragon as well off of that pressure. So
absolutely, that's a kill and change just in CS differential coming from here, and so much of it is created from the pressure from the Trundle. Doesn't look like we're gonna manage to get a kill, but it was looking scary. Control of this river's gonna come down as we see topside. Topside finally goes away.
Not so dark is in a bit of trouble. The Shockwave is gonna get flashed away by the Nico. Has to use. Are they gonna get the right one? They do get the ignite onto the right one, but I think they're gonna walk away. The stun, the root is perfect onto both of them. Randall's Kitchen, aka Socks, should probably be happy that it didn't happen under tower, but Super Square 04 does die trying to go in for that dragon, and Poppy picks up another kill. They actually end up stealing that dragon away because the whole team chased after the Nico. But here's now the Alistar. They're continuing this push forward. The Alistar headbutts the Ashe away, but if you land one auto attack, yep, there's the auto attack. You're going to be slowed all the way through. Give the kill over to the Ashe. There you go. Good kill onto the Ashe. That's now 3 kills for nothing, and they're right here around the Herald. It's 10 minutes into the game, which means Herald has been sitting around for 2 minutes with nothing to do but twiddle her thumbs, so they're going to go and kill it. And I think there's nothing much they can do about it.
Yeah, this is a good rotational play here, getting Renata Glask up to the top side to make Shelly take. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and then you're going to be able to push that lead into your top side even further. Ashe is at a point where those 2 kills of participation were absolutely crucial, and we want to see what Ashe is going to do now in order to slow down the potential snowball from Samira. Samira still hasn't hit an item though, which is good news for the Ashe. The gold lead isn't going to matter too much yet, but it absolutely can be a problem very soon.
Yep. Shockwave, meanwhile, is going to catch up the Nico because the Alistar has been roaming around a little bit. And Samira, like you were saying, you know, she's got up over a 40 CS lead now on the bot side, has a level lead as well. She's been doing great things, and she's closing in on her first item, which is most likely going to be, oh, what's it called? It's the gun that has the execute. The collector. I don't know why I blanked out on that one. But Poppy's coming in, but meanwhile, here's Trundle to say no to that little roam for this 2-0 Poppy and say, stop it, go back to home. Don't fear the wave even.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage.
And this Orianna proving to be huge. Rendell's getting, unfortunately, not taking it in the blue side game before. Obviously, they won pretty handedly the last 2 games, but we're at a point where this Orianna could be a massive problem if we're not careful. These shockwaves, man, shockwave is a scary spell. You can't see it coming, especially if you have old eyes like me. You don't even see the ball. It's just
yeah. It just there's no ball there. It's an invisible shockwave. You don't even see the shockwave because you just think it's a gore drinker little spin thing or whatever. It's it's not a shockwave. It's if it's an item, right? You know
exactly. So. It's a command gore drinker proc.
Yes, command gore drinker. This is a bait. This is a bait. Trundle is gonna get the pillar. It's a good pillar, but the shockwave is gonna land. I don't think it's gonna be enough. The root here comes the Ashe arrow flying through. It's gonna miss though, so nothing more gonna happen there. It's a good look though.
Oh no!
Did you hear the little sad moo when it didn't go? No. The most depressing moo sound of all time. As Nyson might be in trouble here now. The Poppy ult is used, but doesn't knock anyone away. Renata ult comes flying through. Alistar going to pick up the kill, but they're continuing to chase down the Trash Goose and Not So Dark. The Nico does have that stun, but the Eviscerate on the... here comes the Nico ult, though. It's going to get cut off, though. This Orianna doing just way too much damage. Trash damage on the Ashes, ran through with the Ghost, but here comes Darter Wolf with the Samira looking to try to get some gold on herself, but no... They run away in time, but that is a huge over-aggressive play there. Nico gonna drop, Poppy gonna drop. Big mistakes there, and now that's a 1,000 gold lead over to SG Annihilation.
And SG Annihilation taking a game that was starting to slowly go into favor of Conduit. It's back into good shape. Samira already has this good gold lead. She's going to base and get that first collector. Really inexpensive item and a huge spike for her. Going to do a ton of damage. Going to great execute potential with her passive and ultimate. Rendell's Kitten still hasn't hit an item, but like the tier stacking is almost already completed. And the being that she's approaching level 11 is going to be pretty impactful. A command shockwave does do a lot of damage. It's a highly impactful spell. And then Walk Warlock is getting to a point where he is going to be able to just like hide in a side lane and be a menace. But this is Camille's opportunity to use her item advantage to...
Super Squared might be in trouble. I'm going to cut you off there. Super Squared got really low there to 150 health. So that's going to be this Trundle forcing to back. So this might be the second dragon over to them because, I mean, last game we had the Hex Gates, but this game, you got to walk yourself. So
Yeah.
I think this is dragon over. Garen is hovering, though. Garen is not going to look for anything funky, so is what it is.
He's
Nico's
wandering
gonna-
his way in the river, maybe? No. Spectator didn't even want us to look at it. He just says no. As Dobbs is actually going to be able to get some damage onto the top tower with... Ugh, my brain is just shutting down. With plates down, you have the capability of pushing towers a lot harder with the Sheen proc from Camille. So whichever Garen
Very
or
true.
Camille... Oh, there is a play. this
Oh,
time.
the hook shot is going to miss. That means the Ignite's going to go down immediately. Trundle's here as well. The Hextech ultimatum is going to drop, but it's not going to mean anything as Garen throws down the ult. Also throws down that Demacian Justice to get the kill. That is a kill for this man who screams one word in the top lane. And
Marcia! Maglio.
that's the one. Demaglio, there you go. There is another man in this game who does only scream one word. I guess he only says it. That's the Rammus, and he'll just say okay. Another flash pulverize attempt is missed by Eviscerate, though. So we saw, I don't think you were here to see it, but game one, Nation was clean on the Jarvan. He had 3 EQ flash combos that landed, but Eviscerate is 0-2 on a similar combo. Renata Glass, that is going to miss. So this could be their cue to look in. Headbutt Pulverize does land this time, but the Ashe ult is going to land. In goes the Samira, throws down the ultimatum,
Wait.
and it's going to get shut down because Trash Goose had that defensive plan. The teleport now is going to be coming out from the Camille to look for something, but they're safe under their tower. Camille teleports. No, that's the Orianna teleport, rather. Orianna teleports for absolutely nothing. So that is a straight-up kill over to Conduit Phoenix. Darter Wolf just went a little too aggressive. Oh no.
And the I forget what Renata's W is called. Jailbreak?
Maybe it is Jailbreak.
What is it?
I think it is.
Bailout, that's it.
Bailout.
Hosting
Bailout.
bail. Hosting bail. That's why I was thinking.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Bailout was awesome. Like, even though the Inferno trigger did start to finish the kill, just getting that return kill immediately for the Ashe just immediately bailed Trash Goose out. And
Yeah,
that's the name.
the Jailbreak is the bailout. Gets the bailout. So.
Jail-
Oh, they're going back in though. Trash Goose has looked for a little play. The Renata immediately pops, but this time she's not going to get jailbroken. The Poppy shield though is good to stop the Samira from doing more because that could have been a triple kill if it's not enough. But either way, Samira is on the board, and Samira getting kills is a scary prospect. That was just way too aggressive by Trash Goose there. I don't know what you were thinking. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. And we cannot understate the impact of the Steadfast presence. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to save Trash Goose this time. But a well-timed W from this Poppy can spell the end of a play, basically. Anytime Darter Wolf tries to go in, you want to keep an eye on where Poppy is positioned. But again, Darter Wolf has proven to be incredibly proficient at this Samira, and as soon as he hits Infinity Edge, he can be a massive, massive problem for Conduit. That being said, despite being down 2k gold, they do have the benefit of dragon stacking now. They do have the benefit of having mid lane tower down, but seeing Rendell's Kitten be able to get push priority in the bot lane constantly, be pushing really far into that Archangel spike pretty soon. 360 stacks already done on the tier. You're going to see them have a lot of pressure and the ability to push vision into this top bot side jungle of Conduit.
Camille actually went back in on that, which could be a bit of a problem because he's been silenced up. The Demacia does land again, and Garen has another kill there using that Iron Spike Whip, aka the Command Whip. The Command, what is the active called? Crescent. The Command Crescent to fake Shockwave another kill for himself. So Garen has another kill. Garen has captured that top lane tower, and Garen is looking pretty great for the team. As we see another team fight here, the ult is going to come out from, did somebody even ult? I don't think so. There is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Eviscerate is going to go down. That's the bot lane dead. Orianna now flashing in the auto attack. Do you get one more? The Q actually does kill it, so a solo kill for Rendell's Kitten. In the span of about 30 seconds, we saw kill topside, we saw kill mid lane, we saw kill bot lane, and I think we might be about to see another kill bot lane here as Poppy's running in. Rendell's Kitten is going to get stunned against the wall. Oh no, Trash Goose, you're gone.
Rest in peace, Trash Goose, and the 1-for-1 gonna go down, but the tower might go down along with it unless Super Square can mount some defense here. He's running in, he's standing on top of his W, but he's just gonna prevent the wave from taking the tower.
Yeah, and Warlock's Garen is down here as well for this dragon. It is 2 dragons over to Conduit Phoenix, so they do have the advantage here, and they have a lot of reason to want to go for this third one, but here comes this 1v1, and as we see, the 1v1 between the Trundle and the Poppy is insanely Trundle favored. Poppy has to flash out of there, but now Super Squared is in some trouble because that Ashe and Nico do so much damage, but in goes Darterwolf, has 4 stacks on that passive, looking for a 5th one. He's going to get stunned, instantly pops that cleanse, but can't land any more stacks, and it's going to die. Goodbye, Samira. Now here comes the Hexic Ultimatum. It's going to get knocked back out of there by Eviscerate. The hostile takeover does go flying through there, but isn't super impactful as Randall's Kitten picking up another kill there for the Orianna. That's 5 now. A massive Pop Blossom comes through for the Nico, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Eviscerate is running them down, has popped that Unbreakable Will, and is going to get a kill onto the Nico. That's going to mean Trash Panda has to pop the ghost there on the Ashe and get out of there alive, but that was a really back and forth fight. And at the end of the day, though, it's going to be Tempo and Prio onto this dragon for SG Annihilation, and they're going to stop the dragon stacking for Conduit Phoenix.
And this is the power of Orianna. She's sitting on 2 items and is not even hit that death cap quite yet, but she's able to be utilized to stabilize this game, and this is a good position to be in if you are SG. Yes, you're down 1 mid lane tower, but you have control of both side lanes. Both your solo laners are looking pretty strong, and despite a few misplayed opportunities from Darterwolf, he is still well on his way to getting the problem item. And at 2 items, he's incredibly strong, and he's able to dive Ashe basically on command. And Ashe going the build that she's going is going to be less effective at dealing sustained DPS into the front line of SG. She did opt in for the Triforce build as opposed to the Ginsu's one, or the Kraken. I guess she doesn't really do the whole Kraken Navori thing as much as like a Kaisa or a Zaya would, but but yeah, I mean, she's going to be able to dish out damage, obviously, with Triforce and Kraken Slayer done, but Darterwolf has just so much burst potential that any pick opportunity that's created by Eviscerai could basically just kill him on, like, instantly. If the combo's done correctly from Darterwolf, it could be an instant kill the second Eviscerai gets a headbutt pulverized.
True. The problem is Darterwolf in that last fight choked it pretty hard, ended up stuck on 4 stacks for like 5 seconds in the fight. And it was funny to see because Conduit Phoenix didn't really want to go in for it, because if you do go in for it, you could easily give over those last 2 stacks to the Samira, but inevitably that Samira did die. However, it didn't mean too much because, you know, Garen and this Orianna just ran the fight over, but it's going to be something to keep an eye on because that Samira last game was, you know, last time we saw it was very strong and carried the game, but this time she's sitting at 1-3, so something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if the Camille or not the Camille. There's also a 1-3 Camille, but we need to see if Darterwolf cannot let exhaustion get to him, not make any misplays. He definitely saw a few misplays from Trash Panda last game, but they're definitely off. He's shaking the rust off, and he's positioning incredibly well on this Ashe right now. Once he gets caught up in terms of gold, he's going to be in a really good position. He's got an XP lead already, to be honest, so
here comes Nason, though. The Hextech Ultimatum is going to go down into Warlock. It's going to flash away, but the hookshot is back up. However, Rendell's Kitten came teleporting in. Poppy is going to channel that Keeper's Verdict and is going to knock both of them away. The Nico did channel her teleport up to the top side just to be safe in case that Keeper's Verdict did miss, but it's a good knock away. So you get the kill, and you move on with your day. Well played.
Yeah, and that being said, this is good for the side of Conduit. They're not going to give up quite yet. This game is still very close. It's still within 2,000 gold.
Uh-oh, here comes the Pop Blossom. Oriana could be in a lot of trouble. Camille is here as well with the hook shot. It's not going to be in quite enough range because that Oriana just has so much movement speed with that W. I think it's called Command Dissonance, if I recall correctly. I'm not an Oriana player at all. But that's a ultimate burn from the Poppy. I mean, from the Nico and nothing else. So good job on Rendell's Kitten, aka Socks, to escape.
Yeah, and I mean, we're in a situation where Baron control is definitely a conversation. Baron is very strong, but there's so much shred for the side of Conduit that they're gonna go ahead and threaten it. Let's see what happens in the river here.
That's a nice chunk of poke. Darterwolf is forced down to half health. Eviscerate is forced to use. It's going to be forced to use, I think, any moment now. That Unbreakable Will. There it goes. Just pop it. So that is a nice. And the Trundle has to pop his ultimate too, and it only costs you the hostile takeover from this Renata Glask. Samira also losing the flash and cleanse. So Samira's going to be very vulnerable rather in this next fight.
And we have the fight closing out. Baron threat was just a threat. It wasn't true. They were just trying to get them to rotate and try to make a play, but we still have a 1.4k gold lead. So basically just over 1,000, not really.
Ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is shielded off by Darterwolf. So, I mean, it's not the hardest one to block, but just good awareness to see. It was a good attempt.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Ashe has a lot of CDR in this build, or ability haste. Has a lot of,
there you go, yeah.
Yeah, has a lot of ability haste in this build. He's going to be able to use R on a relatively short cooldown, so it's definitely worth taking the shot. And you never know, if you miss the shot and you get the W out of Samira, there's like a small window where you could do follow-up from Not So Dark without the risk of having it blocked, so there's something there.
Meanwhile, Dragon Prio is going to head over to SG Annihilation. So they might be picking up another dragon for free. Nation is looking in there for it. Is over the wall, has dropped that control ward, so they know it's going down.
This is good.
They might be looking for... It is, but it's also, I'll have to see. I think it comes down to this Pop Blossom. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict. It's going to knock the cow out of there. That is a massive hostile takeover and followed up by a disgustingly good Pop Blossom. That is onto the entire team. Poppy picking up two. A third one for this Poppy. What a beautiful team play by Conduit Phoenix to jump them straight back into this game. Amazing play. That's going to be the dragon. That is Soul Point. That's going to be a Baron for them as well. And if things keep going this way, Dory, we might be looking at Silver Scrapes in the game 5.
That is absolutely right. This is a game-changing play. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead, but it does not feel like it as you go on to the Baron. Conduit Phoenix going to be able to create space now and get the full team reset. Let's see what they're going to do with this Baron. You've got a lot of standing gold on the map in the form of towers that they can take pretty easily here. I don't think SG is out of the dark yet. I think SG is able to make some plays here, but the Samira proving much less effective than she was in the past. And honestly, Trash Panda having a much better game 4 than a game 3.
Trash Gun and Trash Goose as well. That full team hostile takeover followed up by Not So Dark hitting everybody on the team with that Pop Blossom. What a wildly, disgustingly clean fight. I loved everything about that. That was probably the cleanest Wombo combo team fight I have seen tonight. That's probably... Listen, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. For everyone watching this, that was cleaner than what G2 brought to the table a week ago against NRG. Let's be real.
Couldn't have said it any better, Sharpie.
Listen, EU catching strays. As we see, a nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land onto Darterwolf. This could be a catch, but no, that Wind Wall is going to come out and prevent the play from going down any further. Ashe has popped the Ghost, but doesn't see anything else, but that's going to mean they capture a tower. So this gold lead is starting to explode. They were down about 2k gold, and now they're up 3k gold. So it's a 5k gold swing so far, plus Soul Point for them. And we're just a minute or so into this Baron power play here. They could still get more.
Absolutely, and the gold lead, finally, it's been another one of those games where it's taken nearly 30 minutes for a relevant gold lead to develop for one side. We've got a 3K lead to the side of Conduit. They're utilizing that Baron the best they can, but SG is not just going to give it up that easily. Rendell's Kitten is still strong despite what's going on, and it's really going to be a matter of finding another wombo combo like that for the side of Conduit, or if SG can create picks or create an opportunity for Darterwolf to have an actually impactful Inferno trigger this game.
Another enchanted crystal arrow is going to land a flash from Trash Goose to pull back this Orianna, and she is going to be shut down. Huge. It's going to be a huge temple thing because they've got cannon, they've got 3 minions. Trundle is looking for that pillar, is going to throw down a little bit of damage, but I think this should be the tower gone. They just need to step up and take it. Either way, you've got the cannon, though, that is going to finish it off. So another tower is going to go down in favor of Conduit Phoenix, and they're ballooning up to a 5,000 gold lead here 30 minutes into the game.
And this is exactly what Conduit needed to build up some of that confidence. They won game 1, and it looked like they were starting to slip, but this is their chance to even it out, and we don't even know who has tempo going into this potential game 5, but you could say it's Conduit at this point. What did they need to do to get this done? They needed to ban a Mumu, apparently.
I guess.
Looking pretty good. I mean, Super Square has had impact on this game, but not nearly as much as he had on the Amumu. And Najin is actually creating so many opportunities for his team out of each and every gank this game.
Absolutely. Like, the difference between this game and games 2 and 3 for Super Square, he's felt a lot more unimpactful. I mean, he's 0-3 and 5. On game 2, he was a part of every single kill except for 1. So, if I recall correctly, so for this game to have less than half kill participation compared to this Poppy, who's been there for 13 out of 14 kills, I feel like this series has largely been defined ultimately by just how well these junglers are facilitating their teams, are setting up engages and setting up team fights. And this game, it's the nation show.
Absolutely, and that has been the case this entire series. These junglers have both had an immense amount of influence on the result of the game, and
Nation is going to land the knockback, and this is going to be, the Orianna is going to get caught up again. The shockwave doesn't do anything, and another kill over. So that is a killing spree for the Nico. Nico is now 5 and 4. This dragon is spawning up in 5 seconds. Now, I want you to peek at the minimap really quick because Garen, they're going to show it right now. Garen is actually split pushing now with that hull breaker and is going to take an inhibitor turret. So that is something to watch, but this soul is going to go over uncontested, and that is an ocean soul, which is very powerful.
Yeah, and at this
Super
point,
Spirit just a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, giving over an ocean soul to a team that functions so well at these extended team fights and have the range advantage, they've got such powerful side laner in Camille. This is just a very, very bad situation if you are SG. They've had the game in their hands for the bulk of the game. They've had opportunities coming from the play from Orianna, and the Orianna is performing admirably. But we're in a situation now where going into game 5, they might just have to make some potential adaptations. Let's not say they're out of the woods yet, though, because keep in mind, this is a soul, and soul is effective gold that you don't see, right? So, like, the stats and the passive you get from Ocean Soul provides more effective stats than the gold lead represents. So you can pretend that gold lead's a little bigger than it looks like. But realistically, like, the game is still very close, and both these teams have proven to be incredibly scrappy.
Yeah, they have been, and they're never afraid to fight. Viscery might be in a little bit of trouble here. But no, he's going to pop the Unbreakable Will and get out of there. Meanwhile, Trash Panda does whiff that enchanted crystal arrow. Not the end of the world, but here comes the Ghost. Ghost popped by the Trundle as well. So there's a whole fight going down and through the mid lane. That's ultimately going to be ignored because everyone's just running too fast away from each other. Bot lane, the Camille and the Garen are just scrapping back and forth really quick. But I do want to shout out the Garen, though. Quietly, during that soul play, did give themselves a potential open. Here he goes. He might look for the Q to silence it. It's going to stop the TP. So well played to the Garen.
It looks
But we'll
like
have to see how
Garen
this
is-
Baron fight goes.
Yeah,
Go
it
ahead.
looks like Garen's gonna try to just. No, actually, I'm gonna let you go
Oh,
because it
there's the
looks like
flash
it's happening.
headbutt pulverize onto 2. That is also going to land onto the Ashe, so she has to walk away, burns the flash, but a massive, the biggest pop blossom of the game, and a huge hostile takeover was flying through all the. Meanwhile, Darterwolf pops the old Trash Panda, though. This is a huge cleanup from the Trundle. There's a fight all over the place. The fight is completely split back and forth. Square Trundle is going to shred through yet another member, picking up the Renata Glass, but now Dobbs on that Camille is looking to try to throw down those fake Cho'Gath. Nation Ult is going to come flying through and knock Flash away. Walk on the Garen, lands the Demacia, and gets another kill. Garen showed up just in time. What a crazy fight.
And just like we've been saying this whole series, Sharpie, none of these fights you can tell what's going to happen. The gold differential has never exceeded 5K this entire series so far, except for maybe game 1. And like, yes, SG won pretty handedly game 2 and game 3, but the gold lead itself, like the actual tangible gold, was just like never that huge. And again, we're looking at another 36-minute banger right now where we are less than 1,000 gold difference between these teams, and either team is able to win a fight. Even in the losses, these teams are still taking fights back and forth. And I mean, we were talking about what's going to happen in Game 5 not 5 minutes ago, but like at this point, we don't even know if there's going to be a Game 5.
Yeah, Game 5 seemed like it was almost an inevitability after that fight, after that Baron take, after the Soul was captured. But now, after seeing that team fight, Samira and the Trundle just wiped through everyone. The Orianna, like, we're starting to see some real damage come out of this Samira, come out of this Trundle. Trundle seemed ineffective going into that, but now picked up 2 kills and an assist right there. Even though that Pop Blossom and that hostile takeover were massive at the beginning of that fight. So you never know how this fight could go over anymore, especially because when you see fights moving that quickly, Ocean Soul really doesn't matter because that restore doesn't just have enough time to go through for those quick fights. So especially with the gold being basically even, gold differences doesn't matter anymore. This one could go over to anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, fighting-wise, Samira is still like even on items with Ashe, if not like slightly ahead from a sustain standpoint. Ashe obviously is able to spread damage a little bit more effectively from range, and the Samira is still very powerful and capable of getting that burst. But that last fight, she was able to stack up her passive and get that Inferno trigger proc that she had been sorely missing for most of the series, or for most of the game so far. And even though she did die, it definitely had an impact and allowed Garen and Trundle the opportunity to clean up these fights. At this point too, like Garen, despite having Hullbreaker, is still able to impact team fights incredibly well. It's still pretty efficient stats, and he's still very bulky. At this point, I don't know. It feels like highly impactful spells are making or breaking these fights, so I want to keep an eye on those stacks: the Inferno Trigger, Command Shockwave, the Hostile Takeover, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Pop Blossom from a flank would also be incredibly useful, and then Steadfast Presence from Poppy. We're going to keep an eye on her W, see what happens whenever an engage comes in. If she's able to use it to stop an engage, that's instant win for Conduit.
And look what we have right now. 20 seconds away from Elder Dragon. I think this is going to determine the game right here. This could potentially determine the series as the Enchanted Arrow goes wide.
And Conduit just possibly having nerves. This is their series on the line. If they lose this game, don't forget SG is on match point. We could either be going to a game 5 or be calling it a night right here.
Double little stun is going to land. A shockwave is going to land onto 2. That is a massive shockwave onto both Trash Panda and Not So Dark. That is both of the carries down below half health. Poppy is going to throw down that Keeper's Verdict and knocked the Samira and the Orianna away. So this could be a turn back around. We'll have to see how this goes. Samira is looking for the trade though. Samira does put that auto attack down. So the flash, I think, over the wall was, or something had to go down there to get her out. No, that was been a Nico passive one. But this is, we are on a knife's edge right now.
And my goodness, this game has potential to blow up right here and
The
now.
intended
as
in Crystal
Trundle
Arrow
goes
lands
down.
on the Trundle, and Trundle is going to go down. That's the jungler down for SG Annihilation. Now they're focusing all their turret, their damage, their emphasis onto this Elder Dragon, because if you take the Elder Dragon, that is huge for them. Dobbs is being chased down by the Garen, though. Throws on that Q. This spin to win. They is going to get the ultimate. Will get the ultimate. But here comes a Shockwave. Another massive Shockwave. Pop Blossom is going to land onto the entire team. That's 2 dead. That's 3 dead. 4 dead on the side of SG Annihilation. Garen is doing what he can to clear out the wave, and will manage to clear it out. So they don't have an instant clear at the moment, but Elder Dragon over to Conduit Phoenix, and they're chasing down this Garen.
And that is yet another team fight win for the side of Conduit. They've had some moments where we weren't sure if they were going to win, but Walk Warlock was just not able to create this level of disruption in this fight. They managed to avoid all of the most impactful spells in the fight, but that being said, Trash Panda unfortunately missed an Enchanted Crystal Arrow at the start of the fight, and they still managed to take this fight impressively. That Poppy ultimate in the back of the fight, Poppy ultimate to remove Darterwolf from the play and create a health advantage before Darterwolf was able to get back, basically won them that fight early on. Super Square, having his ultimate burned so early, made it so he was nowhere near as tanky as he wanted to be, and Poppy was able to create the space necessary for Trash Panda to just blow up SG.
Yeah, it was a great fight. The Pop Blossom, everything, there was just a beautiful play to secure that Elder and catching the Trundle without ultimate. Great stuff. Now we see they're going to go straight for this Baron. Orianna is sitting bot side. I don't know if you even teleport for this. Just clear out the waves. There's no use fighting into an Elder Dragon for an Elder Dragon plus 4 dragons plus Ocean Soul team on Conduit Phoenix. They've got themselves a 5,000 gold lead. I mean, to be fair, at 41 minutes into the game, a 5k gold lead isn't super impactful, because a lot of your people are getting closer and closer to full items, but what's more meaningful, that Ocean Soul and that Elder Dragon, and now a Baron buff on top of them as well.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like if Orianna had more options to just pull the trigger the second that she gets the ball on them, it might be a little bit different. Like, the initial burst is incredibly good, especially if you pop it on a Viscera and he goes in, but we see an Enchanted
There's a
Crystal Arrow
nice
come down.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's going to land. The Zhonya's is going to come out there from the Orianna, but it's not going to mean anything because you're straight knocked into the wall and you're dead. Trundle is looking to hold off the Nico, and it's going to clear up that midway, but Inhibitor is going to go down.
Yeah, and it's looking like we might be heading towards a game 5 here, Sharpie. Are you
Yep,
ready
R1 is
for
down.
the Silver Scrapes?
A huge, the Poppy, the Pop Blossom is going to secure the kill onto the Trundle as well. Garen does get the Demacia Justice onto the Camille, but at the end of the day, it's game 5. We're in game 5. We've got Silver Scrapes coming.
Do-do-do. Oh. No. We're good.
We don't talk about it.
Silver Scrapes, everybody. We're doing it. It's game time.
We are.
It's real gamer hours here at Blue Water
Oh, yeah.
League. Midnight local time for your producer / colorcaster, me here. So yeah, we
And
got
only
one more
9
game.
p.m. for me, so I'm chilling right now. But
So yeah, one more to go, guys. One more
one
to go.
more to go. And this next one will decide it. It was interesting because, game 1, Conduit Phoenix had a dominant game. Then game 2 and game 3, SG came and turned the whole feeling of the series around, making them feel like they were almost unstoppable. And then here in this game 4, in a very contentious back and forth game where it felt like either team could win it, ultimately beautiful Pop Blossoms out of Not So Dark. The Poppy from Nation was brilliant, and the Ashe landing those Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Trash Goose with those hostile takeovers. They eked out a win here. They did the slow and controlled, and it wasn't the cleanest game. It was back and forth, but they pull off a strong win, and that's going to feel pretty good going into game 5, especially because you beat a team that had that previously undefeated Orianna.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I can't help but feel like if Orianna was given, Orianna was 7-1 at one point and ended the game 8-7. At some point, the Orianna's effectiveness just needed to be complemented by other options, I believe, that were able to make it shine a little bit more, especially because Socks and Thighs was able to have these highly impactful ultimates, but just was not able to attain sustained DPS from other sources in the team. As you can see, Not So Dark and Trash Panda highlighting the damage charts here.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, that's the longest game we've had of the night, and it ended up ballooning into nearly a 10,000 gold lead. But there's a lot to look forward to as we get into this game 5. I think, let's be real, we know what the fans want to hear. They want to hear Silver Scrapes. Should we give it to them?
I think we should give it to him, Sharpie. So we're gonna go on a break. I think you think so?
Let's do it. And I want to see in the chat. I want to see your bee woo whoops as we hit Silver Scrapes. Enjoy the music. All right, everyone, we are back here for this very critical Game 5 as the teams are just doing their final little discussions, figuring out what they want to do for the draft here. In game number 5, I think they're just in their chat making sure that they are just sorting out a little bit of details about this game 5. Some people don't seem to have the right links going for themselves, but maybe a little bit of nerves as well. And what are we looking for here in this draft here in game 5?
Honestly, I think SG needs options to pull the trigger. They've been playing around this Amumu from Super Square the entire series so far, and I think giving up, blue side for priority pick is good here. Giving themselves one counter pick option, one guaranteed counter pick option, is going to definitely give them the opportunities that they had in games 2 and 3. That being said, I think Super Square needs a solid option outside of the Amumu, or else he's going to kind of fall flat. He is the catalyst that makes this team pop off.
Yeah, interesting stuff to see here. The Orianna is banned away. The Amumu is gone. The Jarvan is gone. So those two champions where he has looked the best are just off the table now. But we'll have to see what they first pick here. Maybe this is a first pick Ari angle because it's just been so strong in this series so far. But it's going to be the Briar.
Oh,
that is exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Briar, but the immediate Rammus response actually could be exactly what Super Square needs. Yes, it's not something with like this built-in dash like a Mumu, but I think that having the access to Rammus's ultimate going to be pretty solid. The Briar is not going to be able to just run at you because you always have the threat of just like dying to yourself in this case.
Yep. Yep. I like the Rammus into Briar. It's a great matchup for the Rammus, for the Armadillo. As they pick up second here on red side is going to be the Kai'Sa locked in, going over to, I believe that's Darter Wolf.
Yeah, and I think these are two good options into the Briar immediately. Kai'Sa's able to kite out fights pretty well, makes it so Briar can't get the drag down. Using E and her ultimate, Killer Instinct, she's able to kite out the fight, even if Briar does land the ultimate. And Aphelios into Kai'Sa, though, Aphelios Lulu into Kai'Sa is a good option. Aphelios is able to stop the Rammus pretty well, and Polymorph is able to stop the Rammus pretty well. I know she's not super popular, but Soraka does the same thing by putting her silence on the ground. So I think this is good adaptation from both teams so far. I think Conduit, though, needs to complete their draft with some heavy sustained AP. I don't know if they can set up like a Cassiopeia angle for Not So Dark. I do believe he plays it.
Swain. Swain is the pick. That could go mid, that could go support, that could theoretically also go top. Very interesting picks here.
That is absolutely correct. As we go into the second round of bans, though, I'm looking to see SG take away some highly impactful AP options. I expect to see a Syndra ban. If they think Cassiopeia is a threat, I could see a Cassiopeia ban. Seeing a Mordekaiser ban is all right too. I think taking away Dobbs's AP options is a definite go-to.
Yep, there's the Alawi ban like we've seen basically every single game of the series, so that's off the table. Mordekaiser banned the past couple games as well. Here is probably going to be, I know we've seen the Ornn banned a lot here and the second part of bans, but also Poppy going to be gone, which is interesting because there's, I mean, I guess maybe for the Kai'Sa, but nothing else really seems to have. Although his Poppy performance was great, especially with those ultimates were just very clean, especially in that last fight, knocking away both the AD carry and the mid laner. So we'll have to see. I expect to see an Ornn ban here, though.
Yeah, they definitely could be looking for like a Camille or an Aatrox pick as well, or using something to that effect. Maybe the Fiora again is or actually the Fiora is what popped off on Conduit game 1, right?
The Fiora just did not do anything. Fiora was on Subatomic.
Oh.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's the Nico.
Trying to get a counter pick for a Fiora angle, but the Nico coming down still doesn't technically tell us what's happening, but I do believe it's Arendel's getting Nico.
Yeah, Nico could go support. Nico could go mid lane. Swain could be support, mid or top lane. There's still a lot of flexibility to this draft, but there's the Ornn. And Ornn was very critical in game 1. Yeah, so we'll have to see if that continues to be crucial, because you can buff up You can buff up Nation's Briar. You can buff up the Aphelios. You can make the Lulu healing and shielding even stronger. It's. I'm excited to see the Ornn because the Ornn was just good for Conduit P in game 1.
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty solid composition being built from the side of
There's
Conduit
the
P.
Ahri.
If Rammus isn't okay, I'm cool with Ahri. If we don't, if Sox doesn't play Syndra, I think Ahri is definitely the go-to next best thing that he can do. You can also use something like the Anivia, probably not, but like Anivia would have been fine. So this is good. I think Ahri's good here again. Proven to be pretty effective this entire series so far from both sides.
Pick is
and Camille.
that's the Camille. Yep, it's the Camille. All right.
All right.
Very interesting drafts. We saw some weird pivots. The blind level 1 Briar responded immediately with the Rammus. We've got the Swain. The Ornn has come back. We've got a throwback to an Aphelios Lulu. There's a lot to look forward to in this game.
Yeah, both these compositions have a definite identity as well so far. It's looking like, as we get ready to go into the client draft, it's looking like both these compositions have like a very distinct identity, right? Subatomic does have good AoE, it does have good initiation for Rammus to follow up on, and Rammus has a very distinct goal. But that being said, Briar has the capability of absolutely deleting somebody from the game, but I'm not really sure who she can delete before they can get away.
That's true. I mean, Swain is hard to. There's a lot of these champions are just hard to kill for the Briar. You know, Kaisa has that speed up to run away, although the Briar can chase down with her own, self taunt makes her move quickly, and she's got that jump stun. Swain, is going to be hard to kill. How tanky is Nico? Can just disguise herself and split into 2 different people. Camille can just, she can just jump right on out of there as well. And Rammus is Rammus. You don't want to be chasing Rammus in the first place. So we'll have to see how Briar plays this out and what build Briar goes for, because there's a few builds that I've seen. There's that lethality build, there's the crit build, there's the on hit build. So we'll have to see. Like the bruiser build. Well, I wonder what she's going to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Subatomic does have a lot of outplay potential. They do get outranged and they do get threatened very hard by Ahri Aphelios combo. I think Lulu is incredibly powerful, and Aphelios has an opportunity to absolutely run away with this game. But at the same time, having teams effectively balance play around the gun combination that you currently have access to can sometimes be difficult. But from what I've heard, Trash Panda does feel pretty confident about his Aphelios, so I'm going to go ahead and trust that they can do it.
Yep, Aphelios is a new one we haven't seen, but Aphelios is pretty strong right now. So late game Aphelios, especially if you have that Gale Force into ultimate like execution that he can do around 3 or 4 items, that'll straight up win you a game. Like, yeah, you can blow up that'll blow up the Kaisa, Swain, Nico all in one shot. So, but the flip side, I gotta shout out Just Delco. Rammus do go hard into this draft. Like Rammus into an Aphelios, Rammus into a Briar. It's just all good things. So I'll have to see.
Yeah,
I think the Ahri pick was good because Rammus is gonna be running in at a more or less predictable line and stuff. So the Ahri charm could go good here as well. We'll have to see how it all plays out though, because I think this is very much a skill matchup between these teams.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. A big thing too, we did see an adaptation in Game 2 from Socks and Thighs to go for Leandry's Torment on the Ahri. Like, yeah, it's not normally what you build on her, but it is incredibly effective at taking these HP stacking champions and removing them. But I do think that more of the story, aside from like compositional discussions, is definitely on who can make plays, because from the SG side, this entire series, the game has been make or break around where Super Square focuses his attention. So in terms of impacting the early game, which lanes do you see having the most attention from Rammus?
I think is a good shot we see Rammus just perma ganking bot side, if I'm gonna be honest. Although, like, here's the thing though, like Ornn it could be Ornn as well. You never know. It's hard to say, honestly. I think what you really want to be doing as Rammus is you want to be watching where Briar is going and looking to counter gank Briar. Just follow Briar wherever she goes, and if she ever goes in for something, you go into and you just get the kill. You know. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I think. Again, I think if you're Rammus, you want to just be chasing down the Briar, but there's a lot of weird stuff right here. There's a lot of matchups we're not typically seeing and like how things play out. Like I don't see Kai'Sa Swain into Aphelios Lulu in a long time, so there's just a lot of interesting stuff here going on as we're loading into the last game. We're about to hop into the spectator delay. Anything else to add?
Yeah. Oh, just so anybody who was questioning it knows, Nico has been locked in mid and Swain has been locked in support, and they do not have an opportunity to switch. So if there was any concern that it may be the other way around, feel free to be rest assured that that is not the case. I guess matchup to matchup, I don't really know how Kai'Sa Swain into Aphelios Lulu goes. I feel like it's Aphelios Lulu favored, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of pick potential maybe from Swain.
I feel like that. I think that lane all comes down to can Swain land those? I believe it's called the never move, the pullback thing. If Swain can consistently land those, Swain will literally take over the game. If he can get those kills going, he can get that AP stacking early on, it's game over. I've seen Swain support straight up just win games 1v9. On the flip side, if the Aphelios Lulu can get out of laning phase unscathed, they are significantly stronger in 5v5s than a Kai'Sa Swain should be, because Swain needs to snowball a little bit, or else he's just going to be too squishy in team fights. So yeah, I think it's all, the onus is definitely on Kai'Sa Swain to make things happen, and because of that, maybe you do see the Rammus actually go bot lane and try to mess with the Aphelios Lulu and get him a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that makes a ton of sense, to be honest. That kind of clears up my concerns. And I mean, it's a similar story for Camille versus Ornn. Ornn has like a really hard scaling opportunity to provide to his team, but he does have like potentially potent laning. If Camille misplays her trading window, he can trade back. Camille does kind of start to run away for a little bit when she hits her Divine Sunder spike. But he does start to bring the game back a little bit under control by buffing his team. But that being said, like, I feel like Camille just never stops being stronger than him in a side lane. But that's not really his job anyways. So that being said, I'm rambling a lot. Do you want to tell everybody that it's time to go to break? Oh my god, I'm tired.
It's fine. Take the little rest you need. We're going to go into a quick spectator break so he can shut his eyes and just get some rest going. And then we're going to hop straight back into it. Don't go anywhere. Guys, it's Game 5. Get some hype going in the chat. I want to see you guys being excited. We'll see you in just a minute. All right, everybody, welcome back to the BOL Gold Quarterfinals between SG Annihilation and Conduit Phoenix. We are on Game 5, and we see another flash forward looking for that pull, and Not So Dark is going to say not so fast and step to the side of it. So, is what it is.
Yeah, and that's.
But we got a Game 5 here.
Level 1.
Yeah. It's
Ooh.
just a Swain flash, though, so it's not the end of the world, but that is an angle potentially for Briar to look for something. Aphelios Lulu isn't really a kill lane, so at the end of the day, you're not too worried about blowing it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Nasian decides to go for a clears perspective. It looks like he's just going to do a standard bot top side clear, maybe try to mirror Briar, but... Or not mirror Briar. Rammus, you were saying in draft, should be mirroring Briar and trying to counter gank where she goes. But Super Square for the, I think, 5th game in a row is clearing top to bot again.
Super Square clearly has a theme going on here. We're seeing, for the more or less pretty standard clears, you know, Camille going to give that quick little leash over to the Rammus. Briar, I have to get used to saying that one. She's still pretty new. It's going to clear out her red buff with the Berserk, and meanwhile, yep, Swain just has to look for those never moves and try to get the damage down and try to get some lane prio for this Kaisa.
Yeah, and obviously, like you were saying, like the flash isn't the hugest deal in the world because it's not the playmaking tool, or the threat of that playmaking tool that really causes problems as the trade goes down in the mid lane there. Just a little catch from Rendell's kitten. The power really comes from positioning in lane and the threat of the E, managing to force them off of CS. You don't even have to really throw it to get the threat, right? So you get this level 2 just because you have the superior lane threat. You're able to auto the wave, whereas the Lulu has to respect your ability to hit stuff level 1. And Briar is about to show up bot.
Oh, here comes Briar. It's onto Eviscerate, lands on the stun. Kaisa's going to throw down that W, and actually, Swain is going to get killed. First kill over to Aphelios. Briar does get the roam down early on. Rammus just isn't there. So a great first kill donated over to this AD carry who can't speak but can get kills.
Yeah, and I mean... This is exactly
canon,
the opposite
you know?
of what they want. This is exactly the opposite of what you want when you're running a Swain support lane, right? You don't want this like scaling ADC to get first blood just spoon-fed to him. And this was such a well-played gank from Nasian. Like, honestly, I like the pathing decision. Normally you don't really, but I feel like he has to have understood the trend that Super Square paths top to bot every single game. And he knew, like, if I do my red side, I can just hit level 3 and gank bot. He's not going to be able to punish it by clearing my top side. Like, there's no way he's going to decide this is the game. And even then, like, even if you lose out on your farm a little bit by him going red into your blue, like, you can take the gank and immediately go into blue side.
Yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah, these never moves from the Swain just aren't landing, but here comes Rammus around the back end. He's going to get caught up by the wall of minions, but the polymorph is going to go down. Lulu is down to really low health. The heal is going to come out of the Lulu, and now they're all really low. Aphelios is trading damage back, hasn't recalled yet, but Darter Wolf is down to 200 health. They might look for something here. Rammus is going to flash and get the taunt. The cleanse is going to come out, though, from the Aphelios. This is going to be a 2v3 kill. That's one down. That's the Rammus dead. Aphelios is continuing to look forward here. The Ignite does come out of the Swain, though, but Swain is going to drop there as well. Meanwhile, the Briar is going to kill the Camille there, so it's 4-0 lead over to, I believe
Conduit.
that is Conduit Phoenix. It is, yeah, Conduit. A flash cleanse coming out of the Kaisa to prevent it from being 5-0. But Dory, this is nearly a 2,000 gold lead 5 minutes into the game.
And I think we finally lost SG. This was exactly what Conduit needed to rally back after going down 2-1. Conduit said, no, we are going to make this a series. You guys need to continue to push this early game on us or we're going to come back. We've got the composition that arguably scales a lot better already with this much of a lead this early in the game. That's a disaster if you're SG
It is.
Annihilation here.
Yeah, and your Swain is 0-2. It's not looking good at all. There is one bright side, though. Your Camille is up 12 CS, and your Nico has been kind of running the mid lane show a little bit, continuously pushing this Ahri down. Look at this, the health difference, and the flash trade there as well is very aggressive. I like the attempt. I mean, you're down 2,000 gold. You got to do something to try to get some momentum back in your team's favor, as Briar might be looping around for a bit of a play onto the Nico.
Yeah, and Briar
Covering
managing
for it.
to stay
Here comes
just
Briar.
a cast behind.
Briar might actually... the pop blossom is going to come out, though. It's going to land onto the Briar, but the knockback is going to force the Nico under the tower. Briar going to pick up the second kill of the game, and now it's 5-0, and the kill score still 2,000 gold lead over to Conduit Phoenix.
And this is absolute worst case scenario if you are SG right now. Granted, it is still early on. Anything can happen, but this isn't good.
No, this is not good at all. As Walk Warlock misses the hook shot on into wall dive or whatever it's called combo, and little trades going up here. I do appreciate that this lane for the Camille is going a little bit better than it was for the Fiora in game 1 into the Ornn. So there is that. And you know, the Camille is always going to do Camille things, as here comes Rammus is going to get immediately polymorphed. The taunt is going to land onto this Aphelios, and the never move is going to land this time, pulling him back. No cleanse this time, which means Aphelios is down, shut down. Critically is going to go over to the Kaisa. That is big.
And unfortunately, our timing on the polymorph was just a little bit off there as another fight happens top.
I like the aggressive look from the Camille. She dives in, but the trade back and forth. Ignite did go down from the Camille. The ultimatum did get popped as well, and they're both going to be really low on health. I like that aggressive play, diving in on top of Ornn's Call of the Forge God. So very confident play here in Game 5 out of Walk Warlock.
Yeah,
but it's still a health advantage to Dobbs.
Yeah, Walk Warlocks, orb walking has proven pretty good so far.
Rammus. Oh, the taunt is going to be good. Here comes the flash, though, out of Dobbs. Is going to prevent the hook shot from doing anything more. And that is flash burn from this Forge Ram on the top side. But you see the Rammus top side. You've got a lot of prio on your Aphelios, who is 3-1. So that means it's Dragon time for Nations Briar.
Okay. So, Super Square is back to being as impactful as he's been in the past. He is responsible for creating that first kill.
A nice little land. That's good.
Yeah. If Lulu works on polymorph timing and these ganks, they just never work. So I would call this one a mulligan. You can't block them all perfectly. So that's a good never move being landed, but not too much going to come out of... Oh, unless the Void Seeker hits too.
It's a good Voice Seeker out of Kaisa. As here comes the first Briar ultimate of these players. It's going to land right onto the Rammus. It's going to go berserk. Here comes the Ornn. Here comes the Ahri as well. It's going to land the combo. And Dobbs is going to pick up a kill onto the Armadillo. That is now 2 deaths for Super Square. Not looking good here to this early game, as the gold lead is back to 2,000 for SG Annihilation. Or is it? No, it's Conduit Phoenix. I am sorry. Conduit Phoenix is up 2k gold.
And here we go. Sorry, I was being bullied by Bully in the Discord. I need to stop distracting myself. Briar getting a very successful first gank off with her ultimate. And this is exactly what we like to see from the Briar right now. This champion has been terrorizing solo queue in one way or another since her release so far.
Little trade out of Dobbs, but it's not going to mean anything. It's a Camille. But yeah, I saw in the chat someone was saying Nation on Briar, GG with the salute emote, and whoever that was, shout out to you, because so far it seems like you've been right. Because this Briar has been everywhere. And the first ultimate, it's similar. I feel like the Briar is similar to Nocturne, where that first ultimate, it needs to land. You know, to really do good, and it landed, and it ended up in a kill for your Ornn. So, you know, good stuff.
Yeah, the positive thing for Briar is that the nature of her kit gives her the ability to set up her ultimate, and while she is just LOL another stat check champion,
True.
she's been set up in a way that her stat check is hard to avoid. She forces you to fight her at one point or another, and
We're going to have a fight bot side, though, because Briar's in the bush and Rammus is looking for it. Camille's going to hookshot out of that little engage from the Ornn. But the Aphelios ult does get thrown out, and Briar is going to be... Rammus, though, I like how Rammus is hovering down there on the mini-map. I'm frustrated it's not showing it, but... Yeah, we're just watching the trading up there as the Never Move is going to land onto the Briar. So they're going to pop the Eye of the Herald, though, as a teleport is going to come out of Nico. Here comes the Rammus. Rammus throws down the ultimate there called Roaring Slam, and then Pop Blossom is massive onto 3 people. It's going to land onto just everyone in the bot side as Kaisa picks up the first kill. Dwayne throwing down the Demon Flare. Nico going to pick up another kill. The Root and the pullback on to Not So Dark. Ari having to get out of dodge and is going to barely stay alive with just 400 health. What a great turnaround, and the gold difference is now only 800. A great turnaround here from SG.
I don't know why I even...
Briar ult. Just going to go wide.
I don't even know why we talk about... Hey guys, look, the series is one of the games is finally getting a huge gold lead, and then nope. Fantastic teleport from the Nico, and
Agreed.
And SG just saying no. We are not just gonna give up. We're gonna give you guys a show in this last game of the series.
Nation does flash in. Darterwolf forced to use the flash and cleanse, so I think you take that trade if you're the Briar. Lose your flash for Kaisa's flash and cleanse.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Aphelios outranges Kaisa on pretty much all fronts, and it's going to make it so that all he has to do is get on the purple gun, and he guarantees a future gank for Nation. So expect that 5-minute timer to be paid very close attention to. Expect the cleanse timer to be very paid close attention to as well. And we're not going to see the last of Vampire Lady in the bot lane here.
We are not, especially because that next dragon, it's an ocean dragon, it's going to be up in just over 30 seconds. I expect to see more fights around that, and I think that Kaisa Flash and Cleanse are going to be important that they're not up. So we'll have to see how they play around it. Does SG here, but Cryo seems to be slowly shifting back over in more of an even state bot side because of those 2 kills that did go over to the Kaisa. So Aphelios with that early lead is now kind of been neutralized as Kaisa's even on farm has 2 kills for herself as well. So
yeah, and both players have access to that Kraken Slayer. However, Kaisa actually has completed boot too, so she's gonna have a slight attack speed advantage, and she will be able to offer some sustained DPS. I just want to keep an eye on. All right, red white, time to fight.
it's true. Pop Blossom from Reynolds Kitten is going to land onto Nation and Not So Dark. Here comes the Rammus, though. Can you land the taunt? You do not, because that E from Nation is Riot Games, indie company, and knocks the play over. Not So Dark does have to burn that Spirit Rush, though, so no ultimate for this Ahri, unless you can get some kills and reset it. Nope, it is on cooldown now. Ornn is teleporting in. Camille sees that and immediately is going to respawn. We've got a full 5-on-5 dragon fight here. Randall's Kitten just misses that stun there. Sends the clone back in. Vision going to be dropped down into that river bush. Charm going to go wide onto the Camille. But still, no one has targeted off the dragon. I think they're just looking for a fight. Voidseeker going to land onto Trash Goose. So that's a small little chunk of damage over onto this Lulu. And we're seeing a bit of a lull in the action. They might just be waiting for ultimate cooldowns or something to come up.
All right. And we've got a little bit of posturing coming around this bot side river. I like the setup these teams have. We've got a little bit of poke coming down, but Dobbs is gonna set up.
Swain. Rammus uses the spin to win, roly-poly, whatever it's called, the Q. This Charm is going to land on the Camille, though, but she immediately hookshots up. But here comes the Call of the Forge God. It's going to come flying through, lands onto 3 people. Rendell is Kitten. That is, you just ulted Nico's clone. Aphelios throws on the ultimate, it only lands onto 1. Stun going to land on the Ornn. Warlock is going to get really close. Lulu, Polymorph, or whatever the Lute's called.
Dobbs is alive.
Wild Growth
Dobbs
is
is
going to land.
alive.
Dobbs barely hangs on, but the Swain ultimate Demon Flare is staying alive, and it's eventually going to go down. Here comes Berserk from Nation, is going to keep moving forward to force them off, and this could be Dragon going over 2,000 health, 1,000 health, and it's down. So that's 2 dragons over to Conduit.
And Conduit managing to just stay alive. Dobbs
Hextech
surviving on
Ultimatum, the
backside
charm.
there. So
Here
good.
comes the Void Seeker. It's going to go just wide, but it doesn't matter because Camille Q, you've got the Divine Sunderer. You're doing damage with it. That's a kill onto Ari.
And I don't think Randall's gonna get the kill there, but good poke, good stun, good root, or not stun, good root that you got there. And this is a 2,000 gold lead reestablished for the side of Conduit, but I'm not gonna make any promises anymore. I've decided that
Yep.
I don't know what's gonna happen. For all we know, SG is about to win the next fight, as both junglers are pathing towards their top side teleport coming down in the mid lane, and Ornn has priority. So Conduit should have first rotation onto the river. However, Swain is getting first rotation towards the Rift Herald side, while Lulu stays with Aphelios. So we'll see. There's gonna probably be a numbers advantage for the side of SG this time around.
Oh, 100%. I don't know why they don't just straight up go for the Herald here, though. It's free to take. You've got your support roamed up there. Just take the Herald. Briar is just going to be, because you're not having that tempo, Briar is just going to take that that Rift Scuttle there in the mid lane for absolutely free. So they're going to know everything that's going on in that topside river. Ornn's going to feel a little bit safer because you've got that Scuttle there. And actually, it looks like Briar is going to be starting it up. They have vision there in the pit, though, so Rammus is hovering over it, as apparently the directed camera does not care. We want to watch this top lane fight that usually doesn't matter. So,
Yeah, and as we literally have the junglers fighting, I'm just going to pan over to it. They're literally fighting over this Herald, and it keeps trying to send us bot lane.
that's okay. They've kind of canceled the Herald thing. Rammus is still on it, but not the end of the world.
As
If we see some action, the direct camera will know.
surely.
Oh, there's the
Surely.
charm onto the clone or the ghost of Nico, whatever you call it. What is that thing called, the second one?
Other Nico. I don't know.
Other Nico.
What is Nico's W?
The Herald is gonna reset. It was down to 3k health. That's a good little chunk.
Shape Splitter.
Shape Splitter. Okay, so the Shape Splitter does bait out. And the charm and the... Oh, we might see a fight here because the charm is going to land onto... And I think that's going to be the wrong one again. No! I'm sorry,
didn't-
Nation.
I didn't think that Nico would be like the anti-Briar champion that we expected.
It's pretty funny to watch. That's twice now that... Up here comes the Pop Blossom, though. The Berserk is going to be thrown down, but the Never Move is going to land on the Briar. Briar is going to get knocked up with the ultimate, though, from the Lulus. So the Wild Growth is actually going to keep this Briar alive for a little while, but it ultimately doesn't matter because they got ran down. Camille also picking up a kill onto the Ahri on the side, I think because of that Hextech ultimatum. So that's 2 kills now over to SG Annihilation. They don't get the Herald, though. Briar did pick that up. So objective over to Conduit Phoenix. Gold and kills to SG Annihilation. Ooh, that's a big chunk of damage.
And you want to talk about the gold lead and how significant it is. It's not. It doesn't exist. It's a 1,000 gold lead, but the gold differential between each of these individuals is so small that it is almost irrelevant. However, I will say, Ahri has completed her Mythic and has access to Oblivion Orb. Nico has not yet finished it. We're going to see if she finishes it here on the base. Yes, she will. She gets the Rocket Belt. And Rammus actually has Sork Shoes.
It kind of makes sense because the damage you send back, I believe, is AP, so I can understand it, wanting that damage you send back to do even more. The Thorns from Thornmail also does magic damage, so having that penetration to make sure that little bit of extra goes over, I guess it makes sense. We'll have to see how it works out, though. I don't know how the numbers compare to having that 18 pen on Sork Shoes versus the extra armor from plated steel caps, as they're now called, instead of Ninja Tabi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a decision. I'm excited to see how it goes. I'd like to believe that Super Square has an informed reason for why he does stuff, so...
Charm is going to
Comes
land to
off
force
the
out the flash from Swain. Rammus is rolling really fast, but going nowhere, as Herald's going to drop mid to bring that mid tower down to about, I'd say, a 6 of its health. And Camille teleports in, because we've got another dragon, which means we're going to have another dragon fight. How do you see this one going?
Honestly, if the way that things have been going are going again, you see item completed for Kaisa. Felios hasn't quite hit IE yet, but he does hit really hard, and his gun combination is pretty strong.
Zerk is going to come out. The ultimatum, though, is really nice out of Walk Warlock. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Is going to land only onto one. Pop Plasma comes flying through the flash. Proto Bell is huge. Going to get the Krilling Ski onto this double kill. 3 kills have gone over. Not So Dark is surviving on just a thread of health. Walk Warlock is looking in with the Camille. Is going to land the double kill, and only Lulu is going to survive. That was a massive play from Rendell's Kitten, aka Socks, on the Nico. The Pop Blossom, huge. Walk Warlock is looking in and is not going to get a kill onto the Lulu, though, because she just walks away. But, ooh, the poke is so big from this Nico at this point. Kill's gonna go over to the carries. Dragon gonna go over to stop the dragon stacking, and I'm not gonna say anything because it's only a 2,000 gold lead, and someone's probably gonna throw it at some point again.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna see at least 3 more throws back and forth.
Yeah,
it's game 5.
We're looking at 850 of that gold in just shutdowns onto the Camille, the Nico, and the Kaisa. So there's definite opportunities for Conduit to get this fight back, to get this game back. But as I was literally saying, this is an okay combination of guns. I didn't realize the ammo on Chakrams was so low, so it actually switched to purple blue, which while they are great, while that is a great utility combination, purple blue's ultimates are more about. I mean, I guess blue ultimate is good for spreading damage into multiple melees. But I mean, you're looking at a pretty spread out composition from... no, it's not spread out. I lied. I'm absolutely wrong for saying that. I think blue ult's good, actually. Blue ult would have been good. But at the same time, this team just got engaged on so hard that he didn't really know what was happening until it was too late. So, I think if you have a better combination of guns and you're able to be on IE at that point, it might have been totally worth letting them get that dragon since you're already up 2, and putting yourself in a position where you can fight on your items instead of giving the gold lead away.
Yeah, trade of little chunks of damage back and forth from these mid laners that love to sit in these bushes down here and just mess with each other's health bars. As Briar is kind of hanging out down there, so we'll have to see if they look for something. But Camille is slowly getting more and more powerful in the side lane against Dobbs. Is slowly starting to chunk that thing away. However, I'm looking here in chat. Primordial Dawn upgraded from Radiant Virtue. So those ornaments are starting to come in now. And we're going to see more of those come in as the game progresses, especially when Trash Panda's Aphelios gets their mythic.
Yeah, we're going to see Ornn reach level 14 in a pretty good amount of time. I'm not good enough at the producer game to get like the XP tracker on your screen for you, but just trust he's got a lot of it. Walk Warlock, however, with his lane advantage and with his wave control advantage here, he's going to hit level 14 first. And looking at Camille hitting 16, also, I mean, 16 on its own isn't super impactful. It's actually more impactful for Dobbs. But as the Camille manages to finish his second item, it's going to make it pretty much impossible for Dobbs to hold out on his own in the side lane. So I'm looking to see Dobbs create plays with his team first. But that also means he needs to be willing to just pull the trigger and make the play happen before Camille can create split pressure, or she can TP in and create more disruption than he can prevent.
You know, there's a lot of pressure, and I love how this game here, this game 5 has just progressed. We've seen the leads go back and forth. We saw it looked like it was completely one bot side for the Aphelios there within 5 minutes. Then it shifted back over as they came right back into the game. Then it flipped again, and now it's flipped for the 4th time. With this time, we're seeing at the exact moment SG looking like they have a bit of a lead, but again, we're restricted to about a 1,500 gold difference. So it can still go absolutely anywhere, as Ari is going to get little chunks of damage, and the Charm is going to be sidestepped. So is the Everfrost. So the Everfrost active, what is that actually called? It's called Glaciate. So the Glaciate from Everfrost is going to bait. Glaciate. Is it a? Is the C there?
Glaciate.
Is it glaciate or glaciate?
I think it's technically glaciate.
These are the questions.
But that hook shot actually getting
Oop.
canceled.
This could be Aphelios in a lot of trouble. A nice killer instinct out of Kaisa just to follow up on the immediate cleanse and flash goes straight in, and Darter Wolf picks up their 4th kill for this Kaisa. And take a look at the timer. Baron is up.
Trash Panda doing his very best Gummy Ussy impression. Shadow Wizard Money Gang shout out from the Masters division.
Teleports are coming in. They might still fight this. Briar has the ultimate. Just throw it in, Briar. Let's see it. Here comes the ultimate. It's gonna land onto the Kaisa. That's not good. Kaisa's gonna get blown up. Kaisa is down. The Pop Blossom is big, but I don't know if it's big enough. Rammus has to jump back out of there, get out of dodge. The charm is gonna land onto the Swain. Berserker for this Briar is continuing to run them down. Walk Warlock is getting lower and lower. Has to throw out the ultimatum. Shut down to Briar. That's another 700 gold. Triple kill for the Briar, and she's still going. Ari flashing in. The charm is gonna land onto the real one, and she has to flash out as well. They keep pushing forward. They turn it around. Dory, it's another throw, and the gold has flipped once again. And Dragon is up.
It's the gold is even. The gold is dead even. The gold is dead even. It's about to be on soul point though for the side of Conduit, or is it? We have 2 people coming up. Are they going to be able to get it done in time? They've got enough damage. They've got the Aphelios. They've got Chakrams. They should be able to get this dragon down with no problems. And just like that, there are still 5 outer towers up. It's 27 minutes and only 1 tower has been taken in the entire game.
Yeah, I love this. We're playing no macro. We're doing a true showdown. It's time for a true display of skill, they said. Who cares about these towers? We're gonna find an objective and we're just gonna fight over it. We're gonna throw down hands and we're just gonna scrap and see what happens. We're at 12 kills to 12. The gold is basically even. The dragons are completely sided towards Conduit Phoenix, and this is a absolute banger of a game 5.
Oh my god. I need to find the energy somewhere to get through this, because this is such an exciting matchup, and I don't know if my heart can handle it. I need to go to bed after this, guys. I can't. I'm not gonna stay up all night at this rate.
It's game 5. This game should be over within 15 minutes. So in the next 15 minutes, we will have a decider of this very epic series that we've had. So
just the pure excitement of this series, and Walk Warlock finally going to be able to get a tower down. This side lane pressure that he's going to be able to exert might be exactly what they need, and he just needed like a little bit of space so that his team could handle themselves and not get engaged on super hard. Super Square, gonna be a good forward running champion, but the peel options for Kaisa aren't all there. So they definitely want to be first into the river. They want to be first on an objective and first to a fight, and that's kind of been the story of this game so far. And I think that's why the gold leads have, oh my god, I think that's why the gold leads have swapped so much.
Yeah, the gold leads have been going back and forth. Meanwhile, we do see Infinity Edge has been upgraded to Edge of Finality. What is that called? Storm Razor? Or what is that item that Briar has? Stride Breaker. Stride Breaker has been upgraded to what is called Dream Shatter, which is a very cool name.
That is such a cool
I like that name. Dream Shatter.
Oh, I don't think while we're in a slight lull period, watch a fight happen immediately. We actually...
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
We've actually had ourselves a raid from Titan Esports, so thank you guys for showing up.
And in honor of Titan Esports, Ari is almost going to die. Even the Aphelios ult does come out onto Swain, but Swain is going to live. Here comes Camille is going to come flying in. The Hextech ultimate is going to land onto the Aphelios. Lulu's Wild Growth is going to keep the Aphelios alive for just a minute, enough to kill the Camille, but now the Aphelios is down. Darter Wolf throwing down more damage. Kaisa getting the shutdown onto Briar, continuing to chase forward. Rammus is going to land onto Trash Goose. Second kill, double kill, triple kill now for Darter Wolf on the Kaisa.
And just like that, fight flipped on its head. SG getting the win there. Super Square going to be able to tank up this turret a little bit, but the wave clear from Not So Dark is going to be good enough to prevent this tower from going down. And just like that, 1,000+ gold lead for the side of SG. Can Darterwolf use this advantage to close out the game, or is it just going to be another flip here in a minute?
It's hard to tell. This game could go any sort of way. But we're having a banger of a game 5 here, are we not? Gentlemen,
Absolutely.
are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Well, continue keeping an eye on this. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick look at the match history, and it looks like nobody's posted. Oh, yep, there we go. Looks like Dorado Gaming Row 3-0'd TTM Titan. Looks like
Okay.
Dynasty Jet 3-0'd Tempest Dragon. And it looks like DZG 3-1'd Dynasty Jade. So this is the only 5-game series of the night. The only 5-game series of the playoffs thus far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it looks like it. So we definitely picked the right series to watch. It's been so much fun to watch this, but take a look at these timers. Baron is up. Dragon is up in about 40 seconds. So I think we see at least one more fight as Camille going to come flying over the wall and force out the Spirit Rush from Not So Dark. That is a critical cooldown to go down right before this Dragon, which is potentially Soul for
Baron's
Conduit
gonna get
Phoenix.
started
But
up here.
Conduit
They
Phoenix is just
know.
starting the Baron. I don't think they know. There goes the ward has been dropped, the blue ward, but I think they're too late. Rendell's Kitten is there to kind of watch for it. Do they get the steal? Do we get the steal? We do not get the steal. So that's Dragon over to Conduit Phoenix. A great sneak of that objective.
Yeah, and this Baron being used to stabilize the game.
Not so dark. The charm is going to land onto this Amumu. Has to force out the ultimate there as well. So that is Roaring Slam now also down for this Rammus. So
Oh, no, I'm not a huge fan of this. I think they can utilize the Baron a little bit better here instead of flipping a fight
Armor's
on the
gonna
Dragon.
miss. Rammus is low though. I mean, but if you get this though, you
they
do
get
have
it.
Soul. Rammus flashes over, and it's going to be
Oh,
taken
Rammus smited
by
early.
Nation. So Rammus smited early. Here comes the Call to Forge God. Rammus has already gone down though. Kaisa does come trying to fly in to do something, but it's just too little, too late. The ultimate Briar, certain death, getting another kill into the Nico, and Tori K, that is a 5-0
This
ace.
might
They've got
actually
Baron.
be the
They've got
series.
Soul. That might be the series right here. They might have
That's a
taken
five-
it.
That is a 5-0, and that is going to be Conduit Esports at the very least getting some push. Are they going to go for the end here? They've got 20 seconds on the death timers. Can they finish out the series?
I think they end it right here. There's still 15 seconds on the next person. They have a fully double-stacked minion wave with full Baron. They're pushing in for this 1 tower down, 2 towers down, the Nexus down to 50. The Nexus is going down, and we have our finally decided winner, and it is Conduit Phoenix winning the banger of a best-of-5 here in the BOL Gold Quarterfinals. What a match.
My God, if we could not have picked a better match to have as our stream match for the night. Sharpie, this one was a banger. We had no idea it was going to happen for even a second. Darterwolf was starting to pop off there. Randall's Kitten did do a ton of damage that game, and SG had moments where it looked like the game was under control again for them, but Conduit managing to get the exact play they needed at the exact right time. That Baron sneak transitioning into just a straight up team fight win because they were forcing the soul pressure just put SG in such an awkward position that they couldn't give up Cloud Soul. It's such a difficult soul to rotate off of, and I don't know. It was so hype. It was an awesome series.
It was an amazing series, and shout out to the Barons because that first pick, Briar for Nation, paid dividends. That ult coming in to stop the Baron take and swing a big fight over in their favor when SG was trying to take that Baron in that 5v4 after that pick, then sneaking the Baron again, and this continuously, these plays, these ultimates, the certain deaths out of Briar played so well in these fights as they went on, and then I don't understand what happened there, but the Kaisa ulted straight into the middle of their team after that 4th dragon and just died right like that. And after that happened, your Kaisa's gone, your wave clear is gone, and the game's just over. So a quick that felt like a sudden ending to an abrupt ending to the game, but that's what happens when you give over Dragon, Soul, and a Baron, and a 5-0 ace at the same time.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have known that was a 33-minute game because it ended so quickly and so abruptly, like you said. And I think that was the story of the entire series. It's been exhausting. Almost every game was entirely back and forth. So much effort was put in by both of these teams, and honestly, the series could have gone either way. So hats off to you guys. Fantastic. Well played series and so much fun to cast.
It was absolutely a pleasure to cast and so much fun. It was great to cast with you as well, Dory. This was fun. This was a good cast night.
Yeah, shout out to you, Sharpie. Thank you for joining the crew so often here in BOL Gold. I've been having a lot of fun casting and producing for all of you, to everybody watching. And thank you for Bully and Pop-Tart covering for me as well for that game one. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. And I want to give one more time, huge congratulations to Conduit Phoenix for being able to take that critical game 5, coming back for a victory when you're down 2-1, and in the series, finding that win and bidding farewell to a great team in SG Annihilation. They played their hearts out. And in those game 4 and game 5, it was so close to a win for them so many times, Dory.
Yeah, it cannot be understated just like how amazing the teams are that still remain in BOL Gold, and this isn't even close to the end. This was only quarterfinals. We still have semis, we still have finals, we still have 2 huge matchups to go next week.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to in the coming weeks as the playoffs continue, but I think unless we have anything else to say, that might be the end for tonight, unfortunately, because it's late and Dory's got to go to sleep.
I do gotta go to bed, but don't forget, everybody, make sure you stay tuned. Tomorrow is the semifinals over at IBS. Diamond playoff gameplay is going to be here on Saturday. And then next week, we're going to be right back here for some more BOL Gold action, more playoffs action. And hopefully, for all of your sakes, I get to lose even more sleep, because I will take a few hours of sleep away if it means getting to see these kind of games again.
Absolutely agree with you. This was an absolute pleasure of a series to watch. I feel like I watched this, I feel like this level of performance and this hype in the gameplay is what Worlds aspires to be. So it was fun to be on this cast. Shout out to the production, shout out to Dory, and shout out to these fantastic players who played their hearts out and gave us a banger of a series. With that being said, I'm Sharpie, this is Dory. We had a wonderful night with all of you. Enjoy the rest of BOL and the other leagues, and we'll see you back here next week for semifinals. Have a good night, everyone.